from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time. I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Just watch me break it. You're sweet. You're falling into me, touch me. I swear you would do anything that I want. So keep us awake till the dawn. Just watch me break it. You're sweet. You're falling into me, touch me. I swear you would do anything that I want. So keep us awake till the dawn. Baby, feel free. I wanna make you sweat on me. I wanna make you sweat on me. And you're taking me high. Ain't nobody like you. I'm not coming down. Ain't nobody like you. I could go 1,000 miles as long as I'm with you. Yeah, you're taking me high. Ain't nobody like you.
So here we go again, it's no surprise. 'Cause we know better than to roll the dice. So take this love and try to make it new. You can't fight it when it feels so true. You drive me crazy like no one else. The final moment before I lose myself. And it's no use working 9 to 5 if you want more than to stay alive. So come on over, we can make it through. Take my hand, I know just what to do. On the beat, keep dancing through the night. Stay up until the morning light, the morning light. Oh, so come on over, we can make it through. Take my hand, I know just what to do. On the beat, keep dancing through the night. Stay up until the morning light, the morning light. Oh, the morning light. Oh, I just wanna be your Superman. Come fly with me, just take my hand. And now that we are cruising in mid-flight, you better watch out for the kryptonite. So come on over, we can make it through, make it through. Take my hand, I know just what to do, just what to do. On the beat, keep dancing through the night, we're dancing. Stay up until the morning light, the morning light. Oh, so come on over, we can make it through, make it through. Take my hand, I know just what to do, what to do. On the beat, keep dancing through the night. Stay up until the morning light, the morning light. Oh. As we look up at the stars in the sky, did we ever stop and wondered why we let our love shine all through the night? Just you and me, babe, until the morning light, the morning. So come on over, we can make it through. Take my hand, I know just what to do, just what to do. On the beat, keep dancing through the night, keep dancing. Stay up until the morning light, the morning light. Baby, right outside. On the beat, keep dancing. you down. 'Cause in the end you'll walk right by. We all face the bad intentions. Up to you, oh you. Don't be giving them attention. Up to you, you. Why don't you walk now? You better walk straight. You better walk straight. You better walk straight. You better walk straight. Got to walk straight. I'll be walking till the sun goes down. Walk straight. Got to walk straight. Walk straight. Hey, I tell you what to do. Hey, need to pay your dues. Don't be wasting any precious time. Gotta shake it all off. Gotta walk straight. Gotta walk straight. You better walk straight.
You have enough to build an army, but go on, have my legs down. So it's you against the world alone. But I've been here for all this time. Mine tonight to be sorry. I'm too afraid to run away. 'Cause you're an accident waiting to happen, and I can't throw it away. When you're lost, I want you to know I'll find you, I'll find you. So come on, baby, it's alright to go home. Am I getting through? Am I getting through? Getting through, getting through, getting through. Why'd you leave it on the line when you want it? Why'd you break it all the time when you feel it? Why'd you leave it on the line when you want it? Why'd you break it all the time? Break it all the time.
And I want it. I want it. Every step of the way. I ain't losing this race. I'm ready to go. And making me like that.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
the Carvalho? Dive in with me to see how the Shiba Hope Grows program is bringing our coral reefs back to life. Giving ownership to these communities, it's a sense of pride to know that we are giving back to our own oceans. Stream Reef Builders now on Prime Video.
GeoGuessr World Cup partners are Opera GX, Alienware, Shiba, Google Pixel, and Michela.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025. It's time for the EMEA Majors, and to find out who will be progressing to our grand finals in Copenhagen later this year. Coming to you live from Glitched in Jönköping, Sweden, one of the historic beating hearts of esports and gaming. My name is Parla, I am your desk host, and I'm joined on the desk by Geography Challenges and, of course, Ziggy on the end. Guys, how are you doing? GC, starting with you, first time on the desk. Pleasure to have you here. How's the experience so far, and are you looking to being a part of the tournament as it progresses?
Well, let me say first off, it's a pleasure to be here, having lots of fun already. I've been around the game a long time, cannot believe the level the players have reached now. Let's see what's ahead. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ziggy, what about yourself? It's been a couple weeks since I've seen you last, a bit less for everybody else at home. What have you been up to? And also to you, are you looking forward to being a part of this EMEA Majors?
Yeah, especially because we're at the venue this time. I was part of the desk for the first two majors, but this time we're actually in the venue itself. It feels amazing, honestly, just to be here. And I'm thrilled also back to be with you, but also GC is a pleasure to be casting with you.
Yeah.
Big ups.
GC and Z, can't wait to watch the action unfold with both of you. Before we start breaking things down, though, a quick shout out to some of our partners. Events of this caliber, of course, cannot happen without incredible partners. The first thank you going to Opera GX. Opera GX is the official browser of the GeoGuessr World Championships. Get the gaming browser at opera.com/GX/GeoGuessr. Thank you number 2 to Alienware. Experience the latest gaming technology with Alienware. Our products are designed to deliver maximum performance and an immersive gaming experience. And our third thank you to Shiba. Yes, the cat food brand doing extraordinary things. With that out of the way, guys, quick, any other thoughts before we turn our attention to some of our other talent?
Well, I think, yeah, as I said, the level we're going to see is going to be really, really high. Every year, GeoGuessr almost becomes a new game with the things people are learning and bringing to the table. So, you know, be ready, enjoy, it's going to be great.
Yeah, I really like the warm-up today. We have the first day, only 4 matches just to get in the groove again of the gameplay we were about to see. But for every player playing today, it is basically a do-or-die match. So if you lose today, you're in the audience tomorrow. So you better win today.
That is absolutely right. And, we've got a little arena here, so nothing bad about being in the audience. But if you're here to compete and win, you kind of don't want to be in it. Anyway, earlier I mentioned our other talent. Why don't we check in with Toby, who's got some interesting Danish wildcard news.
Guys, Toby here. I'm stood right outside of the Astralis Nexus in the heart of Copenhagen. We have Tivoli right here on the other side. We have the central station on the other and the town hall just behind me. I have a big announcement to make for all of you to hear. On August 9th, right behind me in this building, the 8 best players in all of Denmark will be fighting it out for one spot at the GeoGuessr World Championship. Yes, you're right, the Copenhagen Wildcard tournament will be taking place here at the Astralis Nexus on August 9th. Here's to see who's going to be making it through. Here's to see how many of you guys will see here. August 9th, Astralis Nexus. It's going to be a good time.
Thank you, Toby, for that. Funny enough, we'll be checking in with him and Gelatris very shortly as well. But yeah, Toby, bring us some news there. We've got that wild card going on at none other than the Astralis Nexus. We've got like a full-on esports family affair here, guys. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, especially because we also will get a representative of the country we're going to play in, Denmark. So for Clement, it's basically, if he doesn't make it in this event, he has a second chance, or even a third chance if you count the other wildcard as well. Not sure how that's going to turn out, but that means a lot of chances for him. But I think he will not, you know, make that his only chance of qualifying. I think he will give it all today.
Yeah, Ziggy, absolutely. GC, any thoughts on that special Toby Danish wildcard news?
Love it. Bit of local representation never goes amiss. Let's see how Clement does. That will determine what happens in that wildcard, I think.
Exactly. Earlier, guys, I mean, just a couple of minutes ago, I mentioned that we do have an audience. Why don't we check in with them? We've got this wicked little arena to our left. Hello, guys. How you doing? Yeah, see? Here, Brighton. Oh, we've got Peter there. Peter, great to see you. Of course, always here at our events, getting involved. Yeah, we've got an audience. They're going to be sticking around the whole time, of course, enjoying the competition. We're here at Glitched. We're on some sort of historic gaming and esports terms or ground here. And yeah, pleasure to finally bring GeoGuessr to Jönköping. With that being said, why don't we officially introduce our final pieces of the talent puzzle here. Gelatris and Toby, how's it going, guys?
Sorry,
wait, what?
Just got back from the Copenhagen announcement in Copenhagen, sprinted here as fast as I possibly could, and now we're here live on site in Jönköping, ready for the show to get going. Sorry, it was a quick run. I had like 1 minute to get from Copenhagen here to Lotus. How are you feeling?
I'm just happy you made it. I got stressed and I was do I need to comment alone? I don't want to do that. Not on my first time as well on a venue live, but very reliable guy,
yeah,
Toby. Very reliable guy.
Gelatris, we know Toby just ran here from Copenhagen incredibly quickly. Gelatris, how was your journey here? Are you excited to be casting these EMEA Majors?
Absolutely. I mean, whatever it is for GeoGuessr, if it's something I do for GeoGuessr, I'm just very hyped, whatever it is. This time it is the commentary. We'll yap over the games. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, well, you are a brilliant yapper, sir. And of course, joined by a brilliant yapper in the form of Toby. More GeoGuessr action for us sort of like that have come from elsewhere. Toby, you excited to be here once again?
Yes, definitely. I mean, you guys said it already, and I'm sure we're going to be talking even more about it. These guys taking to the field today and tomorrow are some of the very best the world has to offer in all of GeoGuessr, so no better place to be.
No doubt, Toby, Gelatris, I mean, we'll throw it over to you when the match is live. Thank you for now for your thoughts. Yeah, gentlemen, and that's all of us here. I'm very excited to be working with all of you, Ziggy. Especially Ziggy down the end. We're both rocking, the cut-off shirts here. We're on the same wavelength, so to speak. GC looking absolutely official as well, but I guess you missed the memo on the
I missed the
half
memo.
shirts, yeah.
The memo didn't reach me, unfortunately, but tomorrow, given we will be crowning a winner, I'll respect the occasion and I'll wear a shirt.
Well, luckily for you, the memo wasn't sent. How about we actually get into an important memo right now and take a look at our World Championship format to remind everybody at home what sort of happened so far on this road to Copenhagen, how we've got here, how we've had the APAC Majors, Americas, etc. Ziggy, would you like to run through everybody at home the details?
Yeah, it is a road and it is quite a long one we have been on. The World League has been going on for 21 weeks in the past, And now the top players from the regions qualified for the major. We're now at the third major. We've already had APAC and Americas behind us. And those points will definitely go into the ranking as well. And then we also have 2 more wildcards. One we just heard will be the Danish wildcard. One will be the wildcard from the World League players. And then we also have the Open Major in 2 weeks, actually. And the final, we heard it earlier, Copenhagen is the destination this year, August 29th to 30th.
Yeah, KB Harlan, Copenhagen. That's where it will all finish and we will crown a new champion or potentially a repeat champion as well. As we switch scenes, you can take a look at what has transpired over our APAC Majors, our Americas Majors, and you can look forward to our competitors here at the EMEA Majors. GC, Eamon, Lero, etc. Any names? Okay, we'll move straight on to the rankings then. So, apparently we've got to move pretty quickly here. I guess our players are ready and raring to go. Yeah, up on screen now our 2025 rankings. GC, any names or details you'd like to draw from that and chat about quickly?
It really is a who's who of great players. I mean, Radu at the top, can't say much more than that. But even as we look down towards sort of 12 to to the kind of teens, all just incredible players, all have a lot to do today to kind of budge themselves up into that top 13.
Yeah, Radu is looking fantastic after winning his majors, of course, the Americas majors, 27 points clear. Ziggy, that's incredible, right?
Yeah, but he is not safe for now because we do see Blinky trailing him by 27 points. You might think that's a lot, but the winner of this gets 45. So yeah, he could definitely pass him. I mean, just saying, you know, Blinky got 100 points just from the league itself.
Wow.
So that says a lot.
Incredible. And yes, of course, Blinky is here now. You can see as well, top 13 on the left, and then top, the bottom 13 on the right that are at risk, in case that was not clear. Yeah, the scene has been set in terms of the tournament. Why don't we sort of turn our attention here and start talking a bit about the game? We know all of you, a lot of you tuning in from home will be GeoGuessr players, some of you might even be expert players, but perhaps some of you at home don't exactly know what's going on. You're new here, and we should sort of break down the basics and fundamentals. GC, take it away.
Of course. So, GeoGuessr is a fairly simple game in terms of the basics. You'll be dropped at random on Google Street View, and you have to guess where you are using a map. In our games today, we'll have a 1 minute time limit. And then we can get a little bit further into the actual game modes themselves. Maybe, Ziggy, if you want to explain
absolutely.
the differences.
So we can turn our attention now to the game modes themselves. We've got move, no move, and NMPZ. We play in a best of 5 order, and we only see NMPZ if we get to that 5th and final game. Ziggy, if I remember correctly, at the APAC Majors, we didn't see a single NMPZ. How was it at America's, the most recent one, if you remember?
Hey, I remember those games because those were some of the most hyped games I've watched in a long time. We did see the semi-final even going to NMPZ. We saw Mu against MK, MK coming up on top with a pretty impressive performance, and then in the finals we even saw MK versus Radu, and it looked like MK would storm away with the win, but then RC came back and took the victory. So yeah, I'm hoping for this NMPZ games.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly clarify as well. Moving, you can move around that street view. No move, you cannot. It's just a 360. And then NMPZ is no move, pan, or zoom. So you have a still image, and some of these guys, they're so crazy good, they can figure out where they are on our wonderful Earth. Looking ahead, why don't we take a look at our prize pool and scoring? The analyst mentioned before, of course, 40 points for first place, 25 for second, third, fourth, etc. But there's not just points on the line. There's not just the championship on the line. There's also a whole load of cash. For first place, $9,000. On top of that, first place will also go home with, during our rehearsal, I wasn't sure what to call this. I didn't get the official verbiage. I'm going to call it the championship plate. It's a dish. Producer, if you can help me in my ear, or anybody. Silver plate, yes, the our EMEA silver plate for our winner, whoever it shall be. We'll find out tomorrow. Yeah, you'll go home with this as well. So everybody is on the line.
Oh. He almost
steady
dropped it.
There. Steady.
Guys, that would have been something. Yeah, everything on the line. We've got trophies, we've got cash, we've got the bragging rights, and of course, arguably most importantly, trying to make sure you get to Copenhagen later this year. I'm going to quickly put this back under my desk as I pop back up and say, let's take a look at our brackets. You saw our players' names earlier that are taking place in this competition, and you can see them up on screen now. So day 1 at the bottom, that's sort of what that's what we'll do today. That's maybe what you want to focus in on now. But we've also got our playoff bracket at the top as well. You can see our players that are waiting there currently, all recognizable names in the form of Blinky, Consus, Finbar, and Debre. GC, any names there that are standing out to you, perhaps away from the well-knowns, the favourites?
Yeah, well, so as you said, the 4 who we've got at the top are our heavyweights, if you will. But then we've got some newcomers today, people looking to make even more of a name for themselves. We've got some grinders there. I know Harrier and Lenley are both at the top of their game at the moment. Somebody like Pan is a bit of an up-and-comer. Ziggy, anyone for you standing out?
I mean, I think the newcomers are also somebody like Captain and Strafan, which we haven't really seen in any major. Somebody like Marda, Kratzu are all well known. They have been here last year. And what I wanted to mention earlier that may have not come across, the title defender Topodic will not be here. So not only will we have a champion, we have a new champion. And that means Constance and Blinky, they both have a World Cup. But who can get the, EMEA Major? That's the interesting storyline here. Because they both don't have that yet.
Yeah, but both these, yeah. So a little bit of GeoGuessr history for perhaps our newer viewers. So last year, Blinky became our world champion. The year before that, sort of the first big one officially by GeoGuessr, it was Constance. Yeah, still two of the heaviest hitters, but forget the world championship at the very end. These players here in this moment, they want to win the EMEA Majors as well. It's a great point, Ziggy. Yeah, so everybody up on screen, I would also like to draw your attention to the fact, or non-fact, that our third place decider matchup is not in the bracket, but we will have a third place decider matchup as well. All right, let's take a look at our day one schedule. We're going to start things off with Kratzo versus Clement. Then we'll move on to Strefan versus Marder. Then we have match 3 between Harrier and Lenley, and we'll round out the day with Captain, a hometown hero in the form of Captain, versus Pan, one of the newer bloods. You can also see the times up on screen there as well. And so, yeah, we've got some awesome action to take place over the course of today, and then even more tomorrow. And, of course, we'll be crowning a new champion tomorrow also. I'm hyped, guys. I could not be more hyped. I love me some competitive GeoGuessr, GC.
We love it. We absolutely love it. I can't wait. I think the matches today are just so close, so evenly balanced. I hope we'll see enemies there.
I hope so too. Ziggy, do you think we have a fair chance of seeing it here? This should be our most competitive majors yet, I think. And do correct me if I'm wrong in saying that, guys. But I feel like it should be, based on the breadth of the competition, the amount of heavy hitters that we have here. Is there a higher chance that we're going to Game 5 sometime, Ziggy?
Yeah, and you know what? I'm just going to predict it off the bat. We're going NPC in the first game.
All right, talking about the first game, let's set the scene and check in with Kratzo and Clement.
I feel like Clement is a tough opponent. He's definitely a good friend of mine. I know him very well, and I'm very happy that we both made it here. Unfortunately, only one of us will go through. I feel pretty confident, but also pretty tense. I think we have a pretty evenly matched sets of skills. I don't mind if Clement goes through, to be fair, because he deserves as well. But I'd like to, pursue the adventure and go through and face Blinky again. I do think Kratzu has the edge on me in moving in that mode, but I also feel pretty confident in no move, so it's gonna be a very interesting game. But I do think that as long as we get some low-cam countries, I should be fine.
Welcome back to the studio as I finish scribbling down my notes as fast as possible. The first thing from that video that jumped out at me was that Kratzo and Clement, good friends. Do either of you have the background on that?
They are good friends. Clement is half French. The French community is very close-knit. Done lots of great things with GeoGuessr, so no surprise to see a lot of close friendships in that part of the community.
Yeah, we also heard the name Clément, maybe in that French, and I also heard the beats of the French accent there, so definitely you can hear it out. He's definitely half French, so it's a French versus French matchup off the bat.
Ziggy, that was pretty good, bro.
Thank you very much. Okay, that was bad.
Can we call you Le Ziggy from now on?
Oh, Le Ziggy, oui.
Le Zig. Yeah, we'll see if we can make it stick. On that bombshell, why don't we check in with Toby, who's standing by on the sidelines for a pre-match interview.
Merci beaucoup, Pala. Thank you so much. We have 1.5 Dane, 1.5 Frenchman here. It's going to be a good time. I'm joined by Kratzo and Clement. And first off, to you, Kratzo, we heard the pre-game talk there for a second. How are you feeling coming into this game, going up against Clement?
Yo, everyone. Welcome back to the Major. Today I'm joined by Clement, the GOAT. I'm feeling well. Hello, Clement.
What about you, Clement? How are you feeling?
Hello, everyone. I'm feeling great as this is my first LAN. I'm very, very happy to be here and feel pretty blessed given how tense the competition was to get here, but also gotta feel the pressure at this point.
Exactly. So you're going up against a friend. Obviously, you guys have played together before. Is there anything in particular, Kratzo, that you've maybe looked into coming into this matchup against Clement?
As he said, I don't like low cam. I hope there is no small cam on low cam or low cam in the map, because it's 3 low cam locations. It's just 3 games lost, and it's out for me. So I hope really having a normal camera, please. Thank you.
Normal camera exclusively. Now, Siggy said on desk, Clement, that NMPC guaranteed game 1. Is that going to happen, or are you just going to take the 3-0?
Oh, I mean, it all depends. Kratzu just said it all depends whether we're getting low cam. But as recently, like so much like small cam countries were added, and I feel like this is pretty close to low cam, so that might really advantage me on this match. But yeah, hopefully I can take the 3-0.
Sounds good. Guys, shake hands. Let's get this game ready. Look at that. So coordinated. Bon chance, guys. Have a good one. Enjoy the game.
Bon chance indeed. Guys, we're going like full French, hard into this French edge. I'm feeling it. Very excited for this matchup. Let's react to some of the things that the guys were talking about. Kratzu affectionately calling Clement the GOAT. Is that just a friendship thing, or is he also genuinely massively respecting his opponent's skills?
I mean, I think he is, because I watched back the World League game. That's the good thing. We always have the World League game as a reference, so 1 best of 3. And in that, actually, it was Clement who came up on top, 2-0 victory, but it has to be mentioned, both games went to round 10, so it was very intense. So that's why I'm also predicting an NMPC game here in game 1.
Let's stay on board with Kratzu right now. So he's someone that describes himself as a person that, or a player I should say, that prefers fast guessing because he prefers to be faster to the bar. That is a quote. But how would you guys describe his style? GC, starting with you.
Yeah, so Kratzu has a moving background, and I think in this format we've often seen players with a moving background do very well. More recently though, Kratzu has grinded a lot of no-move NMPZ. We know he's good on land, so that could work in his favor. Clement maybe a bit more untested in this environment.
Yeah.
Siggy, what are your thoughts? How would you describe Kratzu's style, and specifically how it fares, or could fare, against Clement?
I mean, what I would definitely want to focus on is their emotionalness. I think they're very emotional players. We saw Kratzu before in the events having very, a lot of interactions with the camera, not liking his bad guesses. But also on the other side, I know Clement. I know him from competitive play, and if he doesn't like his guess, he might as well just throw the game away for no reason. That's how I know Clement. So yeah. I think it's definitely going to get heated in some way.
Guys, I see on screen now Kratzu's average guess time is 40.4 seconds. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that doesn't seem like necessarily super fast. You guys are going to know the averages better than me, so I am surprised that he calls himself a fast guesser. Perhaps he was just fully doing a bit with our interviewer, our social media guy at GeoGuessr. But is that fair, him describing himself as a fast guesser? Is 40.4 average fast?
No, I think he may be doing a bit. I think
right.
he's a fairly considered player, I would say. I think 25% guess first is definitely pretty low, so I think he likes to take his time a bit and look around.
Apologies, I was speaking to my producer. Ziggy, let's turn our attention to Clement here. What are going to be, his biggest strengths, firstly?
I mean, his biggest strength would be the NMPZ mode, but to get to that, he definitely has to win 2 games at least. So it's definitely going to be close. I think he's underestimating himself in the moving game, because he did say Kratzu's going to have the upper hand, but in the World League game, we actually saw it was very even until round 9 or 10, and then he just has a massive guess in something like the US, which I think he's pretty good at, and Kratzu is not, so we could see the same thing unfold here.
Yeah, we've got a 35.6 second average guess time from Clement, some other stats up on screen, but I want to bring up something that we were talking about in our rehearsal. I thought you guys were joking about this, and this is a very cool detail for everybody at home. Clement apparently multi-boxing competitive matches when he's at home. GC, tell us about that. That's insane level of an insane level of skill.
I know, he's built different. I think it keeps him cool somehow. It keeps him collected. He likes multitasking. Maybe he doesn't feel there's too much pressure on any one match, so he feels as though queuing multiple matches at once benefits him. He's definitely skilled enough to do it. He's quite an unorthodox player. Recognises a lot of difficult locations that other players, even in this stage, would struggle with.
Ziggy, going on from that, what are your thoughts? Because, to me, as someone much more of a layman in terms of knowledge of the game, I've not heard of that before, so it's sort of blowing my mind that there are some people like Clement that are sitting at home and they're playing not just one competitive match very well, they're there sitting multi-boxing, multi-screen, doing the whole Matrix thing.
Yeah, there's a few players like that do play multiple matches at the same time, and I have played Clement in his era where he went multiple games at the same time, 5 or 6 games, and let me tell you, if you lose 1 or 2 games, games, and you know for a fact that he's playing more than one game. You're like, damn, I'm only playing one and I'm losing it. And the thing is, he's always in queue waiting, so you can't really just skip in the queue and just find another opponent. It will be him again, and then you're just mad and you quit the game for the evening.
Absolutely incredible. We're going to be starting this event off with a bang. Guys, we've got a couple minutes more so we can take some final thoughts. Let's get into the meat of this as analysts, guys. Who do you think is taking it and why? Starting with you, GC.
It's a hard question.
You can also fence it. You can just tell me, no, Paula, I'm not interested. But if you do have, if you sway in one direction, tell us and tell us why.
I'm going to try not to sit on the fence too much. I think Kratzu's moving background may serve him well in the format we've got. If he can hold on to those games, then I think he's got a really good chance.
Okay. And Ziggy, what about you?
Yeah, I'm kind of torn because in my initial prediction I did for myself, I was like, you know what, Kratzu will take this like 3-1, which is like, you know, pretty reasonable guess. But I think, you know, now that I predicted an NMPZ game to happen, I kind of have to switch my sides here. And if an NMPZ happens, I would favor Clement, so I will go with a 3-2 prediction for Clement, actually.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. Enough from us for now. All right, everybody, it's time to kick off our EMEA Majors. And up first, it's Kratzo versus Clement. Toby and Jelitris, over to you.
Thank you so much, Paula. Yes, the EMEA Major is just moments away from popping off. We are ready. The players about to get ready, and the crowd is going to be ready with that as well. Before we get into the game, though, GeoGuessr, now we've heard from the desk. Both GC, Paula, and Siggy shared their thoughts, but I want to hear from you as well. How are you feeling coming into this matchup between these two guys? Any favorites right off the bat?
Yeah, that was a lot of insights from the desk. Thank you very much. I have also my own thoughts, of course, and I mean, I've played against Kratzu last year, also on the EMEA, and he played pretty good, you know.
Pretty decent.
So I have to root for him, I guess, so I feel better losing to him. So yeah, that is my prediction.
You know what? I fully respect it. You give it to the Frenchman, I'll give it to the Dane. For obvious reasons, I want to see Mr. Clement succeed. But will that happen? Well, we are just moments away from finding out. You can see them here, set, ready to play as the seats are getting filled by the second. And as the desk was saying, to me, Kratzu, we've seen him play in Stockholm last year. One of the most insane comeback games with him and MK going back and forth in the semifinals of the World Championship. Then going up against now Clement. Practically zero experience in front of a live audience. We know these fans, they get pretty loud when exciting things happen. How do you think that could potentially play a factor for a player like Clement?
Yeah, I don't know Clement as a person too well. I know how he plays. I know he's a great player. He's a very strong GeoGuessr player. But on that terms, I have no idea if he can handle the pressure. It does affect a lot.
For sure.
For everyone. Even if you are a calm person overall, there's some effect to it. So let's see how he can handle that one.
Well, he's going to need to. He's going up against the guy who's literally been through some of the toughest matchups. I had the pleasure of casting one of his very good games in Stockholm last year, and at no point did he seem, Kratzu that is of course on screen right now, did he seem beaten. He was down to I think 60-some health up against a 6,000 health player and still managed to turn the tide in that game. So Clement, we know we've been able to do good stuff before, but we've also seen how land jitters can make you make mistakes, can make you second guess yourself, and I think maybe that's something, GeoGuessr, that could play an impact here.
Yeah, I mean, I also saw it in the World League where they played over a course of 21 weeks, where I felt like Clement had a kind of a rough start. He didn't really feel locked in. That could also have been the pressure maybe, but it settled down, and later on he played better. Might be the same on the land environment.
Definitely could be. We're seeing here, guys, we are loading into games. So officially, the EMEA Major has begun. Everyone in Jönköping, clap your hands. Let's get excited for this game to get underway as Kratzu and Clement take this one off. Let's see it. Of course, we're starting in true fashion. It's going to be moving. It's a best of 5. Let's see how things pan here as we get in to round number 1.
Day number 1, game number 1, and the first round. I don't want to talk about it too much. I think I've waited for too long. It's a moving game anyway, and they will move around.
They will indeed.
With these looks, I mean, it's a country where you get addresses everywhere.
Yep. Plenty of info to go by.
Can they read it?
Hopefully they can.
Oh, we have actually some Latin script, which you don't see too often in Bangladesh.
Kratzu starts zooming in towards the capital of Bangladesh, but it's going to be Clement first in the guess out on the western border towards India. Kratzo now 15 seconds to work with to try and figure out what he likes more. He's going to go similar region further north now, though. Ooh, he's kind of all over the place here. Upping maybe, just sending it downtown Dhaka. Nope, goes underwater, and Kratzo it's going to be all 5. On the other hand, though, Clement almost kicking things off with a 5K.
Very, very well done. Also getting to the right information that quick. I mean, we saw Kratzu going all over the place, looking for something helpful. But yeah, this is round 2. As we see, not much right around. I mean, we have some information here and there. Doesn't look too helpful, but let's see if they can move further away and look for the right things on this round.
I feel like that's the most generic breakdown. We have some information here and there, but other than that, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what we get available as Clement and Kratzo take to the field once more.
I mean, as I assumed that they will ignore those signs in the beginning.
I mean, there was definitely a sign saying Idaho. I feel like that's pretty decent info when you're trying to pinpoint which state you might find yourselves in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kratzo's already in the map scanning for something. I don't know if he had a town name. It seems like he found something because he quick guessed right after he saw the town name. Clement's still scanning along the western side of Idaho. Looks like he's getting closer, and he has it as well. Getting closer towards the end. There was only a couple seconds left, but he clutched it there. Very well played by both of them.
Both of them finding the city 6,000 damage. That would have been insane. 6 damage. It's all it's going to amount to as we make our way into round number 3.
Round number 3. I mean, all you need to get the country here is this beautiful pole. We have this pole. Do you know it? Do you know it?
I'm gonna let the viewers guess, because that one is just too easy for me.
Let's do that and jump right into it. Another country where you don't find too much Latin script. So let's see if they will either manage to find something in Latin, or maybe they know how to read the language.
It just might. Thailand instantly zoom towards some Clement. You'd have to imagine that Kratzo is going to be quickly there to follow.
We are getting on a main road, which you love to see. Usually good to maybe find a mile marker. Yep. Those mile markers can help. They give the road number, and those are sorted pretty well in Thailand to find them.
Pretty big city vibes here as well. So maybe you're lucky to get a city name. Anything of the sort could be helpful. Both of them flying up and down the street. Before we saw Kratzo spend more time looking at the map early on with limited info. This time around, both opting to move more up and down the street instead.
Yeah, they both find fairly a lot of place names. I don't see any of them that I know.
Well, if you don't know, there's a good chance they might not either.
But yeah, we had Kratzo hovering towards the north already. I don't know if that was a wild guess or if he maybe had the state. It was indeed very far north in Nan, actually.
Yeah, he was all the way up there initially. Up to go a bit further south still, though. Going to come out victorious in this round as we move away further into round number 4 and see how things look here as we go into the beautiful woods.
This looks indeed very beautiful. Not much to work with immediately. I mean, this single yellow line will help to get the country.
They will. Let's see if they can find it as well. As they get set up here, round number 4. Very even on the scoreboard thus far.
Yeah, interesting to see that they both decided to move towards the north on this location. Because in this case, it's really hard to judge where you want to move. I mean, you didn't really see any town nearby towards the north, and you didn't see anything towards the south. So it's kind of a gamble, but right now we have them both entering a little village here.
Yep.
And we have a flag as well. Oh, thought for a second, I think. Was it Quebec? Flag? I think it was.
Just could have been. I mean, love to see it when you have experienced moving players like this, where both of them moving while also hovering around the map at the same time. Not easy to do. Kratzo got to make sure his Google car doesn't crash into that pile of rocks there, but able to get across and over on the other side. As we're down to just 10 seconds, neither of these two players willing to commit early in this round. This one's going to run all the way down to the end. Kratzo is going to go Quebec. We'd have to imagine that Clement is going to do the same. Timer down to 0, and both close to the target once again.
Indeed, not an easy round. Not an easy round, and having Quebec, I mean, that helps, but it's still a very big state. Therefore, they got there in the end, and love to see this country appear. Now we have I mean, with that being said, you probably already know where we are.
I wonder.
but do the players know.
What country does Geoguessr love to see come up in this game? Well, we're about to find out if that's going to be the same one these guys are thinking of or not. Both sending it same direction, initially at least, down the street, and Clement already out on one of the biggest streets. Of course, when in Turkey, look for those trash bins, because they can give you really good intel.
Yeah, we had Akyazı given for Clement there. It's a fairly big city if you scan around the northwest of Turkey. So let's see if Kratzo will also find the right information here. I mean, his vibe is pretty good. He already zoomed in the right area, but so did Clement. And I think he's pretty close. It's like southeast of his pin. You can already see it. It's Akyazı, pretty big place, but it seems like he missed it, trying to put some pressure on.
Do you go Europe? Do you go Asia? And Kratzo, what's going to go with it? Both going to go
further
towards
southeast. Yeah, very far southeast. That still belongs to that district, but in this case.
But hey, I mean, game one and we have Turkey rounds already. Someone's got to be happy about that one.
Oh,
so head on
definitely.
into round number 6. Of course, as you can see on the right-hand side, damage multipliers are stacking. And
look at
again,
this.
if you're a newer GeoGuessr player, that
look
police
around.
car, the follow car there, is going to be pretty good intel.
We start. Yeah, indeed. I mean, in this case, it's a moving game, so they will probably just ignore the car and look for information. We are in Nigeria.
What kind of info do you look for in Nigeria?
This is definitely a country where you look for state names. You have them written everywhere. Also, I think we had one here given for Clement. It was kind of hard to read. But yeah, usually you will look for these state names, which you find very commonly, especially in an urban environment.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but Nigeria also like gives you a lot of different foliage. It can be very, very like towards the ocean, can be very, very tropical, very well. I mean, a lot of foliage, but then to the north it gets way more dry, and that's usually a pretty easy way to tell the country apart too.
Yes, definitely. There's a lot of things you can actually learn from Nigeria. There are different camera generations in different parts, different Google cameras used in different parts. You have even city-specific taxis, you have different climate. But yeah, in this case, Kratzo had the right information there.
On point, and it's going to be big damage to follow through as well. It's 3,600 comes with it. Clement looked to go even further east. Honestly, that could have probably been game had he opted to commit that fires, but Kratzo found exactly what he was looking for and gets into the city proper. Now, headed into round number 7.
Indeed, a very big hit. And now we have this double guardrail here, which you very commonly found in this country.
See how fast we're going to lock in here. Neither of the two have opted to play overly fast, but of course that ain't really a strategy of theirs either, or anyway I should say. So it makes sense that they're sticking to their guts in a matchup here. A matchup between two friends as Kratzo is hovering Portugal and Clement is still sitting in the east of Europe, now opting to go further towards the east.
I thought it's Romania, but
little hesitation on his part initially, at least. Maybe it's the red on the guardrails there. Had me thinking Spain for a second, but they think better of it.
I mean, in Spain it would be yellow usually, so you rule it out. But if you have that vibe, you get to Portugal probably. Exactly. But no, he realized that he is in Romania. We have a pretty big body of water. It could be the Danube River.
Could be.
And they both assume it is.
Kratzo on the border between Serbia and Romania. And it is right there. Incredible guesses coming through from the both of them. Limited to no damage done in this round. So Kratzo is able to maintain his lead coming into round number 8.
This is our round number 8. The country's pretty obvious. We have a lot of clues for the country.
If you see the bullet on the left side, it's not Poland.
Thank you very much for that information. But yeah, we are in New Zealand here. Kind of a hard country.
Yes.
Kind of a hard country. It can look very similar in a lot of areas, but thankfully they can move around and look for more information here. I don't think they have anything too helpful yet.
Ooh. Clement is in a very northern tip.
Ooh, but those are very good signs for Kratzo. I don't know if Clement had something that was giving him that, but given the confidence and yeah, the extreme of how far north he guesses, makes me think that he had something there.
Exactly. Clement thought maybe with a fast guess he could get the jump on Kratzo, but it's not going to happen. As a matter of fact, Kratzo with the 15 extra seconds to work with, uses it perfectly, and now finds himself in striking distance of a win. But we gotta keep in mind now, coming into round 9, that the damage multiplier sits at 5, one country off, and those 5,500 points might not even be enough to keep you alive.
Exactly, and it looks like we are back in a country that we had already in this duel, where Clement managed to find the right city.
Big enough country that big damage could come through with the multipliers playing in already. Bangladesh crowd so just instantly sending a dagger. Let's see if Clement can find information to get him closer to the target.
Yeah, Kratzer really putting the pressure on it.
The face here.
Looks like he doesn't look too confident about his guess, but he is right.
He's going to be closer. It's not going to be enough to win him the game yet, but close for now, though. The dreaded round 10 is where we are. Clement needs to finish this final round ahead of Kratzer in order to take it. It is a 10-round limit, so let's see here if the dreaded round number 10, if it can happen.
I mean, I saw a smile on Kratzer's face. I think he really wants to turn this game around, and I would say this is a country where it is definitely possible.
Clement, it's all on you, my man. 5,300 damage needs to be found. You need to really, I mean, get a good guess in here if you want to make it happen.
Yeah, if I was Clement, I would probably just instantly send it out. If you're this far,
so little
or if
info to
Kratzer
go
is this
by,
far
though.
ahead, you try to just get it out before Kratzer gets to the right information. Because he doesn't even need to deal a lot of damage, he just needs to survive this round.
So little info to go by, Clement. What are we playing at here? Are we hoping for the magic info that Kratzer might not see on what's happening? We're already halfway through this one, 30 seconds have gone past, and neither of them have really stopped for long to look at specific info. Seemingly haven't been able to find what they've been wanting to see. Obviously, in India, oftentimes you can get, let alone the language, the alphabet can tell you which part of the country you're in. But seems like they haven't been able to find what they've been looking for.
No, not really. I mean, both got some language on their screens. They have this script. Also, these palms are very common along the coast on the east.
East versus south.
And
let's see if it's going to be enough. It is going to be Kratzer close, and that is going to win him the first moving game in great fashion. 5,500 health to bring home a game. That'll end all the way to round 10.
Yeah, I don't know what the lore was with the low cam, what they told about. I mean, Kratzer didn't get any low cam locations, so maybe that was his buff on this occasion on the moving game. But that was game 1. I would say, yeah, that is how people have predicted that Kratzer is a very strong moving player, and that's what also Clement feared.
They said it themselves, and it proved to be true here as well. The thing is, though, I mean, as much as Kratzer is great, Clement stayed in the game all the way through to round 10, and yes, I know that 55-0 here in the end looks like a big defeat, but going for 10 rounds before falling to 0 against a guy like Kratzer is incredibly impressive. As we now take it over to game number 2 as we go into no move, where, I mean, according to you maybe as well, odds a little more even. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say on this occasion, I would say Clement is someone who grinds no move. He's looking at a lot of ways to improve his no move game. Yeah. And therefore, I think Clement is more favored on this.
Well, let's see if he's going to get it or not as we get ready for round number 2. Game number 2, I should say. I said it with so much intensity, though, that I feel like this might as well be round number 2. But oh my goodness, look at a beautiful location we've got going here.
Yeah, I should look at the important stuff, which are these mountains. For us as a viewer, for them, I think it's not that.
There's a lot more stuff available.
Right
of course,
now.
For new viewers coming in, it should be said that no move means literally what? Well, it says you cannot move. You can spin around, you can do all those good things, but you cannot move out of this position. Of course, as you see, catwalking across your screen here as well, on behalf of Sheba. You can play Sheba's Coral Guesser and test your knowledge of the world's reefs, fish, and ocean floors over at geoguessr.com/coralguesser. So make sure to hop on over there and check them out as we see here. First guess to come through from Clement.
Yeah, and what I realized on the first game, on the moving game, is that they both ended up in the same place a lot of times, even though they found different information.
Yeah.
But now, on this no-move game, they will just see the same stuff and still end up in the same place as well.
I love the term a needle in a haystack. We should just make it a fjord in Norway. I mean, that's there's so many of them.
Very scannable.
You pick one, it looks perfect with what you're looking for, and still you're 400 kilometers off. I mean, it's just, Norway do be like that sometimes. But now let's see what round number 2 has to offer.
That is Norway being Norway, and I don't think I need to stop at all here. There's not much to look at. We kind of have the car here. They would probably look at it and realize, might be Europe. I mean, usually the default guess you do in a European forest is Slovenia, if it's like mountainous and you are driving to a forest. But this climate doesn't really strike me as it.
Yeah, because we have Kratzer in Croatia, we have Clement looking north in Spain here, so they're really far apart in this. But again, I mean, as you're saying, no signs, not a whole lot on the gravel, really limited what you have to go by here. Let's see. Kratzer still hovering Croatia, now in Slovenia. We'll see if he commits. It's gonna go, and it's gonna be even further south, Montenegro. Bit of a blunder, round 2, 3,300 damage, puts Clement in an awkward position.
Yeah, for those out there at home saying, oh, they didn't look at the sky, there was a rift, surely. No, sometimes you don't have it, and in this occasion we didn't have it. And now we are on this third road.
Is it a specific one? Is it one of those everyone knows this one type roads?
It could be. It is.
Okay.
I gotta be the nerd and say it's 2022 copyright.
Oh.
So this coverage has been taken 3 years ago.
Recognizable for
at least
veteran players. Kratzer sitting in the western parts of Australia. We'll see if he's gonna commit to that. Clement initially hovering east, going down towards Denmark. That's funny because there's Denmark in southern Australia. I don't think he's gonna go into the city. He'd get my respect if it did, but seemingly he's a bit further east.
Yeah, I mean, in Western Australia, you get a lot of these red dirt. Like, if the red sticks out, you always consider Western Australia.
Yeah.
In this case, I am not too sure if we even are there.
What is Clement looking for? He's hovering all of the nature, literally looking at like foresting formations and whatnot. He's not looking at the roads themselves, but now, as you can see here, the very tiny white roads on his screen. Hard to make out on our screens, but he's trying to find the perfect lineup here. Kratzer further north, though.
And it's not only on our screens, it's also tough to spot them sometimes on their part, but Clement had the right vibe.
Incredible guess by him. It took 3,000 damage, but just like that, goes 3,000 in return. I was worried for him for a second there that might be too hard of a comeback to make happen, but able to do so right there. Now, game somewhat even again, though, still with Kratzer up by 500 health.
And now we are in a kind of hilly area here.
That's all we're gonna get, a kind of hilly area.
Yeah. I mean, there's
is that your expert
a couple buildings I was trying to figure out. They looked a bit Baltic to me, but the Baltics are generally set more flat. There are some hilly parts towards the east of them.
Kratzer looks for the antenna. Anything to go by on that?
Not really. I wouldn't say that helps in this occasion, at least.
Roger that. They both looked, but both of them also very quickly looked away again. So makes sense. I mean, Clement put his map initially towards Latvia. So, I mean, your hunch on the Baltics makes sense. Kratzer only now opening the map. He's going towards the Lithuania, hovering the Latvian border as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple birch trees. I just saw them, which is also kind of confirming that we are a bit more in a northern, colder climate.
I can see some white flowers. Does that mean Estonia guaranteed? Is that what it is, right? White flowers means Estonia Central Troll?
Toby, if this is Estonia, it is confirming it. I don't think it is, but if it is,
we'll see.
We'll stick by that.
Maybe a bit of a hedge here for Kratzer going on the border. Might as well go Latvia in this one, because it is going to be all the way up there. Clement actually was, as I said before, hovering Latvia initially. Ends up going Poland, and it comes to cost him. Now down to 1,400 health in game number 2 as we head into round 5.
Yeah, they both weren't sure at all about the country there.
This could have been Jönköping today. We came in on the train earlier today. There were people on the beach all over the place enjoying the sun, having a good time.
This is helpful here. Let's start it.
Let's see if that's info they go by. Or if it won't be maybe the instant hub up. We'll see. Clement spinning around. At least instantly has a vibe. We're going out on the peninsula in Mexico.
Yeah. A lot of these countries in Latin America, especially Mexico, have those circular electricity counters. A very, very small but strong clue.
Is there info you can get on them? Like just like you have on the poles in Japan and whatnot, is there like region specific info on that, or is it just
No, yeah. It will give you the country, but there's no region specific counters in Mexico.
Let's see. Clement opts to go into the bay more so. Kratzer still hovering, actually looking for a city specific. He might have something here.
Yeah, I mean, we have some land sticking out on both sides. being right next to the water makes it very scannable.
It is a bit of a bay, and it both goes out on the southern side, but I'm not sure those mountains in the south are going to be close enough for that to be the case. Now looking further south, you can see they're scanning the coastline. It's a very unique landscape with the bay kind of being engulfed on both sides. Now, though, timer is going to run all the way out, and it was in between them, right in the middle. Actually, maybe where Kratzer was looking initially. I'm not sure. Nonetheless, though, great round for Clement to strike back. And now things are evened again, coming in to round number 6.
Yeah, very, very interesting round there. As we go over to this, oh wow, this looks beautiful.
Beautiful mountains. Wouldn't want to drive those roads, but the mountains are pretty.
Yep.
We get some red in there as well. I mean, does that go easy peasy, know exactly where it is? Or what are you thinking here?
Not sure. I thought it's Chile.
Okay.
It could be Argentina, but I'm more on the Chile side here.
What makes you say that? You gotta be specific. You can't just say vibes.
You don't want to hear it, but I'm gonna say it.
Go for it. Go for it.
Vibes.
Vibes. Oh. I hate that I appreciate you saying that too, because it makes so much sense. For new players, you might not get it, but when you've played thousands and thousands of locations in GeoGuessr, so you just, I mean, as you're saying, you're getting a vibe. You go like, this feels chill, and then you go with it. And oftentimes, I mean, if you're experienced enough, it tends to be right. But of course, these guys playing are much more than just their vibes. They need to get these locations locked down. Argentina, Chile, two massive countries, and with a 3.5 times multiplier, and both of them sat around 1,500 health, this round could easily be the final one.
Yep, and especially like these red-ish mountains puts you more, I would say, towards Argentina. I didn't see it when I was scanning, that we have more mountains in the distance there, which have this very red tint.
Yep, close to one another, at least to some extent, but Clement, what a lockdown. Great guess on his part, able to take game number 2 as well. What an incredible guess by him, and there was no second guessing there. You saw he locked in, initially didn't want to fully confirm it, but he was sat there leaning back going, this feels right, don't second guess, stick to your guts. That's what gives you good line experience, getting those sort of wins.
Yeah, definitely. He looked very confident on a couple of rounds, especially also the Australia round, where he was scanning along the whole south coast of Western Australia. You only do that if you really know we gotta be here somewhere, and then you start looking for these tiny roads to find the right one.
First land round, or first land game 1. There's something to be said about that. He'll be able to remember that one, going, of course, up against his good friend as always. A good time. But now, as we head into game number 3 with a 1-1 score, we're going back to moving once more, where, according to statistics, it's Kratzl's game. We'll see, though, if with a little momentum coming from that no-move game we just had here, potentially our main man Clement can do something about that.
Definitely. Confidence can help you occasionally.
Let's see.
As we start off in this round, I will give it a quick pan and look what we have. We have these wooden block signposts, which are very commonly found in this country, and this red brick architecture as well. So, I'm pretty sure they will know the country, but not a country where you will find a lot of information, actually.
Bolivia, no curved wooden poles, at least not right now. But still, Clement is going to instantly send it further north than where Kratzer is.
Kratzer has the right town there on the sign, I feel. And it looks very good as well. I mean, the area makes sense.
It's hovering around. He was so fast. Okay, Clement!
Clement actually was right on it. I think the first letters...
Was that a plonk and just the most incredible precision ever? Or what do we have here? What a guess to kick things off. I mean, if there's any way for you to get momentum going, coming into a moving game against your comrade and Kratzer, that is exactly how you want to start things.
Definitely. And those who watched the first game already know what this beautiful pole will indicate with these holes and the square shape.
We've been there a couple of times already.
Yeah. Know the country, but that is not what it's about in this moving game. It's more about to know where you are in the country.
Let's see Kratzer trying to get out on the main road as fast as possible. Able to get info quickly, but Clement sending it early. This time around far towards the northern borders of Thailand. Kratzer still hovering south. Might have something on the blue sign there.
Yeah, very interesting that Clement did put on the pressure here. It was very mountainous, which you commonly found in the north, but he gave Kratzer the extra time to find the right road.
And that's the danger of the quick guess. And this is a repeat of what we saw in the previous game with Clement quickly losing points. We saw him also come back from that, though, so let's see if he can do it for a second time in a row.
very difficult to judge when to put the pressure on.
For sure.
And when to just
perfect
and look for
info.
stuff.
5k info can be just one click away, and you never know. So when you try to put the pressure on, you just hope, please let this be dead end. I mean, please let there be nothing worth value on this road. And Kratzo, all he needed was that one blue sign, it seemed, and he knew exactly where he was headed.
Yeah, and I just zoomed on everything besides the important stuff. Here we have a CDMX taxi, the pink taxis, which
When in
you
doubt.
find around Mexico City.
One of the first things I ever learned in this game was when in doubt, go Mexico City. And well, Clement's done it. Kratzo is going to do it, and they're going to be right at the target with this one as well. There you go, 46 damage. A skippable round, so to speak, as we head on into the next one, round number 4.
And let's see what we have up next. We have these bollards, which are very helpful.
Definitely. Let's see who's going to get the info down fast. The country might be guaranteed based on the bullets, but at this level of play, that ain't nowhere near enough. If Ecuador, Clement instantly zooms towards it, but wants more specific info to go with.
Are we actually, though?
That's where Clement is looking.
Because I've seen these bollards in south of Santa Cruz in Bolivia, and I was considering if we are there.
Kratzo thinks so too. Opts to go down towards the south. If he locks in here, he might be able to catch Clement off guard. Now zooms out, finds it as well. So good reset on his part, should this be correct. They are in and around the same mountain stretch. And actually getting closer and closer together. A bit of a hand in the air for Kratzo there, though. So maybe not too satisfied with this guess. We'll see as the timer runs out who's going to be right on this one. And it's going to be Kratzo. Incredible, as you can see in his reaction, too. Maybe even closer than he thought he was going to be. And Clement now down to just 800 health.
Yeah, that was a very shaky game for Clement. He wasn't right with the country. That always puts you off.
Yeah.
As soon as you realize.
Land jitters, what can I say? It gets tricky. It gets very, very tricky as we go into round number 5.
And this is a country that got released right before last year's EMEA.
Kazakhstan.
It was Kazakhstan.
I know my white cars. Some of them, not the Namibian ones, but I'll get there eventually.
I mean, for this year, it is Namibia, for those who don't know. Namibia just got coverage a couple days ago. We could, in theory, see it today.
Technically could. The East Coast, West Coast, Africa, hard times could become a thing. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. But of course, Kazakhstan, while there is not extensive coverage of the country, still a country big enough that if you're on the wrong end with a 3x multiplier, you might as well write GG in the chat, because you could be in for a hard time.
Exactly. I mean, in this case, we have mountains, which you don't see in a lot of places in the country. They're usually along the south. You also have some hilly parts in the east, but there you have a different season, so therefore we should be somewhere along the south, which is still a very long stretch.
Definitely. Definitely. If you can hear the cheering in the background, there's of course multiple events going on here at Glitch. It's a great place to be, so if you have a chance to swing by, make your way down here. As this round, both the players very close to the target here once more. Clement able to stay afloat at his 800 some health, but he needs even more of that if he wants to be able to bring this one home coming into round 6.
Round 6, and it is a country that we didn't have before, I think. Yep. Concrete slabs. That's something you get to see, and you should consider Asia immediately. But in Asia, there are 3 countries where you get this pavement.
Thai, Philly, Indo.
Exactly. 100 points for Toby, and let's see how many points we will get for the player.
Come on, man, I need more than 100.
In GeoGuessr terms, you should get 5,000 points.
Yes.
You're right. But yeah, it should be the Philippines.
Out of the driveway these guys quickly get, and more info is to be found. Let's see now. Kratzo stopping to look at the smaller signs. Clement, I'm not sure if he didn't see this intersection or if he just opted to send it further forward down the other end of the road. But now, within region of info, question is the storefront going to give him what he needs?
Usually it does. Philippines is also a country where you get a lot of information on pretty much everything that has text on it.
Exactly.
You very often get the province names. And there are actually a lot of provinces.
There are.
81, 82 in the Philippines. So that will rule out a lot of areas as soon as you find the right one. But it was on Palawan. And that's a great guess by Clement.
Good guess on his part. That's going to be enough for him to win game number 3. What an incredible guess. I'm not sure if that was the 3-seeders there. There is something about the 3-seeders on one of the islands. He found a specific looking one. Could have been the intel that he needed. But Kratzo, not the loss that he was hoping for. That's yet again a case of him being ahead of an early game mistake by Clement, but Clement able to turn it around.
Yeah, he kept his calm there. You could really see he didn't really look stressed. I mean, I would have been stressed if I was Clement, especially in a moving game against Kratzu. Him being this far ahead, but yeah, very well played, getting Palawan right there.
Definitely back into no move we go. Siggy said earlier that we were NMPC guaranteed. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not as we get into this one. Kratzo needs to win this one or Clement will take it 3-1. What a turn of events here. And if Clement wasn't land proven already, I feel like these 2 first wins for him have definitely made him that.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, in this occasion, I think this is breaking a lot of predictions.
Oh yeah.
Clement winning the second moving game.
Definitely.
But let's see how we will continue now.
Let's get into it.
Ready.
Let's get into it into this matchup as we head into round number 1. Potentially the last one of this matchup.
It could be, and we don't see anything on the car. We don't have much to work with.
Love when you say it.
But it's a very flat landscape, this dirt road, these bushes along the road. That will give you a vibe.
Kratzo singing to himself a little bit there, maybe trying to keep calm. Not in a situation he had potentially predicted coming into this matchup. Now playing from behind against his half-countryman in Clement.
And we have Kratzu hovering over northern Argentina.
What do you look for here, Gelotus? Is it mountain ridges or?
Yes, yes, definitely. I mean, that's something in Argentina that you usually do, looking for these ridges, especially ridges. There are a lot of them in Argentina. And combined with the seasons and with the foliage, you can rule out a lot of the areas, but we really don't see any elevation, I feel like.
Kratzo is central north. Clement is still a bit further down south, of course. It is round 1, so multipliers aren't that high, but Clement, incredible guess, was further north initially. Opted to go a bit south and 2,000 damage done to Kratzo to kick things off. He was playing way ahead just a couple of rounds ago, and now, well, now he finds himself in the hot seat here. Needs to turn this one around against Clement, but as we said, coming into this matchup, and they broke it down on the desk as well, if there's a guy who can make things happen when playing from behind, that's Kratzo.
Definitely. And now we see the car. Will help you a little bit. We see the Black Google car, which isn't in a lot of countries, especially on Gen 3. But
I was going to say, this doesn't look like Jordan.
Ooh. But nonetheless, we have a continent split here.
Okay.
As one being in Argentina and one in Malaysia.
It always terrifies me a bit when they zoom in that far, because that makes me instantly think, wait, they know something. He's onto something here. Clement might be, but if he's gonna be wrong, that whole win, that whole, I mean, ooh, locks it in. Locks it in, chat. What are you thinking? Viewers in Jönköping, what are you thinking here? Kratzo, 7 seconds to go, is sat in Malaysia. Is he gonna confirm? Timer runs out, and he's gonna be right
Malaysia.
on it.
Wow.
And he's gonna take it.
It's gonna be game already.
Win. 2,000 damage taken in round 1. 7,000 damage done in round 2. What a turn of events. And just like that, thank you, Siggy. We are going an NPC.
That was an incredible roll. I wasn't sure at all.
Wow.
I must say, I was in Argentina first. And then I looked around at the 40. I was like, something is off. I wasn't sure. It was a 50-50.
Go into their minds. What are they seeing? What makes them guess what like they did here?
I mean, we had Clement guessing like that northeastern pocket of Argentina where you get a lot of red soil, which we had. I mean, if you combine that with the car as well, that will make you consider that. But I think Kratzo used more the foliage here.
Well, dear and beloved viewers in Jönköping, we are 1 game into the EMEA Major and we're already in NMBC. Let's make some noise for Clement and Kratzo as we get this final game going of game number 1 between these two players. Round 1, and of course for the dear new viewers out there, NMPC. No move, no pan, no zoom. What you see here is all you get.
Exactly, and we are not looking around
Don't
here.
touch the
We
mouse.
will
Press
just
start.
start around because this is what they see, so we don't deserve to see more.
Exactly. I mean, I do. I need it. NPC and me, we ain't good friends, but this is all they get. You can't zoom. You can't spin around. All you can do is the physical zoom of putting your face closer to your monitor. These are the pixels you get to work with, so make the most of it.
Yes, exactly. And I would say this makes it also a bit more interesting to commentate because I have no idea where we are.
Ooh,
I mean, we have
okay.
a very red soil again, and these fences combined makes me think Brazil, but why do we have bamboo sticks there?
Well, that's where you're the analyst and I'm the play-by-play, right?
I was trying to pass it over to you, Toby. Didn't you also grind a little bit? Come on now.
Oh, yeah, true, I did. We're not in Kenya. I mean, we might be because Kratzer just put his marker there. But bamboos, red soil,
I could
Brazilian-looking
like
sticks.
Thailand, maybe?
Clement? I mean, I was thinking East initially. I thought to myself Cambodia, but not that I know why. But again, vibes. But I have no clue of how that makes sense. Clement, though, now is going to go Brazil. Kratzer is the Philippines. It's going to go back to Kenya. We're in 3 different continents. And Kratzer, 76 kilometers off, and little will Clement know how close he was to practically taking no damage in that one. What an insane back and forth this matchup has been. We start off with a game that goes all the way to round 10, and then from there on, it's just been heavy hit after heavy hit. Oh my lord, what a game, and what a cute
that
dog.
round, Kenya makes a lot of sense with everything we had, but we didn't really see the car, and in this case...
We see a dog.
We see a dog.
And it's cute. Its tail is waggly. It's heavy for the Google car. Or maybe it's barking and really intimidating. We'll see. But Clement, my man, if you've never been on land pressure before, well, here you are. 1,284 points away from losing to Kratzer. But again, it's been such a back and forth that I feel like momentum isn't really in anyone's favor. You'd argue that with the lead that Kratzer has now, you go his way, but it really has been back and forth. Colombia is where Clement is going to go. We'll see if Kratzer ups to follow.
I mean, with this very green, lush, rolling... I don't want to say hills, it is mountains. Rolling mountains, it's a very Colombian typical.
Good guess for Clement. It's the slow comeback. You know, I say that, but still 1,600 damage. Very, very good thing going for him as we now go into round number 3. No sub 1k damage hits in the last 6 rounds of play.
And I would say we jump right into it here. Again, not much to work with. We have a pretty good landscape overview, and we also have this very atypical pavement.
What's the instant Mexico send? Is that the pavement?
I would say the road. Okay. The road looks very Mexican, yes. Especially with those stones graved into it. That is a very Mexican thing to do. But a country that's kind of hard to read, I guess.
Clement went up towards the north. Kratzer initially wasn't there, but opts to go up and join him. We'll see if he's going to change out of the rank or if he's going to opt to stick around. There's a bit of distance in between them, but once again, in back-to-back rounds, Clement strikes back, and just like that, we're even once more.
That is insane. Clement has some very, very strong guesses.
4,700 damage taken just 2 rounds ago. And here we are in round 4 and things are practically tied.
And for those at home who want to learn, we talked about the single lane earlier, which is very commonly found in Canada. And given the landscape, I would say we are maybe in British Columbia.
Could definitely be. Save this image. It's a screensaver as beautiful as any other. Maybe not so much road and more trees and mountains, but nonetheless, BC is where Kratzer is headed. Clement ain't that far east. I mean, he's still in BC, but further east of Vancouver. Now you have Kratzer going all the way out on the island, yeah.
I mean, it's also, British Columbia got a lot of new coverage in the last couple of years. It did extend a lot. I mean, it was definitely a province that was easily learnable, but you just could learn every route, but that's not the case anymore. There's so much new stuff.
And you can only take so much away from like initial mouse hovers and whatnot, but it seems like Kratzer kind of wants to go further east. At least looking like, is there any reason I should be further east than where right now my vibes is telling me I am, you know?
Yeah, usually, especially, again, we have a big body of water. Usually you see the players scanning for it, but in this case, they don't even know where within the province to guess.
Both sat at 1,200 or less.
And it is the US, and Clement was initially in the US. I saw him hovering there. I mean, I gotta give him credit for that.
Round.
But wow.
Your average California round, I suppose. Tricky one though. First time we see both of them being off. There has been mistakes made, but one has always been able to punish the other. This one is the first time we see both of them off target as we head into round number 5.
Round number 5, and I will not give you the zoom on the pole because they
don't do it.
Cannot do it as well. Who has the better side? Who has the better eagle eye here to spot that? As we are passing a mountain, we're pretty much on top of it.
Don't lean left, don't lean right, or you'll be tumbling for kilometers on end. Kratzo looking towards Indonesia. Clement joining him as well, but initially not on the same island. Seems like now they might be.
Yeah, I don't really know what to use here. I mean, usually in East Java, you kind of have these very flat valleys and then sticking out mountains out of nowhere, which you don't see here. That's part of why they consider more the west of Java, I feel like. Now you would say, why Java? Why not the other islands? Hey,
it's enough to pick
it could be, but I feel like especially a coverage like this, with this foliage, with passing these mountains, Java makes a lot of sense to me.
Clement is further east, and if one of them gets, I mean, obviously not 5k, but close to target, that could still, with this be enough. Oh, Kratzo looking towards the western border of Thailand for a moment, but it is all the way up on the very northwestern tip towards Banten, and it's going to be 1,000 damage still. That's what Indonesia does to you.
It's a lot of damage. I mean, if you look at it.
You're so close to each other. You're on the same island, and still it's 1,000 damage. But now, round number 6 is upon us. 232 health for the Dane, and this is what he gets to work with.
Toby, this is all we have, and we jump right into it.
What's the scooter
I don't know if
here?
Clement likes this round or hates it with 232 health left.
It's dangerous, man.
And also, I don't know why we are driving on the left here.
Hard Eastern Cambodia for Clement, at least initially. Is this a quick send to try and change the tempo a bit? Maybe catch Kratzo off guard. Kratzo yet to even open his map at all.
Yeah, I was also in Cambodia with my first guess, but why are we driving on the left? We should be driving on the right in Cambo, but maybe
we don't know what the scooter driver
the car is passing by, something like that.
I was going to say, we don't know what the scooter driver had for breakfast, so we can't tell necessarily. But water in play, you get a little bit of foliage, not too much. It seems overall somewhat dry outside of the one body of water that we have moving. Do you like the eastern region guess here? What do you think? I mean, Clement is moving further and further west by the second.
I gotta be honest, I don't like it too much, because I feel like those very flat landscapes don't appear that often in the northeast.
Fair enough. 5 seconds to go.
A hill visible somewhere.
Border to the Thailands, and Clement all the way out towards the east. Still, this should be game, and it probably will be, both of them off country, but it's going to be enough for Kratzo to take the comeback win and win over Clement 3-2. But you can tell on his face, that's not the proudest win he's ever had.
I mean, we mentioned the car driving on the left. I'm sure the players also saw it, because you could tell a bit by their facial expressions that they were sure something is wrong here. Maybe that's also why Clement went with an extreme to the northeast, because it didn't feel like the usual Cambo. We will find out from them.
One thing's safe to say, though, if this match that we just saw is any sort of testament to how the EMEA Major will unfold, we are in for a wild ride, because what initially looked, at least to me, and probably to you as well, like a pretty even match, playing all the way to round 10, yes, Kratzo came out victorious, but everything from game 1 and out, chaos unfolded. So incredibly good guesses coming through from the both of them.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't really sort this game in any category, but because it felt like they were always on the same spot, and then they split continents, and then they were together again, and then they split continents. So something really came down to those very hard rounds where they really had to use their noggins.
Such a tricky game, but who better to talk about that than the players themselves, and of course the amazing desk. So Pala, I go with you guys.
Thank you, Toby and Jalotris. Guys, let's give it up for Special K himself, Mr. Kratzo. Congratulations on the W. Kratzo, let me just get your initial feelings and thoughts right now coming off that win.
Yeah, it was a lot of unexpected guesses and a lot of multi-merchanting in a way, in another way, and then a lot of times I clicked on the right spot and then I move away because I try to scan or I overthink about the locations. Fortunately, in the end, I got lucky with that guess because we were both in the wrong country. This is what we call a wrong country challenge that we used to do that with Clement, genuinely in 2v2s, but we weren't planning to do it for the tournament, but it happened. It was a very, very, very tight series. I'm just happy I won, but I'm a bit sad for Clement as well because I know he's a great player and he would have deserved to go further.
Kratso, before I hand over the questioning to my analyst, one other one from myself. One of the stories that we had before the match was you and Clement's friendship. How was it to actually play against him? Was it tough to try and beat a friend?
No, because I'm mentally prepared. I was mentally prepared to think that Clement was just the one guy I have to beat on stage. Before the game, I am very friendly. After the game, I am very friendly. During the game, I try to imagine Clement as a very hard enemy that I want to beat absolutely, you know. And that's how I try to think during the game. Sometimes it did not go well, but in the end, I win.
Exactly. In the end, you came out on top. GC, over to you.
Kratsu, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
One question for me. I think a key round was the Kenya round, NMPZ. You want to talk us through that one? That one won you a lot of points and maybe ultimately won you the match.
Well, I was afraid to get merged and it almost happened on the NMPZ with the Kenya round. I immediately fought Thailand, and then with the soil color and the trees in the background, and I mean the combination of everything looked more. I don't know. I saw the Kenya in my head, and I couldn't get out the Kenya out of my head. I tried to consider Philippines and Thailand, but I couldn't. No, it was Kenya to me. But yeah, I see Clement guesses in Brazil. It makes sense as well with the soil and the bamboo and of everything around. I just didn't have the vibe. Yeah.
Great guess. Well done.
Yeah, I would like to ask you about your feelings during the game, because it looked like you would take that third game. You know, the moving game was very, very dominant by you, but then in the last round he did find a Palawan tuk-tuk in the final seconds of that round, and that's how he won. And how did you feel after losing that one? Because it was looking so good for you, and then you had to win 2 games, and NMPZ especially against Clement.
Well, I felt like MK against me, right? When I merchanted him like this, I felt like it was, you know, how life decided to punish me, and you know, you need to keep strong mentally. It's not over until it's not over. I mean, until it's over. Sorry.
Yeah, we just saw. We just saw.
It's not over until it's over. Yeah, and then I just try to focus and restart mentally my brain and go for 2 wins in a row. Yeah,
definitely worked. Yeah.
Kratso, congratulations. You move ahead in the tournament. Is there anything, before we let you go, that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home, or any of the fans and friends in the arena as well?
Well, thank you everyone for following the tournament, and thank you everyone that is supporting me for the tournament. It's always great to see people sending messages with a lot of love, and yeah, I have a lot of friends in the community, and I'm sure that they will keep supporting me against Blinky. I will need them, as it is a very tough matchup. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, huge matchup up next. Kratso, congratulations once again. You can now relinquish yourself of the headset, head off, go get some rest and relaxation. Always a pleasure to chat to a player in a victory. And yeah, I mean, perhaps we can follow on from that final point now, and especially confirming it when we see the bracket. So Kratso will be playing Blinky. GC and Ziggy, GC, starting with you. What are your thoughts?
He's done it before. He's done it before. That's all I'll say. But you know, it's nobody wants to be playing against Blinky. You know, he's one of the hardest opponents out there, maybe the hardest. But Kratsu has done it before. He'll feel confident after winning the game like that. He's looking in great form. He's got a chance.
Ziggy?
Yeah, I mean, it also was already hard for him in the best-of-3 format last year, but now he's playing in the best-of-5 format, and that is really what Blinky likes to see. You know, 2 moving games secured for sure. So he definitely has to show his best of today, tomorrow, and don't make any mistakes he did today, tomorrow. But it is not impossible, but it's going to be hard.
Absolutely not impossible, but it's going to be very, very tough. With that said, let's take a look at our schedule for the rest of the day. So one match down, 3 more to go. And up next, it will be Streffen versus Marder. Yeah, that will be taking place very shortly. Another action-packed matchup. And guys, that can be enough from us for now. Let's head to a short break. And when we return, yeah, we will have Streffen versus Marder. Do not go anywhere.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the Manhunt. The time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
Shiba is committed to responsibly sourced fish and supports coral reef restoration. Shiba, buy now.
Every step of the way, I ain't losing this race. I'm ready to go. And it can be legendary.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Small city thinking, I get why you left. Small-minded people sure know how to drink. I came to the party, I laughed at the jokes you made. I wish that I hadn't, 'cause now the joke's on me. I didn't come here just so I could watch you make a mess. I didn't come here to ugly cry in my favorite dress. So what the hell were you thinking then when you kissed your lips? Now I'm kinda glad you did, 'cause now you adore me, adore me. Go ahead now, adore me, adore me. Little did I know she wanted you alone. I thought she was over you, but I guess I was wrong. I came to the party, I laughed at the jokes she made. I wish that I hadn't, 'cause now the joke's on me. I didn't come here just so I could watch you make a mess. I didn't come here to ugly cry in my favorite dress. She thought she could tear us apart when she kissed your lips. Oh, what a plot twist. 'Cause now you adore me, adore me. Go ahead now, adore me, adore me. Oh, so cruel.
heart of mine for the longest time. Slow dancer, you stun me up with all your romancing, and it's making me weak like no one else, like there's no one else in the world. I'm under your spell, baby. This is our time. The dance floor is jumping, move me tonight. Boy, you got something that makes me feel like I'm at the top of the world. Spin me around and around, and this is our time. The dance floor is jumping, move me tonight. Boy, you got something that makes me feel like I'm at the top of the world. Spin me around and around, yeah. Dance with me. The music is making me so dizzy. I need to give in to the strong rhythm, 'cause I'm beginning to break free. Be here with me. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Be here with me. This is our time. The dance floor is jumping.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 EMEA Majors. One match down, 3 more to go here on day 1 of 2. And up next, it's Stefan versus Mada. Poland versus Italy, and it should be a banger. Our first matchup of the day was very exciting. We went to NMPZ. I wonder if it will happen again. I'd love to see it, but you never know. This is, after all, competitive GeoGuessr, where the best of the best come to show out. My name's Paula, I'm still your desk host, still joined on the desk by my 2 wonderful analysts. We've got geography challenges and, of course, Ziggy as well. Guys, you hyped for this second matchup of the day?
I'm very, very hyped. I think we've got a lovely clash of styles here, almost.
Okay.
Stefan, very focused. Mada, maybe a little bit more emotional, kind of rides the wave of the feeling and the emotion to propel himself to kind of get to the info or make the guesses he wants to make.
Yeah, I think we already saw an amazing match in the first one, but I think, yeah, you said clash of styles. I would say that as well. We see a clash between a moving, focused player, somebody like Mada, who also put that as his favorite mode, and somebody like Stefan, you know, who is more of a no-move player, but he also had a very impressive win rate in moving in the World League, so he can't be underestimated in that mode.
Guys, I like the sound of this, and we will no doubt delve deeper into these details very shortly. But for now, though, let's bring up our bracket and remind everybody at home about exactly what is going on. Yeah, if you missed it just earlier, about 10 minutes ago, Kratzo came out on top of Clement. Now we'll have Stefan versus Mada, and then we'll have Harrier versus Lenley later today, and we'll finish off with Captain versus Pan. Then you can see our playoff bracket at the top of the screen. Kratzo earned his spot against Blinky. That's tough competition. Then we've got Finbar, Consus, and Debre also waiting in those quarterfinals. Yeah, amazing tournament ahead of us. And yeah, let's start breaking down exactly what is next in Stefan and Mada. Guys, I want to delve a bit deeper into this, talk about styles. You sort of touched upon it lightly, GC, but can you give us some more details about the opposing styles and how they could play out on the server today?
Well, Mada has played on LAN before, and he's been very good on LAN before. He likes to interact with the crowd a bit. He likes to get the vibe behind him. That's how he thrives, I believe. Stefan, Ziggy, I think a little bit more locked in,
Yeah, I
more
think
focused.
he's more like a stone cold killer, really. He's
Okay.
there. He's not there to play around. He's there to win, and it really shows. So it has really worked out really well in the World League. I think he's made an impressive run in the middle of the World League. It looked like he just kept winning, and people were realizing, wait, this guy might be a force to reckon with in the future. So he's already made a name for himself. So let's see if he can, confirm that one, because he is the 5th seed after the 4 people that are waiting in the quarterfinals. So he's right there with Finbar. So. Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Mada.
Absolutely not. A lot of talent on the server right now. And why don't we hear from our players themselves, Streffen and Mada?
I think I'm the favorite, but I don't think it's going to be an easy game.
He's a very good player. He did really well in the World League. Definitely a scary opponent for me.
I think that Mada is a better moving player than me, so I will have to try and hold my own against him there. But if I can, then I think I can beat him. I've already managed to win against him in the World League, so I think I can do it again.
I think that it is hard to play against a person that is so consistent in the game. He does few blunders, and I tend to do them a bit more, so kind of hard for me to come up on top on this game. But I think I will try my best as usual, and hope for a good result.
Some great details from our players there. One that was new to me, I must have missed this, but Streffen beat Mada in the World League. Do either of you have any details on how that went down? Is there a chance that it plays out similarly here? Starting with you, GC.
I actually failed to recall the specific game, but it could play out again. I think Mada touched on something that he's maybe slightly more error prone. That could lead to another rollercoaster rematch as we had in the previous one. Ziggy,
what about yourself?
I mean, he was a bit harsh on himself there. He said he's making a lot of blunders, Streffen doesn't, but given the rounds we just saw, I think they were not that easy, so it could go either way. And we also, by the way, I mean, Clement won in the World League, and now we saw Kratzu coming up on top. Maybe those 2 moving games really in his favor there. This time, though, Mada also better than moving, so we could see the same thing happen, really, where you win in the World League and you lose on the stage.
Yeah, online, LAN, so many different factors, and one of them being you have to do pre-match interviews. Toby, down to you on the sidelines.
Thank you so much, Paula. Yes, I'm joined by Mada and Streffen, ready for this second match of the EMEA Major to get kicked off. Gonna come over to you first, Mada. You have experience in this field before. How do you feel coming into today's game?
I'm really happy. I'm just super happy to play. I'm gonna enjoy the game, try to be as positive as possible. I also want to say that I want a huge help from the crowd, guys, because it's gonna be needed. And I will try to, get you in.
There you go, getting the crowd ready and going over to you, Streffen. First time in front of an audience. I think you surprised many people with how well you played in the World League coming here. How do you feel now going up on stage here against Mada?
Well, I don't feel quite as well as at home, I would say, but I hope I still play well enough to take the win.
Is there anything in particular you've done in preparation to go up against Mada in this matchup? Any weaknesses of his that you tried to exploit, or maybe some strong suits of you that you're really honing in on?
Yeah, I've worked more so on myself, tried to, get as strong as possible. I don't really notice my opponent that much. I just try to play my game.
Makes perfect sense. And for you, Mada, I think many people in the scene that has followed you for a long time, they see you as a very emotional player. When things go well, they go really well. When you get frustrated, sometimes small mistakes happen. Is there anything you've done coming in now in a live environment in front of the crowd to maybe focus in on your gameplay and whatnot for this matchup to come?
Nah, today I don't care about gameplay. I'm just gonna try to hype up the crowd as much as possible, and yeah, that's gonna be hype,
There you go. The hype is here. The players are ready. The crowd is ready to you. So, Paula, back to you.
Yeah, the hype is certainly here. Thank you so much for our crowd coming early into the event. Let's stay on board with Streffen first. We've sort of talked about opposing styles, but I'd like to talk about opposing demeanors here. Ziggy, you touched upon it slightly. You described Streffen as a stoic, sort of stone-cold killer. And he was definitely performing like that in that interview. He seems completely locked in.
Yeah, he just said, I focused on myself. He didn't really care about who he's going up to. He's just, what? I'm gonna try to become the best version of myself for this competition, and He doesn't give up any emotions, really. He just was answering the questions. Meanwhile, Mada was trying to get that, maybe that buff from the audience there. So maybe he can use that to his advantage.
Yeah, GC, we've seen, some people in competitive GeoGuessr come under these bright lights and then suddenly their gameplay disappears. Is there a chance that that happens with Stefan here? Me personally, I'm not seeing it. I think this guy's ready to go.
I think he's got a great mindset. What I would say is the locations we've seen so far have been really, really tough, and they might throw people off the game plan a little bit. So, could happen, but I back him to keep a cool head.
Yeah, and let's not forget that detail. We just saw it up on screen about world rank number 11. Doing a great job, but of course, all to play for. Let's turn our attention, though, to Marder. So going back to my initial point, I know the exact word to describe what I was seeing from Marder, but whatever it was, definitely echoing what we've been speaking about emotions, high energy. All he was talking about was pumping up the crowd. He looked bursting with energy, ready to go, Ziggy.
Yeah, he seems ready to fire, but we shall see. I think the first game will really set precedent here about how the matchup will go. If Mada wins that first matchup, I don't see him not winning the whole matchup, but if that first game might not go his way, we could see, him maybe crumbling. We could see him throwing some Italian signs up. That could always happen.
Italian signs?
Yeah.
That's a new one for me. You're going to have to explain that to me in the green room, Ziggy. That being said, though, if we stay on board, GC, on the same topic with regards to Marder, I think it's a great point Ziggy's making about these emotional style players, whether it's in esports or sports, when it works, it's fireworks, it's awesome. Yep. But when it doesn't, they can suddenly go south, they can let their emotions take hold. Is there any specific way Marder can avoid doing that?
Not to get too focused on the crowd noise, the emotions. Part of you has to lock in, especially on his moving games. As I said with Kratzer, if he can hold on to his moving games, he's got a very good chance.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, this one's ready to go, but can I kind of do that awful Desk Coast nudge where I push you both for official predictions? GC, starting with you.
I'm going Madder on NMPZ.
Oh, okay. We're seeing a second NMPZ today. And Ziggy, what about yourself?
This time I will not predict an NMPZ. I did get it right last
congratulations
time.
on that.
But I got the winner wrong,
by the way.
So yeah. Can't have them all, but this time I'll predict a 3-1 for Stefan, because why not?
Wicked. All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much, as always, for your thoughts. Everybody, it's time to head on over to our casters, Toby and Jalostris. Stefan and Marder, ready to go.
Ready they are. Thank you so much, pal and the boys. Always great to hear your insights on the players about to take the battlefield. And you know what, Jalostris? I'm liking their predictions here. Once again, thinking this one is going to go, if not all the way to NBC, at least we're going to get those 4 rounds guaranteed. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I also had my thoughts about this game, and I was looking back on how they played in the past and all that. And Stefan, especially in the World League, we both saw him play, and he really impressed me. And I would give it to him this game. I think it's a 3-1 for him.
Definitely could be. Definitely could be. I'm just going to say I love the fact that we're starting to see some personality out of these players. There was a camera shyness period in the beginning of GeoGuessr esports getting bigger, but you see now the smile on Marder's face, let alone the fact that he's starting to engage with the audience and all that stuff. They know what to fight for. And hey, if they qualify for Copenhagen, that's going to be an even bigger crowd to try and impress. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Now, everyone, let's make some noise for Marder and Stefan as we get the second match of the EMEA Majors started. It's going to be moving. It's going to be right into it here with round number 1.
Starting off here in a parking lot, I would
What
say.
better place to be?
It is, but we have this, and we have actually some architecture.
Usually we do.
Let's see what they will use here. Will probably make their way out and look for information. It is France. We have an area code, but it is 05.
Is the flag bait? Is it not? It's always a little intimidating with a big flag hovering right in your face. Marder, though, is going to send it. He's going to go quickly towards a city that I'm not going to say because I'm going to pronounce it wrong, and the entire French community is going to get after me. But we'll see if Stefan is going to up to follow. He is. It's going to be right in between, but Stefan a bit closer.
Yeah, they both use the area code here. 05 is pretty much the whole southwestern pocket, or the whole southwest, I should say.
Whole southwest, big area to fill, but they're both able to get some good guesses in as we now go into round number 2.
This is the next one we see. No blue strip. Tell us.
You got whenever you say you gotta follow it up with this is why I made that noise.
I'm just hoping for you to maybe make a guess, but at the same time we want to keep it a bit more interesting.
Okay.
For those at home to maybe guess along.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I see
maybe
how it
leave
is.
some room for you to think where it could be before these players get their plonks down. They are moving down. Stefan is on somewhat of a main road through this city, whereas Mada is playing it a bit more slow and really gaining all the information he has around him. Both valid strategies. I mean, usually if you try to exit a town, you find the town signs to the next bigger cities.
Exactly. Gotta get out of the downtown areas. Usually don't get the good intel when you're in a country as big as this one. Well, intel is everything you need. Stefan, looking at these adverts, TV, I mean, I'm not sure if that's a TV monitor store in the back there, but kind of hovering in on info I wouldn't usually think people to look at. Now going northwest of Moscow, you have Mada way further towards the east, and it's going to be all the way down south.
Oh, I'm surprised it is that far south. I mean, that is urban Russia for you. Very hard to region guess sometimes. Usually the south looks very distinct, but if you're just surrounded by buildings, it can be difficult. And once again, would you look at this beautiful country?
Definitely can be. Let's see here. Round number 3 is upon us. We go tropical here in round number 3 of game 1. As both players instantly start moving their way forward. A lot of text to work with, but do any of them read it is the question.
I can read it.
That doesn't answer my question.
But I need some time. What is it? Gaibama? Something like that?
Valiant effort. I
something that sounds like that.
You tried. Bit further towards the north is Mada, and it's going to come with the reward of being closer to the target as well. 1,300 damage done here in round number 3. Good one for him to start separating himself a bit now, coming into round number 4.
We spawn on a bridge. Again, a type of location where I wouldn't know in which direction to move, but we will find out what their decision is on this one.
It's a coin flip, and sometimes that coin flip can mean win or lose in rounds like these, but they do both opt to go towards the north.
Stefan decided not to.
So good enough, opt to turn around last minute, didn't like what he saw, but actually Mada gets up to a big or somewhat big road pretty quickly here. A lot of info available, instantly hovers towards the north side of New Zealand and locks in as well.
Ooh, and at this point, I mean, Stefan probably tries to get a region guess in, but if you realize that your opponent guesses fast... Oh, and he gets the info right.
He got the info, exactly. I mean, elaborate on what you were just saying there, because it'll make good sense, I think.
Yeah, I mean, usually you want to like go back to spawn and turn around and to see if the player maybe had some information.
If he guessed that fast, he must have seen something I didn't wait. I must have gone the other way, and then he opts to go and find it. But with Mada's quick guess, there wasn't enough time to make that happen. So Mada able to extend his lead.
I will make this pan for Finbar.
Okay.
Specifically.
We'll see if he makes use of it. Finbar, of course, we'll get to see play another time. Mada making making signs out to the audience in great fashion. Not sure what he was saying, but
I think he wants to play.
That's what it is. Tick tack, guys. The game time's going. We're on broadcast. Caster, stop, yap, start game. Stefan is going to go hard southwestern Russia here. We'll see if Mada opts to follow.
But given also the context of what I just said, Finbar is someone who did map the antennas of Russia, which you can use to region guess, and we have a very split guess, and Stefan used it right.
That's a big one. It could be a big enough one. Indeed, it will be.
And that will be game already.
1,000 damage as Stefan claws it back. It's taken right out of the Grazov Clement game. You have one guy get a big lead early on, but that is not enough. Not when you're in a country like Russia and when you're off by that distance.
Yeah, and that's also the Stefan I know. He is... If he knows something right, he just goes for it. I mean, that was a very committed guess. It was all the way at the border.
For sure.
And that will just reward you, especially in a big country like Russia.
He studied the antennas. He knows what to look for, and that gets him up 1-0. over Mada. Fierce competition that he's going up against as we're getting into game number 2. And as you can see on your screens as well, Opera GX, you can join the GX Manhunt and GeoGuessr to win rewards, including gift cards, in-game items, and coins. So go to geoguessr.com/OperaGX to start your hunt. And well, what Mada is looking for right now is the hunt for a win here. And that's, well, that's going to mean him getting out victorious here in no move.
And this is where we start off next. In this mountain pass, looking very beautiful to this valley down there. These road lines are very helpful to get the country right. On a road like this, maybe they will look for a road marker.
Could be.
I don't think we get information very close here.
Mada, first thing he does is look to the sky here. What is he looking for? He's, well, he is going to go South Africa, but what is he looking for when looking up? Is there copyright that you could use for anything in this area?
Yes, especially at this weather, if it's like clear blue, it's very easy to spot the copyright, which will usually tell you the year when this coverage got released. So if you know, for instance, Western Cape got a lot of new coverage in 2023 and you have a 23 copyright, you could consider it. But it's a bit dangerous to use because they can get updated.
When you thought you just had to know the world, now you got to know when the world was photographed. It's not exactly easy, and that's why these guys are the best at the game. They can do these things. Their brains can store plethoras of information that very few other people can. Stefan is going to be the first one to lock in here in game number 2. Mada, 3 seconds left to work with. It's going to stay towards the north. It's going to commit to it. It's going to be closer.
Yeah, very interesting to be up there. You don't see too many big mountains in the northeastern part of South Africa. But the vibes were right on that occasion. And we have this very white blur, which is the low cam we've talked about a couple times. The snow pole can also help, for those who know.
Crowd so heavy this wasn't in his game. No low cam for him. Got him the win as a solid Japanese pole, it seems to me, finds its way towards our screens, and Mada instantly hovering towards Japan. Stefan there to join him up towards Hokkaido. We'll see if he opts to go north with Mada. What are you doing in Bhutan, my man?
We have a little bit of cabbage there.
Oh, he's smiling. You can tell in his face. He said he wanted to entertain the crowd, and he's doing so right
We
there.
have all been there.
While entertaining, though, also giving a small heart attack. So, Mada, I don't know if I appreciate this, my friend. It's dangerous times. A good guess is coming out, both of them. As Mada able to get something going here in round number 2.
And we go over to round 3. We have this very flat agricultural landscape, and we have a certain quality of the camera, which will make you help.
Goat quality.
Goat quality. I mean, we have some very crisp new Gen 4 coverage in this country now.
We do. The issue here being, and we talked about India earlier, how India is not easily deciphered, but the text, I mean, the little alphabet alone can be a pretty good indication. But here we don't have that available at all. So what do you look for instead, Gelotris?
I mean, usually poles are very helpful. Electricity poles are helpful in India. There are a couple states where you have them more or less specific. I think it's never 100% in India, but there are some that are, very reliable. In this case, I don't see any. It looks north to me because it's so flat. Actually, we have some elevation to the distance. So yeah, maybe click middle or a bit north of middle.
Yeah.
Which is also where they end up, especially Mada on the label. I cannot blame him at all.
Intentional plonk for Mada, going right down the middle. As I'm not sure. Okay, that's going to be Stefan close-up. Good guess on his part. He was actually, I want to say, completely on target. Initially goes a bit towards the south. Still, though, 1,700 damage done in round number 3. That's what India can do to you. It looks like you're right next door, but you are, in fact, 1,700 damage off.
Definitely, and that was a very strong guess by Stefan as well, I must say. For India standards, some cows.
Some cows. That's all we get. Cows and foliage may be a good indicator for you on which part or which hemisphere you're in. Could, well, at least eliminate half the planet. That's always helpful. But what are you seeing here? Seeing anything you like?
I mean, especially the foliage looks a lot like New Zealand, I must say.
New Zealand once again, but this one far north too. And we saw it in the Crowd So Clement game where they were both all the way up there towards the very northern peninsula. This time around, seemingly a bit further towards the south, but still up in the region. And it is going to be actually further north than where both of them opted to go, but still great guesses coming through from both Mada and Stefan as things tie up a little bit more here coming into round number 5.
Very good guesses, considering the fact that we didn't have a lot to work with. And it seems like we continue. I mean, you can work with something there.
From not a lot to work with, from a butchered sign. It didn't even need to be blurred on cam because it was just blurred on the sign itself. So what do we have? A palm, always helpful. What else? What are you seeing here, Gelotris? Mada is thinking Hong Kong, okay.
It should be, because we have this antenna sticking out.
Okay.
And it looks like Asia. And I don't know if there's any other country. I mean, we have a little bit in Singapore. You can see a stubby antenna, I think.
Small country, small antenna. That's how it is. As 57 damage will come through to Mada. Stefan is going to be able to maintain his lead here coming into round 6.
Round 6 it is. You can make it out.
Yep.
You can make it out.
There's a somewhat country-specific
that,
sport being lined up for there as well. So
interesting license plate.
How so?
Because it's yellow.
What makes it interesting though?
Because this doesn't look like a place where you usually get yellow license plates, which is the old New York plate. They got rid of the yellows. Don't ask me why. I don't know why.
Could be an old New York car.
Could be.
Maybe he hasn't gone to the car dealership recently, or wherever you get the license plate changed.
There's actually a second one. Maybe it could be like the flat parts somewhere.
Mada is looking towards New York. South of Syracuse, opting to now go a bit further away. Stefan yet to open the map, looking for info, but outside of a football field, potentially outside of a school, there ain't really a whole lot to work with.
Yeah, also I got to mention here, we talked about it earlier, the copyright. I mean, this is 2024, and 2024 is where New York already had the new place, so the mixture could be a clue.
Had this been a soccer field, not a football field, it looked like the school that I went to in Wisconsin, but I highly doubt that would be there. I just feel like I've seen a barn similar to that one before. But then again, barns, US, there's quite a few of them. So we'll see where are we. Mada's going to stay. It is going to be Eastside, Michigan. So while both of them are going to be off,
that is time already.
Okay. My math was not mathing on that one, but what a win. I thought it was far enough in between the both of them that it wasn't going to be enough to bring it home, but multipliers help you sometimes. And that's going to be it. Mada able to bring home the no move.
Yeah, I was not calculating the damage there. I just assumed maybe we are going on to another round here because, again, they didn't look that far apart from each other. But yeah, the more we went into the game, or into the round, I should say, the spread got wider, and even though none of them got it correctly, it was good enough to deal that much damage.
Yeah, that's what multipliers do for you as we make our way into game number 3. We're back to moving once more. Who do you favor moving players between these two coming into this one?
I mean, I would say Mada is more of a moving player. However, Stefan, I feel like he knows how to play against moving players.
Fair enough.
And we start off in this country. Again, a country where the license plates help because of this black dot.
Well, we'll see if they get it. Beautiful mountains there in the distance. Dog crossing the street as well. Always nice to see. Some animals portrayed here in street view. As instantly, of course, they start zooming down the street. Or at least Mada does. Stefan now getting his game going as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty big lake and mountains apart from it, so...
Mada's going southwestern Argentina here.
Yeah. Especially in a country like Argentina, the country looks so big, but if you consider how little towns there are down south with a big lake covered, you know there's not that many options.
Well, let's see if they get it. Stefan potentially wanting to go even further south, but they both got the city proper. Good guesses on their parts, 1 and 2 kilometers out respectively. Very, very good beginning to this game number 3.
And we spawn in a forest.
Japan.
Luckily, yes, we have this very white blur. Do we have some bans for the Japan enjoyers? I don't see any, and therefore I don't see anything we can work with. I mean, usually you need that or
Good thing for them is they get to move up and down the street, so maybe there's something within reach. Mada, is he gonna hover Batanas again? Is that like a Japan thing for him, that every time in Japan he goes Batan just for the memes? I'm not sure.
We'll see. Find out. We will find out.
We'll see. Good info, though. Able to find one of the infamous poles here and instantly goes south.
Yeah, and even though we said Mada is more of a moving player, Stefan did definitely do the right thing here. Not to go bro some other websites, but he went down the hill. That is a very important thing to do if you play moving games. If you're on a mountain, if you're on a hill, you usually try to aim to go down where you find more information.
Makes perfect sense. Even scores here once again, just a couple of kilometers in between the two as we head on in to round number 3.
Yeah, and they have been here before on this big island.
We'll see if they know. See if they know where they find themselves. Smiles on the faces of Mana. Stefan is more cool, full focus, head moving forward. It is an even game, even in score as well. Once again, Mana looks to go to the very northern part of Japan.
It is Hokkaido. It is very flat, and we have the ocean right next to us. Again, a road you could scan for. Rounds like these stress me usually when I play moving, because I don't know, do you want to move further and look for the right information? Do you want to use other stuff? Do you want to line up the mountains? Do you just want to go into the map and scan it and line up the road? There's a lot of options you have, but it seems like they both do like kind of the same approach of doing a mix of both, moving a little bit, scanning, lining up, moving, scanning, lining up, and yeah. Now we get
a lot of info.
A little bit more information, but it is in kanji.
I don't think Mada reached Japanese, and of course, for both of these guys, Hokkaido, big enough island, the big damage can come through. Guesses will come in. Stefan is going to be on point. Mada frustrated about that one. Good thing for him is he wasn't too far off. So only just under 1,000 damage done in this one as we get into round number 4.
Round number 4 it is. We make a quick pan. As this is a moving round, I don't need to explain too much. They will just move away from here anyway, so what's the point?
Valid. We'll see. As it is with moving, perfect info. Could be just one click away, and this was actually...
Saalfeld-Rudolstadt now. Do they know their Landkreise?
I mean, you live in Germany. Where are we headed?
Yep. I mean, the Saal is in that area.
Mada is hovering his hand. Skip, guys, skip, go next. We found this one. None of us are going to get points. Let's increase those multipliers, see what happens. Stefan, though, if he's given 15 seconds, might as well take advantage of them. And he's going to be closer by 1 kilometer. So that's going to net a grand total of 10 damage, which right now might not seem like a whole lot. But we know we have seen games be won by less. So don't laugh at 10 damage. That too counts.
No, not at all. Also, that time wasn't that easy to spot. It was like a little bit hidden. Could have been a chance that someone passed it. So instantly guessing does make a lot of sense there.
It was a whole one click down the street.
I mean, if you go into fast move immediately.
That is true. That is true. That is true.
You know?
That is true. As we go here into round number 5. This time around, maybe a bit more damage coming out as we go back to Thailand.
Thailand with some big mountains, which you see along the west of the country, north and south. So I would say with this landscape, you kind of ignore the eastern part, but it's still a very, very long stretch. And here we could have the crucial information you need. Mile markers
777
are very strong in Thailand, as the roads are somewhat ordered.
Not sure if Stefan missed that info or not, but right now, I mean, at least with what I've seen, Mada seems like he has better info available than Stefan. But then again, Stefan has moved further, so theoretically he has had access to more. So we'll see. We'll see who ends up coming up victorious here. They are both going to go out on the handle of the axe, so to speak here. Looking to go south, and Mada again with the perfect info, just a couple of cities over. Very pleased with that one, hands in the air, getting the crowd riled up as he hits home for 2,000 damage done to Stefan.
Yeah, even though if you don't read the language, the mile markers are very, very helpful to give you the right information. But shout out to Stefan to still get a very good guess down, even though he didn't have that information.
Exactly. Incredible guess coming through for him. Needed as well if he wants to beat Stefan. I think last year everyone would have picked Mada over Stefan, but with how Stefan has been playing this year, he really has been up in his game, and I think impressing a lot of both players and viewers.
And once again, Mada just knows how to get to the right information quick, and that's how you can tell he is a moving player. He just knows where he has to move. Gets that guess down quick, and again, Stefan looks at the landscape, he's looking at the copyright. He spot the sign now, 5 seconds left. He realized there's not enough time to move there and use it. He couldn't click.
No, he didn't click! He didn't get the click down! That's gonna be game.
Click, that will be game. He was trying to, he dragged the map a little bit.
He didn't get
kind
the
of
click
stretched
down
out
in
the
time.
round to the last second.
An unlucky miss on that one, but you know what? We've seen it time and time again. I'm not sure if mistakes happen. I know that, I mean, in any of these cases, whether it be a player mistake, whether it be equipment mistake, they're always going to look through it with the admins to make sure that that nothing wrong happened in the situation. I'm not experienced enough to tell whether that was a player mistake, equipment malfunction, or what it was, but you can see the frustration on the face of Stefan there. But of course the admin's instantly there to make sure that everything here is being done according to the rules.
Yeah, I mean, even like during the
game,
I saw his tabs like opening up and down. There was something fishy, but then again, he was like waiting for the very last second here, and that's
take his time.
Very risky.
And we had it happen last year as well. I mean, I think twice or 3 times during the EMEA Major last year, we had similar things happening where either it was missed clicks or completely off clicks.
Yeah, I mean,
situations like these. So it's not unusual. And I mean, again, of course, we don't know the cause for this particular case, but it's also not unusual to see for first-time LAN players. You know, they're used to being sit at the comfort of their home. That could be jitters. That could be, I'm used to being able to wait for the last second at home, but here, you know, like the tension gets to you, the nervousness maybe allows you, or doesn't allow you to click as fast as you normally would.
No, actually not getting a guess down does happen a lot. I mean, some players made themselves a name for it. One of them is RC. He's known for not getting a guess down a lot of times on different tournaments. But yeah, it does happen. Sometimes you do lose the focus. Sometimes you do risk of making a last click by getting more information in.
You guys are seeing it here as well. The admins are up by the PC to make sure that everything is being done exactly as it should be. And conversation is being had. There you see Lenley. Debra doesn't have time to look into the camera. He's busy writing on his phone. There we go. Hi, Debra. How are you doing, my man? Joining the show. They're saying hello there as well. Everyone there sat. Of course, these guys getting ready for games later today. Lenny and Harry is going to be a good match as well. If you are in the shipping area, make sure to stop by here at Glitch. It's a good time. There's multiple esports taking place, multiple great venues for you to go visit.
Definitely, I can recommend that. And I'm also happy to be here and see those players in person. Because if I would have been in the studio right now, I would have been like looking at the air, and here I can see beautiful faces. I see them chatting there to their friends. Who else is there?
We're just outing everyone. I can see a person eating his French fries. Must have been a big portion.
What are we doing here?
We're of course just waiting for this game to get started, making sure that everything is done according to book. As you can see, the admin team conferring with the players on stage, trying to figure out what to do or what's to happen and whatnot. Because of course, I mean, it has to be said, this was an incredibly important no-click situation, because it is effectively one Mada the round. So of course, had it just been, oh no, I didn't get my 10 points in round 1, maybe we just say, you know what, GG, go next. But in this case, very, very important win for Mada. And for Stefan's case, if it was a mistake by, I mean, obviously equipment, then you do not want to have that sit on you.
Yeah, and if one of the players don't have a guess down, you can't really see where the location was because the map is so far zoomed down. So I don't know if it was the area where Stefan clicked, but I think he was somewhat close, at least close enough to survive the round.
Exactly. So as we have a bit of a yap break here, are there any rounds in particular that we've seen so far where you've been, you know, just, I mean, overly impressed by a guess, maybe a guess based on little info? Instantly, of course, thinking Mada's Thailand round. There was info. I mean, it was pretty good info as well, but maybe not enough to get as close as he ended up getting. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I feel like Stefan is more so using his abilities of making no-move guesses. Especially on the Hokkaido round, you could tell he didn't really aim to find information. He was lining up the road and all that, was looking at the landscape, and he managed to get the right road there. Yeah. That was very impressive, and a very different approach of playing a moving game. But then also they both got the very northern New Zealand round, also very impressive. by both of them.
Definitely was.
Yeah, there has been a good showcase so far, and we will hope to continue with that very soon.
I mean, it has to be. I mean, this matchup alone, it's so funny whenever we do these GeoGuessr tournaments. It doesn't take me more than 1 or 2 rounds into one of the first couple of games of the tournament. I'm like, oh, we've been going for so long, because there's been so much incredible stuff happening. It's like a football game with insane goals every 5 minutes, you know? Like, these guesses that come through, it could be in a round that wins them a tournament. It can be in a round 1. We're always being blessed, and with EMEA in particular, in these tournaments we've seen, with insane level of play. I mean, you've been part of it too, Jalo. Just how does it feel for you to, I suppose, having been part of creating what is now an incredibly high level of play?
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer not to talk about last year's EMEA, especially
Why
on
not? You know what? We have yap time. Let's break down last year's EMEA. How
yeah,
did that
wasn't
go?
great. That wasn't great. I did not play well, and it happens. And if that happens 3 times in a row, then you swap seats and you stand behind the desk.
Wait, does that mean I should be a player? Because I haven't lost the EMEA 3 times in a row.
Hey, you could give it a try.
Oh, I mean, I will very
honestly,
quickly.
It takes, I mean, nowadays, 1 year of grinding is enough to beat any of those players in some rounds.
Okay, in some rounds.
In some games.
If I am outside the house that I grew up in, yes, I could potentially beat even Blinky, and that's not even sure. That's the worst thing. I'm like, you know what, if I get my high school, maybe I could get closer. And then I'm like, you know what, somehow these guys probably know more about areas that I grew up and that I've been than I do. So like they'll find the random dirt road I never walked down as a kid. You know, like all these random things, they will know them. That's how good they are.
Definitely. I mean, it's a game of knowledge, and the more you play, the longer you're in it. Obviously, the players that are at the top right now, they won't be bad next year. They will still know a lot of stuff. So obviously, it is gonna be a hard competition.
Exactly.
At all times.
I'm trying to look over the shoulder of the players on stage, and it seems like headsets are being put back on. It seems like the game is getting back into play. Whether we're restarting the whole thing or whatnot, we haven't heard the final confirm on yet, so we'll hold on to that one for a second. It does say round 1, match 2. So we'll see. We'll see what's gonna happen as these players now with headsets back on are getting ready to get into this game. Because again, it was a very dire situation and a game lost effectively on that one. But we'll see what's gonna happen as we do get loaded. We do go back, I should say, into game number 2 or game number 4, I should say. No move. And we're on a full reset, it would seem. We are full reset. It's 2-1 Marta. And you know what? With that, let's just get this game going.
Yeah, would say so. I mean, we start off with new locations, of course, starting off here.
With a chimney.
Chimney there. Not much to work with. I mean, we have a faded double yellow line, but we have waited for too long. Not much time to look around, and we will let these players do.
Let's see.
Like, they are looking at the car, trying to find some information about that. I mean, these blur bumps. I know it's a weird
blur
term.
Bump. You gotta explain that.
But
one,
the
Lucas.
bumps on the side, like you see like 2 triangles out of the blur. These can tell you apart whether you are in the United States or in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
There is a way. I mean, we have played this game for years until I got found out. But there's so much stuff still to learn. And yeah, in this case, it did look like the United States.
The US
blur.
bump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll
Yes,
see.
they also both are in the US. However, we have seen it before, especially on this matchup, Stefan versus Marta, where the US can cost or give you
definitely
points.
Remember to click, and hopefully no malfunctions come through on the equipment. As we see here, Stefan is going to go straight into Lake Michigan, and he's going to be further off target with that one, down towards Dayton is where we're going.
Yeah, I cannot blame him at all. That's a pretty good hedge. You cover 4 states there. Can do that, can do that. All right, and I will jump right into this one as well. As I said, we already lost some time, so
Let's keep it going. Into round number 2 we go. Up into the mountains we go. And Mada looking to go southeast of Lesotho here. The flat, unique hills of Lesotho might be visible there in the distance. Could be what sends him down here. If not, then what?
Yeah, I mean, these mountains, these darkish mountains we had, I think it was to the west, reminded me of the Hell's Gate National Park, which is just north of Lesotho. So anything around Lesotho does make sense with the landscape, and that is a great guess by Mada right there.
Yeah, Mada gonna be close up.
Round 2.
Able to get himself the round, of course, off of what he had hoped previously was a round 1. Now he needs to, you know, get the energy back and get the momentum rebuilt as we get a submarine cam. There's a...
Wow.
Is that an airplane in the background there as well?
Carved there as well. Oh, it actually is. Well, they know. I mean, just based on the looks, I would say the country is maybe Ghana.
Military weapon experts might be able to get themselves based on submarines and airplanes in the distance. Of course, there's more to work with. Some cannons, some artillery there as well.
That's a relic on the... is it a bus? I mean, we have some license plates here as well, and it looks like...
I mean, I'm no expert on these matters, but this
it
could
looks
look
like
a...
we had a blue and yellow tint on it, if I saw it correctly, which should be the Ukrainian license plate, but this does not look like... I thought it was Russia.
Yeah, I would think so too, with those... having played like the very old Battlefield games, I feel like that might have been in it, but again, I'm no expert on these matters.
I mean,
I'm not gonna act like I am, but I'm sure that there are all the war experts out there that would know where to go. Stefan is gonna go Kiev, okay. Mada, not sure exactly where he's hovering right now.
I think he was
He's way further towards East Russia.
I think the season makes him guess Odessa with his fall coverage.
It is going to be Odessa.
It was indeed, yeah.
Okay.
He could have picked up a lot of points
and
there.
he was hovering it to Mada now. 4,000 damage taken. A big hit on that one. As you were saying, had he clicked Odessa, that could have been game in this one too.
Definitely. And I think the colors on the license plate did help, definitely. Salano and Salang. Okay, I thought it is maybe bilingual. I think it's just 2 different streets, and Mada being from Italy
helps a lot.
Does help.
See if he goes far north on this one or not. It does have mountains, which obviously there are quite a few of all over Italy, but maybe he knows something. He's smiling, he's giggling. Is that a sign? Was a little wave to the camera? He's laughing now as well. What is happening
It could be a laugh of, wait, have I been here? Or is it a laugh of finally my country? I can show off my skills, or it is a laugh of I have no idea where I am.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the mountains, the way the houses are, it looks kind of Tyrol, up towards the potentially up towards the Austrian border. But what is Mada thinking here?
Definitely alpine looking, especially with all those pine trees.
Yeah. It's further towards the east, and it's gonna be right on point with it as well.
I mean, that is a very committed guess, and
yeah, definitely.
He was right with that area of the country.
Yeah. We have headsets off once more on the side of Stefan. Not sure what's happening. So we get a bit of a pause here. Once again, we have, of course, immediately the admin team on site. Always great to know that our in-game first responders are there as fast as can be, as we get we get everything fixed if there is anything that needs fixing.
I'm not sure. Everything looked right to me.
Yeah.
But I gotta be honest, my eyes were a bit more on Mada's screen there. Him being Italian, making a guess in Italy.
Exactly.
You automatically just look at the player where you assume that they maybe know more, but yeah.
Well, I mean, the guess did come through from Stefan. That was clearly not the issue. Whether he was trying to click further east at some point and it didn't register, I'm not quite sure.
I mean, there could have been a difficulty even though he got his guess down. Maybe sometimes it's better to get it off early and not after some issue appears again.
I'm not sure. I sat here trying to, of course, make sure that everything's being done as it should. We're calming things down here for a second.
I mean, for us, it's calm.
Else,
hey, the players, I think they...
The head on Lendy would say, we're chilling, we're vibing. No, what is it? Now I forgot it too. Chillin' and
Chillin' and Fillin'.
Chillin' and Fillin', is that what it is? Yeah, it might be.
That's the
I
one.
should have, you know what, I shouldn't have led into that one without actually remembering what it said. I just really liked the saying and then I forgot it.
That
Now,
started in the first World Championship, actually, in 2023.
Some cable management being done on site here. We keep you guys updated. I know everyone in chat is probably going, what's happening? Why are we stalling? Well, we are going to be the eyes for you guys. The admins are trying to fix things. They're crawling around underneath the tables as we're getting you as much info as we can as to what's going on without going too technically into it, because I'm not the one to I mean, I'm glad I'm not the admin, because there's so many things when it comes to these sort of things that can go wrong. And maybe a little shout out to the admin there as well, because
definitely.
That's one of the community veterans as well.
Hey, we need them. We need them. It doesn't run without them. And
there's a mouse being changed, is what I've been told.
Yeah,
So
I feel
maybe
like something's with the mouse.
Exactly. It seems like it was the issue in the previous game as well. So let's see if everything's going to be fixed.
Yep. So thank you to the admins. Thank you for everyone at home watching, waiting for this show to go on, and it should start anytime soon. They are working on it.
It's one of those factors that we never really take into consideration when, I mean, even in the previous matchup we had with Clement having his first time on LAN, with now Stefan first time on LAN, we talk about there's an audience. There is, the pressure of being in front of a camera that isn't just you chilling in front of a webcam in your apartment. But then you add these things too. Yes, technical issues can happen. We're on site. There's I don't know how many kilometers worth of cables rolling around here, Technical issues can happen, and that's something you have to filter in as well when it comes to playing. But now it seems like everything has been fixed. We're back into the game, everyone. Let's get excited for round number 5.
And we do continue looking at this location with these little bollards here.
Cute little bollards.
They are like kind of flat. You can tell it if you're like standing right next to it. Those are specific to Spain. And we also have a road marker there. If you are good enough, which I assume these players are, you can tell which regions have different colors of those mile markers.
Okay.
Let's say, for instance, in this case, we have a red one.
Yeah.
And you don't see that in every area of Spain. Like, you can rule out some areas. I don't think you can just rule it down to one specific area, but still.
So it's elimination,
if you have a 50-50, that definitely helps.
Helps you more if those 50-50s are right next to each other and not on each their side of the country.
Ideally, it should be far from each other.
Stefan is looking towards Valencia. Mada is doing the same thing, both hovering on the northern side of the city. Now, Stefan, following the coastline further down south, but up to stay at least for now. 2 seconds left to play. It's going to be a bit further south. They were both down there initially, opted to go back up north, so damage will be minimal. But still, Stefan able to maintain his lead.
And we do move over to this one. Couple cars. They don't have license plates. Usually you want to use that, but even just having a car, some models are more common here and there in some parts of the world. I would say...
Thinking of a Van Halen song when you said no plates in the front, but we'll see if that's gonna... Wait, no, it's not. Is it Puerto Rico that has no plates in the front? No, I can't remember.
Yes.
Yes, that is. Okay, so no Panama songs. Not yet. Not yet. We might get them later. But Toby, don't bait people with your old boomer music.
It's a very interesting landscape. I mean, initially I was in Mexico, but then at the same time, I don't think it is. Well, we have Mada in California, which makes sense to me.
Bay Area
Can look like
towards
Mexico.
San Francisco. Stefan is initially joining it, but now going a bit further south. That is almost right in between the two, down towards Santa Cruz. But Stefan, importantly for him, able to chip off a bit of the health of Stefan's health bar here as we come into round number 7. The multipliers are only going to increase. So Mana would love to be able to strike back in this one and win this one before we go into an NPC.
This is where we are, and my friend Ziggy told me these red flowers are only in Spain.
Okay.
Will it be confirmed here?
I would love if they were just generic red roses and they're almost in every store in every country. But we'll see if Siggy's floral knowledge proves right or if it does not. These guys, they don't get to move. All they get to see is that somewhat newly built bridge there in the distance as Mana looks to go Turkey initially. What are you thinking? What are you thinking here? This is your home turf.
Do we trust Ziggy? Or should I make a shot?
Do we trust the analyst or the player? I don't know, chat, that's up to you. Yeah, maybe for the green room to decide amongst themselves as well. Do Siggy trust Siggy? I'm not sure. We'll see. As this round is going to come to a close within at least the next 18 seconds. No one daring to guess early in this one. Stefan not even opened the map yet. They're looking for any small clue they might not have noticed prior. Scanning for a fifth time Marta. Finally will log in. 5 seconds to work with Stefan. That's going to go Spain. Following the thought suit of Siggy. Will he be right or will he be wrong? It is going to be Turkey. Then Marta brings it home and victory over Stefan.
Wow. I mean, can you blame Stefan for that Spain guess? No. Will we give credit to Mada for that Turkey guess? We do. That was very, very well played.
Brave playing coming through from Mada. Even in the upsets of some technical issues where maybe he thought he had a round earlier, has to stall out, was able to time and time again get back into his mental. Again, when you have an emotional play like that that thrives off of the momentum, the constant game stops for him. You know, it slows him down, it's frustrating, but he was able to pull through and bring himself home a very good win here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it went back and forth, not only with the technical issues, also inside the game.
Definitely.
I mean, you couldn't really pick a favorite. Like, usually you look at these games and, you know, the first couple of rounds dial in and then you kind of pick a favorite or someone who is more likely to win. I didn't have that feeling at all in this matchup.
Also love the fact that we see this as soon as the game is over, the players swing around their screens and go into yo, bro. This was a tricky one. What do you think is going through their heads? What are they talking about right now? What rounds maybe stood out to them that stood out to you as well?
Especially on the last round, we had like those bollards that you commonly find in Turkey, of course, these white flat bollards, but they actually also exist in Spain from time to time. You see them mostly in the northeast, you see them as well. Maybe that was Stefan's thought.
Tricky location. Had us confused, had the players seemingly somewhat confused, except for Mada. He knew exactly what was going on. He went Turkey and then netted him the win. So now let's hop over and hear from the Victorian himself, Mada and the boys.
Thank you, Toby and Jelitris. As we get Mada on the desk, I've got I think a cool nickname for you actually. We've got one tough Mada in the building. Everyone give it up for our winner there. Congratulations. Martin, let me get your just initial thoughts and feelings coming out of that win. Congratulations as well.
It was a super long game. I really tired. Like, it didn't end, and I was like, the last game I was just so tired. But I mean, I'm shocked. Like, it was up and down and crazy game. You know, it was funny though.
It definitely was. Mada, you're such an entertaining player to watch and to hear from. You talked about your tiredness there, feeling some fatigue. Perhaps that's coming from how energetic you are as a player. How are you finding, balancing, letting out that energy, that vocal style that you have, but also remaining locked in and not, spending too much of your energy?
No, I mean, it's just a matter of trying to get that energy, because like sometimes I feel like if you like just lock in too much, you kind of get to sleep almost like. I think that I can get that energy, I can get positivity from the crowd. Today was great. I got a lot of help from the crowd, I have to say. Thanks to them. And yeah, that makes me super happy.
Amazing. GC, over to you.
Mada, I love watching you play, well done. Talk me through actually the first game, the first moving game, where you were playing pretty perfectly and then we had a rush around with no info. How do you stay locked in after that?
I mean, I was tilted, but somehow I managed to say, I mean, yeah, it's a game and everything can happen. That's just merchant from him. And that can happen, and I was happy that I was able to recover from that, because I don't know, maybe some other player can't. Like, it was a great skill in my opinion from myself.
Good.
Yeah, merchants happened, but we do have a very interesting game 4, I would say, with those 2 rounds. I think the one in Odessa was very interesting. What were your thoughts on that? And also the last round, I even considered for a second we had like an Aragon bollard that we saw there. Did you even think about that, or was that not even in your head?
No, I mean, let's start from the Ukraine round. The Ukraine round was, I mean, I just considered Russia all the way. There was kind of full coverage. I didn't even think about Ukraine being a possibility. And then like the Turkey round as well. Like I didn't even consider Spain. It was no car 24, and I mean, I should ask Gelotris, but I think that also spreads a bit towards Adana. So there was also a flat roof, and I thought, I mean, yeah, the roofs in general felt Turkish, and I was really scared because I was kind of risking a bit of a region guess there. Like that's not that normal guess, but somehow he went wrong country. Like I was not expecting that at all.
Marta, it was such an exciting game. Any final questions, GC or Ziggy, before we let him go?
No, nothing from me. Well done, Meta.
I think the games were long enough. Just enjoy the moment, get some rest for tomorrow. So good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, and Marta will leave the last words with you. Anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home, or of course in the arena here at Glitched?
I mean, first of all, yeah, the arena was great, always cheering me up. Actually, when I asked them, they were doing it even more. And then, lastly, I need to, well, thanks my parents and also my fan club, Tremezzo. Ciao tutti.
I didn't know there was a fan club. That's fantastic to hear. Marta, I'm sure they are over the moon. Congratulations, you're moving ahead in the competition. Feel free to take that headset off, go ahead for some rest and relaxation. So great to hear from our players in their victory. So everybody up on screen now, we have our updated graphic of our bracket. You can see, yeah, Blinky and Kratzo. We found out Blinky's opponent earlier today, and now we found out Finbar's. It's going to be Marder. Those first quarterfinals 1 and 2 are looking spicy, GC and Ziggy.
They are. I want to join the Madder fan club, by the way, so let me ask him about that one in a minute.
Yeah, I didn't get the name of it. It had it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll have to ask him.
Yeah, that's so awesome to hear that he's got like a fan club that are cheering him on. Yeah, Ziggy, we've got 2 more matches today, so some more action to come. Excited for the next 2?
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned the word fan club, and I think if anyone has a big fan club, it would be Lenly himself. I mean, if he's playing, the chat is fully spammed with cheer G Lenly all the way, so I think we're gonna be in for a treat there.
Absolute treat is the best way to put it. Everybody at home, do not go anywhere. Before I let us go to a short break, one more shout out to one of our headline sponsors, Shiba. CoralGuessr is an exciting new extension to the GeoGuessr game that takes you under the water. CoralGuessr is brought to you by Shiba, yes, the cat food brand doing extraordinary things. The Shiba Hope Grows program, a fantastic program, alongside Mars Sustainable Solutions and partners, has been restoring reefs across the globe since 2019. You can find more details here, geoguessr.com/CoralGuessr. Go and get involved. In fact, go and do it in this short break.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Dive in with me to see how the Shiba Hope Grows program is bringing our coral reefs back to life. Giving ownership to these communities, it's a sense of pride. to know that we are giving back to our own oceans. Stream Reef Builders now on Prime Video.
If I can't be with you, I'd rather be by myself. No, I can't lie. I don't want anybody else. Those happy days that we.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 EMEA Majors, coming to you live from Glitch in Jönköping, Sweden. 2 matches down on day 1 of 2, 2 more to go. Up next, we have the Jet Harrier going up the Deutsche Diva of Lenli. It should be a banger matchup of not necessarily the best of the day, because we've had 2 bangers already, but it's definitely going to be another banger. Perhaps that is the best way to put it. My name's Paula, I'm still your desk coach, still joined on the desk by Geography, Challenges, and Ziggy. Ziggy, first things first, I want to go to you. How was that nickname I workshopped for Lenli? Was it terrific or trash?
Yeah, I don't know if Diva is the right name to call them.
I'm coming to you because you're the resident German of the desk.
I mean, it's not the worst. It's not like...
All right, I'll keep working on it.
It's okay.
GC, thoughts? Was it me? The Jet Harrier for our British lad?
The Jet for Harrier is good, but he has another one that's even better. He goes by Jeff. I mean, there's no logic there, but it's real.
All right, fair play. Well, we've got Jeff versus Lenli up next. Awesome matchup ahead of us. Let's start talking general thoughts. Firstly, with you, GC.
Well, you said this might be the best game of the day. I think in terms of level and profile of these players, maybe it is. They're both at the peak of their powers at the moment. They both really want to win on LAN. Harrier and Lenny both have so much knowledge, they want to put it into practice and show that they can win.
All right, and Ziggy, what about you? Initial thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the never-ending question, when does Lenny play, has finally been answered. It is right now, but also I wanted to mention, this is kind of the battle of the desk as well, because we do have 2 Brits here at the desk, and I'm outnumbered here as a German, but I will, you know, support Lenny even more then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to let my nationality dictate my hosting right now, but yeah, you're right, we do have a 2v1. For now, though, let's check in with our players in the 1v1, and of course hear from Harrier and Lenny themselves.
I mean, it's a very tough, first matchup straight away. Lenny, very experienced player. I think it's going to be a really fun one. I think it's going to be great for viewers at home to watch. I know we've both put a lot of work in.
I think it's quite unfortunate that I'm facing Harrier first round, to be honest, because I think us two are actually the 2 players who put in the most grind and the most effort for this tournament specifically. Both of us learned a lot of random stuff for moving, a lot of information, and I think it's very unfortunate that one of us has to go out in the first round.
Honestly, just going to see what happens. It's going to go either way, and it's an honor to play against him. And yeah, his experience with LAN is something that I need to still build up on. But I know I've got the ability in me. I finished higher in the league, and I also beat him last time in the league. So, you know, I've clearly got it in me to do well.
Great to hear from Harrier and Lenny themselves. Let's bounce off some of the things the guys mentioned. Starting with Lenny, he described himself and Harrier as some of the biggest grinders coming into this competition. Is that correct, GC? What are your thoughts?
That is correct. I think they're both peaking at the right time. Both had great performances throughout the league. Harrier, I know, has learned so much, moving and non-moving. It's just about whether he can put it into practice on the day, but he's looking really good, as is Lenny.
Ziggy, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree with it. I think they both have put in a massive amount of work in, but I'm a bit worried about Harrier might not being able to handle the LAN environment. On the other hand, I don't have that feeling with Lenny. I think he even likes it to be on camera. I mean, he has a big channel on YouTube, so I just think he's definitely used to it at this point. Meanwhile, Harrier, first ever LAN experience for him, so I'm definitely going to be looking forward to see how he handles it.
Gentlemen, let's break things down further shortly, but for now, let's head down onto the sidelines where we've got Toby standing by for a little pre-match interview.
Thank you so much, Paula and boys on the desk. Yes, I'm stood here with Harrier and Lenny. First, over to you. Harrier, or should I say Jeff? How are you feeling today coming to this game?
Well, hello there, everybody! I am good, Jeff. How are you?
It's not usual. These guys ask me. You know what? I'm feeling good as well. Thank you so much. How are you feeling, Lenny?
I'm feeling good as well, Jeff. Fucking legend. I don't think I should swear on this broadcast, but I'm sorry. He's a legend. I think we're both legends, so this will be a fun game.
2 legends going up against one another. Now, Jeff, if I can borrow Harrier for a second, I have a question to ask him, because we talk about LAN experience. We've seen how it can impact players before. We've played in Andorra. How does this venue, this tournament, compare to maybe something you've gone on with before?
First of all, 4 people surrounding you. Like before, it's just straight ahead. And when you got a surrounding audience, it's a different feeling. But I don't care. Just go for it. Play. Do the best I can. Go where I think. No second guessing. Just lock in, Jeff, and see what happens.
As you said it now, over to you, Lenny. Going up against Lock-in Jeff, what's the play style? Are you just gonna go full Lenny, do as I used to, or is there anything in particular you're prepared for going up against Harrier?
I mean, I learned a lot of stuff that I know he knows, because he has been grinding way too much, and I try to match him. I think he knows more than me still, but I've prepared accordingly, and yeah, I think we'll just see how it goes.
You know what? 2 of the biggest grinders in the game. We wouldn't have it any other way. So guys, shake hands, get in your seats, and let's get this game going.
What a way to set the tone. Look, if we were considering that pre-match interview as the match itself, I would have been hard-pressed before it to think that someone could interviewed Lenly. I think Jeff has done it. That was incredible. What was that at the start? That's something I've not seen before.
He's fired up. He's taking to it like a duck to water. He loves it. He loves it.
I have to retract my statement. Maybe he's locked in on LAN. Never mind. He doesn't feel the pressure at all. At least that's how it seemed right now.
I love that. Yeah, but both players standing confident. Nonetheless, let's stay on board with Harrier. So in his interview, there was even some third person speaking there, referring to himself as the Jeff. I really think that he is as mentally as prepared as possible. I love the fact that he said, just don't care. He recognized, respected the audience, but he's saying, don't care, just lock in and play. GC, I think that's great to hear.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that's what he has to do. He's definitely somebody who feels the pressure, and I think he's trying to take that head on, take control of it, not show that he's scared.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Ziggy, any thoughts on that? If you are a player that perhaps is getting a bit worried about the bright lights, create this bigger personality for yourself. Go out there, sell yourself, get ready to play and lock in.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he was holding back an interview at all. He was not trying to be like calm. He was just, facing it head on. And I'm wondering if we will see Harrier or Jeff play today. I mean, it sounded like Jeff is definitely in the driving seat right now, but on the other hand, we have Lenly there on screen representing my country. So.
Yeah, and just before we switch to Lenly, Harrier some deep breath there as well, so now he's switching really into that game mode. Nonetheless, yes, let's turn our attention to Lenly. Lenly, it goes without saying, this man has become such a fan favorite. We've got quite a few awesome content creators in the space, but Lenly has been blowing up online. I'm sure that gives some extra confidence, motivation, knowing your fans are watching, but they cannot win you the match, can they, GC?
They can't. He's an icon, but he's also a GeoGuessr player, and he has to put that GeoGuessr hat on. Oh wait, he's got it on.
He's got a hat on. Yeah, this guy's always drip mogging, swagged out. He looks amazing. But once again, another thing that is not necessarily going to carry him over the finish line. We do know he has been grinding. How much of that grind do you think could pay off now, Ziggy?
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to a few games here, really. If you think about it, as much work as they have both put in this game, to this point, there's only a single winner, and the other one will go home empty.
Yeah, but once again, I think I heard in an interview these guys played against each other in the World League. Is that a matchup that is important here, or is this like a completely tabula rasa, blank slate, GC?
Did Harrier win in the World League?
Yeah,
I think he
actually,
did.
In fact, he did win. And
he did.
We all know that Lenly had one of the highest NPC rates in the whole World League, but in that matchup, actually, it came down to an NPC, and Harrier won that one. So that was something that Lenly told me before, and I was like, wait, did that actually happen? So that, switches the narrative a bit.
Yeah.
So it seems like he can also hold up in an NPC if it comes to that.
I think we are pretty much ready to go with this one. So, guys, quick predictions. Any final thoughts? GC, starting with you.
I have to go with my countryman. Harrier 3-2. Jeff 3-2. Yep.
Jeff is in the building, and Ziggy?
Well, I will also go with my countryman, Lenly, the GOAT, 3-2.
Of course, my analysts are split. It makes perfect sense. Everybody up next. We've got the Jet Harrier going up against Lenly. Going to be an absolute banger. Let's head on over to our casters, Toby and Gelotris.
Never has an analyst desk ever been more unbiased than when the German and the Englishman takes on with a full German-English analyst desk to follow their countrymen. And that's why we come to us, the Dane and the guy from Turkey, and we get to say, I know you live in Germany, but does that give you Lenly bias?
It does.
It does. Oh, come on, man. Here I was thinking we were the unbiased ones. But nonetheless, we are in for an absolutely incredible game between these two players as they set themselves, as Deska said, and I think echoes through the region, through the community of GeoGuessr. These two guys are grinding. If you exclusively said 2025 GeoGuessr hours, they are some of the two with the most hours in the game total. They are really doing what they can, especially these days with so much in the line, to play at the very best of their ability.
Yeah, and those are both two players that actually did slide in my DMs and said, Yellow, I need some coaching. Can you coach me some Turkey? I was in call with Harrier, I was in call with Lenly. They both got, I mean, it's been a while now.
You put yourself in a dangerous seat if they mess up Turkey now, you know that, right?
Or they do good on it, ideally.
We'll see. We will see.
We got the Jeff army against the GeoG army.
It's dangerous, man. We need mascots for both of them, and then we need people to just show up with full-on mascot outfits on. Nonetheless, Jönköping, make some noise for Lenley and Harrier as we start the third match of this tournament.
And we do start off. It is a moving game. Therefore, we head right into it and see what they will reach. It is Peru with that pole.
Good
again,
people
the question you
starting
ask yourself is, where do you want to move here? I mean, it looks like a bit more
Down the
elevation
street.
to that road. Down the street is a very good direction.
Yep.
That's the one I would have taken as well.
Makes me wonder, is there any official coverage where the Google car like goes off, you know, like off-road, not just down a dirt road, but like actually, you know, accidentally drives off the street?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah?
That happens a lot, actually.
Google car crash meta, is that a thing?
There are maps for it.
But
there
look at
are
this.
maps for it,
Nice
actually.
info. The government vehicle on the side of Lendy scanning for the city proper. Yes, the country flag, of course, helps a lot. And then town info for Harry, but hasn't opted to go into the city proper. So playing two very different playstyles here, Gelotris.
Definitely. Again, a different approach, but I think they will both end up in the north, given how flat it is.
Yeah.
It's either a big valley, or we are actually in the north.
Well, let's see. It's round one, so of course multiply. Seeing there, it's actually further down towards the south. You said it north of Big Valley. You had one of the valleys right there. Despite it being round one, still 1,000 damage comes through. So Harrier, off to a great start here.
That was coastal Peru for you. And just as difficult is rural Japan, but not if you can move around. And again, we see them both going the same direction here, yes. So they will probably work with the same information. Harrier taking good look on that pole top there. And he gets to a main road, whereas Lendy is already on it. So that extra look on the pole did cost him the time here. However, Lendy is making a slower approach now. We have a grayed out pole plate, which you see in the Kanto region, which is the area where Tokyo is also within.
Yeah. Big enough area, though, that even though you're in the right region, damage can still be pretty high. So we'll see. Harrier first one to lock in. Lenley still with 4 more seconds to decide. It's going to go a bit further down towards the south, but distance not too fine between the two. And actually, the location itself even further south. So just 40 kilometers apart. It's going to now for Lenley to strike back. No flawless games this time around, he says, as we head on into round number 3.
And we move on to this one. This is going to be what most people call a find an area code simulator.
See if that's going to be the case or not.
Be in Brazil, and Brazil is a country where you definitely need to learn your area codes. They are very helpful. They show up a lot as well. You know, that's one thing with learning something. You always have to wait. How helpful is it, and how often does it show up actually?
And if you're confused by why the audience is cheering loudly as these guys go down this Brazilian road, there are multiple events taking place at Glitched at the same time, at the same place. Always great to see multiple esports represented here with big crowds cheering on all fronts. I just love the fact that we're getting more atmosphere in the background, whether it be from our game or others. A lot of good vibes here at Glitched for you guys to see through. So Harrier, first one to put down the pin, is going to go further towards the west here. What are you thinking, Gelotris?
Yes, he had Roraima written on that sign. I must say, I wasn't thinking that at all.
Well, Lendy's
so
going to
therefore,
go into the
I get the
Amazonas.
confusion with Lendy.
Now he's going to go north as well.
Okay, he ends up also there. There was a very important and good switch from Lendy there.
Yep. Could have been dangerous in the end. Still loses, but you'd much rather take the 10 damage than across the country of Brazil in a round like that. Now coming in to round number 4, and maybe some home turf advantage here. We'll see if it comes to fruition. Maybe Paula and GC is set up there. No, bro, that's where I grew up. I'll say, mate, what's up, bro? I can't do it. I'm sure they're laughing. Have fun, boys. That's for you.
But yeah, Harrier also not only from the UK, he has also, I mean, he's a non-grinder, but he did also grind the UK. And there's so much to learn actually in the UK. There's a lot of architectural differences. There's pole plate stickers and all of that.
There you go.
In case it was not an island, and they both are on it.
Northern Ireland. As we make our way into the next one, they both got that one locked down as we get into quite a bit of a bigger country, but still maybe somewhat scannable here. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, it is fall coverage. As we see from those trees, they have like this yellow tint on it. That's very common along the east of Botswana, northeast Botswana. So like kind of it. I mean, Botswana is a very, very flat country overall. You see some hills here and there around Gaborone in the north, and also a bit in the east.
I love the fact that we're seeing Lindy. I mean, literally zooming down the street right now. We had a chat with him coming into this because obviously for a while Lindy had gone on record as well and said, moving is not my strong suit. I prefer no move. I'm one of the best NPC players out there. But we talked to him here, like he doesn't feel that as a weakness anymore. Part of his grind over the last couple of months has been, if I want to play this format that we're playing in the World Championships right now, I need to be better at moving because it weighs more in the grand scheme of things. So he's actually gotten to a point now where it feels like he can play against some of the best, and you see right here why that is. Great route for Lenley, able to take a good chunk of health off of Harrier.
And these players are happy this is a moving game because we are somewhat stuck on this road. I would assume they both move towards that road.
If this was an NPC, where do you go?
Indo?
Fair?
Well, we have the red and white. I just saw it. Okay.
And that's what loses your tournament, Shilotrus. That's where it gets dangerous. A lot of text here now, of course, as they do get out of the back alley area. Looking for the Kapupatens.
Kapupaten. Very important.
It's not plural?
Nope.
No? Okay, well, I mean,
we learn here, we learn.
We do, we all do. Delete that S that doesn't belong in that word. Reading,
I don't think they have it yet.
No?
I didn't spot one. We had a town name for Harrier, but those usually don't show up or they are hard to spot.
Plenty of flags. They're very willing to give us the country.
So the regency is very important.
Harrier is sticking to the Medan area, gonna go further towards the southeast. Goes GG in the chat as well. I'm not sure if he's not happy with the guess or if he got something insane and just kind of shoves it in Lenley's face. He's going towards Kalimantan, and it is going to be on there!
Wow.
Harrier, 800 meters.
And that will be game already.
Gets him the game. The pre-match finish. GG. Now that is Jeff confidence.
That was confidence indeed. I mean, he did spot it. He did wipe off his tears from his forehead, and he knew he is right. And I think he also knew that it was a difficult round.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of information given, but they just couldn't find the right one. And soon as Harrier found it, he did lock it in, and it was very important because Lenley was still looking for it.
I like to think that we have this whole Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing going off with Harrier, where, you know what, Harrier's the cool, like, nice, down-to-earth guy. But Jeffy's gonna get after you. Jeffy's gonna get after you as best as he can. Right now, Jeff is on the server. Now, let's get into this one. Lenley loses moving. Tough matchup against Harrier there, but let's see what he can get going as we move into no move.
No move it is. We have some information here, doesn't look too helpful. We have these buses, which should give it a country, perhaps.
Let's see.
And I think Lenley prefers this one for sure. Especially if you play moving, you usually don't pick up all the vibes. And you could tell it on the last game where Lenley was just moving around and trying to find information rather than just looking how it looks like. But in this case, he will be able to. So let's see where they will end up here.
Yep, the players are looking around as the viewers are sat here watching from the arena. You too can become part of the arena, the Alienware arena, and be the first to know about the latest gaming news and updates. So head on over to the Alienware arena to get more info through there. As we go back to the school bus once more, they would really love for this to having been a moving game. But you don't get a whole lot. You get the street or the school sign, and then you get plenty of buses, but
it does look a lot like Canada to me too,
yeah.
But with all those buses, which you usually see more in the US, I'm not sure.
Tricky round, no doubt
also
about
the
it.
vegetation looks a bit more southern, I'm not sure.
Not
like the vibes are definitely Canadian.
Oklahoma is where Harrier ends up setting up, and it is going to be further up towards the north, just on the border of South Dakota and Nebraska. So even though they're both off by a margin, not really a whole lot of damage come through. Headed on and out to round number 2. As we go out into the open. Great overview here. That's what you like to see when you get an area with not a whole lot of info. At least we get a big old city down below that maybe these guys can use to pinpoint their location.
Round
Small
2.
antenna again.
It is. It is a small stubby antenna.
But this is not Hong Kong.
It is not Hong Kong, no. I mean, Hong Kong. I would be
can't tell me
surprised if
rules
you get
don't
that.
apply to all countries, Come on, man.
So sorry about that. But at the same time, I cannot tell you what this is. I mean, it did look like Mexico to me. But that pole was so weird.
Yeah,
well,
let's
this wooden
see.
pole, like usually you have that octagonal concrete pole.
You can see what Harry is doing right now. He's looking for mountainsides next to cities down below, and then trying to kind of look at the outline of the city and see if anything adds up on Google Maps.
Yeah.
He's trying to find the perfect framing of the city and see if anything. It's pretty much just playing puzzle. Like he knows where the puzzle piece has to be put in. He just needs to figure out which piece he needs to use. And now he's committing to Belo Horizonte. We'll see. It's going to work out for him. Lindy is in the exact same city, and it is going to be further towards the northwest. But makes good sense. Two of the big grinders of the game, they're ending up going in the exact same city because effectively they're trained from the same school of thought when it comes to their GeoGuessr experience.
They are. I mean, in this case, it was really the mountain. I mean, you get them more around Belo.
Yeah.
But in this case, it was a small hill over there.
I feel like we're like 2 seconds away from an alligator jump scare in that water right there.
It does look kind of swampy, so I would be afraid as well if I was walking along here. But we had that miles per hour on the sign, which will give us the country.
Next frame, we see a Google car driver just sprinting off in the distance and an alligator come chasing him. Or maybe they don't get here at all.
Could happen.
We have some palms.
We have palm trees. But at the same time, those southern pines as well. Makes me think somewhere between Florida and Georgia, maybe.
Let's see. Alligator territory, or crocodile territory, I should say, guaranteed. But where are we? Harry up, first one to open the map and put his pin down. Not committed to anything though. Goes west of Mobile. Will commit though now, just on the state border. We have Lindy effectively in the exact same area, a bit further towards the west, but both even in their guesses once more.
Yeah, interesting. For that being that far west, I also didn't consider that. Probably also ended up around that area.
This. Guys, get your cameras out.
Wow.
Wow. It's just breathtaking. I want to see their reactions. Appreciate it, guys. You've seen these areas before. No, just
they have seen
full
it
game mode.
way too often for that.
Come on, appreciate these beautiful mountains.
Especially in Switzerland. Like, the whole country just is beautiful, isn't it?
It's as if there's more on the line than just trying to sit in awe at a beautiful mountain range. But here we go. And here they are in Switzerland. They both go. And why, oh, why is Switzerland pretty easy to tell oftentimes outside of the big mountains?
Surely it's only the looks. Surely it's only the mountains.
Oh, it's only the
use.
mountains.
We never look at the Google car. We don't see the low cam. We don't see that.
No, exactly. Low cam is in fact a thing. And for any new viewers out there, as the Switzerland round does come to an end.
Yeah, it was for privacy reasons.
Yeah.
Google had to attach the camera a bit low on their car. And therefore you have this wider blur on the round.
There you go. If you didn't know, now you do. As Lindley wins 1-1. Actually, you know what? I mean, 700 damage in Switzerland, pretty impressive given the somewhat low multipliers as we now go into round number 5.
Round number 5. We have seen these type of fences earlier. With a bamboo tree right next to it.
And a gray car behind us. Is that a follow car?
And this time we see the car in front of us. And it is. Yeah, and we also have that car behind us this time. Should put us in Kenya, especially on a round like this. I think it's pretty hard to read and guess.
Remember, guys, just because the car doesn't have a snorkel, it can still be Kenya. It took me a long time to accept that it could be Kenya. I felt cheated every time it was Kenya and it didn't have a snorkel. I was like, no, that's their whole thing. But yeah, multiple cars have driven that country.
That was their whole thing until the new car started covering the country. We are, of course, super happy about that, seeing more areas of a very beautiful country, by the way, Kenya.
Lindley doesn't seem too pleased with his hands to the face. I mean, honestly, they both have their hands in their faces, but a little you can see now their frustration. I mean, I love the fact that we're getting these camera feeds as well to really try to decipher their emotion and their expressions and what they're doing here. Doesn't feel happy with this Nairobi guess.
No. I mean, the reason for that is that we are surrounded by trees, so you can't really see mountains. No, nothing, but would you look at that?
He did go last second. They both went.
Hey, you talked about it earlier. They've been trained on the same school, and you see it once again.
They were 2 kilometers apart. Wow, he was in Nairobi. It still wouldn't have been, I mean, a Giga round, but nonetheless, would have put him in a better position. Still, though, able to maintain the lead here coming into round number 6.
Round number 6, it is very, very rural. We were once again on mountains. Very mountainous seat so far, I must say.
Definitely.
And in this case, I was in maybe Mexico?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I assume.
Think, hope, assume. That's all we can do. Good thing is it's not us that have to get the guess right. It is these guys on screen. Lenly seeming a bit flustered with this one too. Harrius initially pinning Colorado.
Ooh, I like that actually. I didn't think about it, but now that I see him covering it...
What sends him there? Is the foliage, or what do you think?
I guess it doesn't really look like... how should I say it? By default, you probably assume it's Mexico because it doesn't look like Asia, doesn't look like Europe, doesn't look like South America. And then your default guess is always Mexico, and you don't have a lot of coverage like this covered in the US.
Lendy hasn't moved out of Utah yet. He's, at least right now, opting to stick around. Harry has opted to go down towards Arizona. We'll see if they're going to be right. No, it is going to be up towards Idaho. Boise is where it's at. And 3,200 damage, 2 states over, but that don't matter. I made 1. Still, Lendy's going to be closer, and big damages come through with it as the multipliers start racking up.
We have seen a lot of points being made on the US today.
Oh, yes.
And we have seen similar signs like these earlier, where Mada made a great guess in the northeastern pocket of Italy.
A couple 100 kilometers out of Bolzano to the heart north of Italy. We'll see if this is going to be the same or if it won't be. Of course, they cannot move around. All they can do is stand here glued to the ground on their 360 disc and look from this position. Harrier is going to go on the northern side of the beautiful lakes of northern Italy. At least that's where he's putting his pin down initially. But you have some mountains there in the distance that you can maybe work with.
Yeah, especially this valley. I mean, there are a lot of them in Italy, but there's also a pretty big city in it. You see a lot of houses, a lot of elevation.
Yeah. And that's why you have the lake down there as well. I think that's what they're trying to figure out with what's going on with.
Yeah. That's actually a good spot. I didn't see it immediately. There is a lake.
That's where you have me.
They all Thank
I'm
you
so
very
young
much,
with
Toby.
my good eyes, you know.
I'll need that. And therefore, I think they are scanning, trying to find the right one.
Riva del Garda, beautiful city. Absolutely gorgeous place to be. It's not going to be there, though. It's a couple of lakes over further. And it's going to be Harry able to strike back, and look at that. 1 or 2 lakes separate them, but still 1,600 damage comes through. That's what happens as we get into the latter rounds here. Round 8 now, 4.5 times multiplier. We are getting into dangerous territory for both of these players, even for Lenly, who is set up by a couple thousand points.
Again, the country should be very straightforward. We have the yellow license plate, we have the Google car, we have the landscape. Everything looks very Colombian here. Not an easy country once again to region guess. Not at all. But again, we have some water. You could technically scan for it. It's not a lake-heavy country.
That's what I was going to say. Is this lake big enough that it would show up? I mean, you're already now seeing Lenly zoom down towards the south. Is this? Would you consider this big enough to be, you know, I mean, kind of right at the back of the eye, scannable?
It is definitely scannable, and with the fact that there aren't that many lakes,
they're both in the same one right now.
Right next to each other.
Harry is saying, give me 10 seconds, I'll take him. He might still commit south, but no, actually, no, he's going to have to go further north.
Yeah. Maybe covering just a little bit more.
This could be
Sometimes
dangerous.
it's better to just cover a lot of it, but Lenny is right on the lake.
He was there as well, Harry.
And that will be enough to close out the game.
Decided to change his guess last second, and it comes to bite him. Lenly able to bring that one home as we go into a draw 1-1 so far. We'll go back to moving in just a moment. And now you can see it. Come on, you got this. Full mental reset. Got to shake off the bad rounds. Guys, again, this wasn't even bad. He was there.
It wasn't a bad round.
He
it was just
there.
a bad decision to switch in the last second and not trust your gut there.
How many times have we seen it come down to that one guess that you just wish you could do different? But of course, no take-backsies in these games. You gotta be on your game all the way through as we head on in to game number 3. We go back to moving.
We go back to moving, and we are right here in the middle of nowhere. It should be by the looks, I would say. It kind of looks like Bolivia. And Lenly does wish this was a no-move round, because he is very strong in Bolivia. Knows a lot of roads. was one of his first strong countries, I think. I think it was one of the first countries Lenny really learned in depth, but never mind. Do we just have a black card there, or is it just dirty?
Why not both?
Why not both?
We'll see as the ambulance get past Harry. Oh, it's good. You know, even the Google car, if there's an ambulance coming up behind you, you pull over to the side, you let him through, and then you go about your business. Harry is going all the way up to the northern parts of Argentina, maybe looking to go across into Bolivia, as you were talking about. Lindley, on the other hand, following this mountain line, trying to see if he can pin something with it, and actually he's going to log in northern border as well of Argentina.
Yeah, I mean, with the black car being spotted, you can rule out Bolivia, and the looks, as I said, look like Bolivia, therefore very far north. Argentina does make sense here. Let's see where exactly, and look at that. Lanley is pretty much on the right road once again. That's a very strong start.
Definitely. Even if it doesn't amount or it's cemented to a lot of points, even for yourself, like that was a round that I could have easily messed up, but I got it. Doesn't matter how much damage you did to my opponent, it was a good feeling getting that one right. And honestly, for both of them, those were incredibly qualified guesses. I will say, though, we have yet to see a single 5K today so far. Obviously, none of the guys we've seen so far are the biggest pinpoint players, but still, you'd have to imagine that it's only a couple of rounds away from happening.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that, because we had some pretty good moving play. I mean, we had Marta playing, we had Kratzu playing.
Yeah.
Those are known to be good, also at pinpointing. But yeah, their opponents didn't really allow to.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? You're not really always given the time to try and make that happen. So as much as moving is one of the core game modes in the format we're playing right now, it's not always that you get a chance to maneuver around the way that you wish you could. But plenty of info available here for both players. Now it's about scanning, deciphering what we get to work with.
Yeah, I mean, off the bat from spawn we already saw the tile roofs, which are a very good clue for Java overall. And now we have this pavement, which you see a lot in East Java, and it's also saying Java Timur.
We have a city to work with for Harrier.
They're both in the same city so far. Got to the right information here.
There you go.
And I would say Lenley's happy about that.
Definitely. Understandably so as well. Yet again around where, yes, you might not win a lot on it, but at least you didn't lose anything either. I think 3 health taken away from Harrier is going to be something he's okay with losing in a round like this.
Yeah. And we have a diamond right here.
Oh, Alberta pole. I can't remember. There's so many different ones.
Almost. I mean, diamonds are good to rule out Canada.
Oh, wait. Is it? I'm not even going to try.
Diamonds are more in the US.
15,000 wrong ones. Yeah. There's a unique one in Montana as well.
Yeah. I mean, there. With diamonds, you can like rule out a couple states in the Midwest.
That's what it is. That's what it is. He's got Montana. You know what, Lenny? Thank you. I got it on my second guess then, if that ends up being right. The 96.
Yep, Shield Highway 93, definitely findable as soon as you know.
Oh, 93, and I can't even count anymore.
Where you are, it's a pretty big road. I would assume we get good information on this one. It said...
Did Montana?
Did it say Montana? Okay.
Yeah.
I saw it right then.
I got scared for Harry initially because he looked at the sign and he was like, oh, I gotta get a little bit closer. You click one time close on the sign, it's different. It's like, guys, come on, use the same coverage. I needed that sign. But then fortunately, when he clicked further again, then it ended up being the right one. So good on him. Lenley scanning for cities here. Very south-north road he's on right now. And it's gonna be area closer a bit further down towards the south.
A very long road. Does allow you to deal 880 damage, even though you both are technically on the same road.
Yeah.
And we do move over to this round. Pretty helpful here are these.
The white bits on the concrete?
The concrete itself.
Oh.
I would say very commonly found in BC, British Columbia.
Doesn't seem like either of them stopped to look at it, though. I mean, maybe it's something they just saw at the immediate spawn and they just move on from there, but...
I would say they picked it up while driving past it. I mean, that's something
that's how fast
that you use to confirm where you are, but you don't really need to stare at the...
Do you get info in the bins in BC?
Occasionally, you can.
Because you saw Lindy looking at it there as well.
Giving you the city, sometimes it's just the company for the...
Yeah. Harrier goes Vancouver. Downtown Vancouver. We'll see if that's going to let him a whole lot. Obviously, it seems like we're more out of the country than in downtown proper. So if Lenny is right here being east, and oh my lord, he is! What a great guess come through from him. 800 damage taken by plunking down to the big city on the western coast of Canada.
That was a hot guess, and I don't think
Definitely.
he really had anything to work with.
No vibes.
Would say it was vibes.
I feel like if there's a master of vibes in GeoGuessr, that's Lenley.
That's gotta be Lenley. Striped car here.
And a bird.
Especially this type of palm. I don't even know what you call it, but very commonly found in New Zealand.
Any bird watchers? There was a very cool tropical bird floating across in the starting frame there. Maybe there's something. Ooh, always look at the trash cans because you get some good info there. Harrier got it instantly. I'm not sure if Lenley saw that trash bin. It said city of something, which I would imagine that's why Harrier locked in as fast as he did. But I don't think Lenley has access to that same trash bin.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. So good spot from Harrier.
Ooh, looking to change it up.
If
Not
it
gonna
is
happen.
right, and it is.
And that's what moving can do to you. 3,200 damage. Sometimes your opponent goes down the right road and gets that crucial info that, I mean, had Lenley seen it, he would have won just the same, right? It's that's the difficulty of playing these moving games as we hop on into round number 6.
So a very good decision to send it immediately there.
Definitely. When you get info like that, you don't line up the 5K, you just play knowing that you just got yourself a absolutely golden ticket to a good round.
We move over to this round, which did look like Mexico to me off the bat. Get short plates. There might be some area codes, some postal codes. There's a lot you can work with in Mexico. Very diverse country, not just in terms of the looks, but also stuff you can learn. You can learn area codes, zip codes. You can just learn the town names. You can learn the different car meta. There's so much to learn in Mexico.
Well, Harrier locking in on southern side, Guanajuato. We'll see if Lenley follows. He does indeed a bit further towards the east, but what a guess! Once again from Harrier, and this might just be enough. No! 200 clean is where Lenley is gonna sit as we go on into round number 7.
That was a good save from Lenley, and he loves to see this round coming up, I would say. Let's send him right into it and see what he can do out of it.
It's a 1-1 score, so the game won't be over by the end of this one, or the match, I should say, won't be over by the end of this game. But for Lenley, would really want to try and claw back here now that he finds himself a bit closer to home.
Definitely, and we are in a city. Usually, as soon as you exit one in Germany, you should find the Landkreis, the district.
They're literally in the exact same
given on
position.
an exit sign.
We're 40 seconds in, and they're one marker away from each other right now. That's insane. They follow the, like, it's so difficult in these residential areas. They end up becoming mazes you can't get out of to get proper info. 20 seconds in, they had literally clicked the same exact pathing all the way through. That's incredible.
I can explain that one as well, because the way I blame the Google car driver in Germany, they somehow skipped a lot of roads you can cover. So sometimes it forces you to go one path. That happens a lot in Germany.
Here I am trying to give them all the credit, and you just shut them down like that. A lot of info there for Harrier. Got a phone number, maybe something to work up. Essen as well. Gelotra's home turf territory. It's going to be further down towards Cologne, though.
Wow, actually pretty close to home.
Yeah.
I must say, I didn't recognize it. I live on the other side of Cologne. Hey, can't blame me. But that was important to stay alive there for Lenley.
Definitely. Definitely nothing worse than, I mean, of course, losing a round, but even more so in your home country.
And
now,
you did all of that, Toby, all of these rounds.
Just to end up here.
Just for this round to very likely decide the game.
Round 8, 4.5 times multipliers, meaning Lenley can be, I don't know, 4 kilometers off the position from Harrier and potentially end up losing. Maybe not 4, but it's not far from it. And with a country of this size, you can be darn sure that there's going to be more than 4 kilometers between their guesses. Lenley, though, first to guess, second guess comes through. Lenley gets it! What an absolutely insane guess, and it's enough! The 200-point comeback from the German player sends it through to a potential match-winning game in the next one. What a turnaround, and no second guessing on Lenley's side either.
I was looking at, I mean, the pin down from Harrier looked so good, and I saw Lenley just switching over, clicking on somebody, and he was exactly on it.
Absolutely insane turnout of that game. Lenley, he looked dead to rights, but hey, that's what these Russia rounds, I mean, some of these big country rounds can do to you. And now, coming in to the last moving game of this matchup, Lenly finds himself in the lead 2-1.
Yeah, going over to no move, and in this matchup, I wouldn't even say someone is favored here. They are both very strong no move players.
We're so high up. Like, this is oxygen masks guaranteed, or you faint. People that live here are built differently.
Definitely.
They have lungs of
Like
steel, and their calves
yes.
are as big as my torso. I mean, this is crazy.
Respect them.
High into the mountains of Peru, Harrier goes. We'll see if Lindy ups to follow.
Yeah, definitely. Again, a type of location where it's more likely to be on the northern half of Peru, given the landscape, but this can definitely also help towards like around Lima.
Lindy goes south, Harrier is north, of course, no multipliers. Now he's gonna readjust, and what a nice little micro adjustment there in the end. Gets him even closer to the target, and gets him in front here in round number 1.
Yeah. They're both happy that didn't happen on high multis, because Peru can be very scary.
True.
Especially if you are in the mountains.
What do we have to work with here? Train track's always nice to line up.
Russia here.
Okay.
Again, I mean, we saw Lenly making a great guess on it just last game.
Is there anything in the architecture that can help you decipher? I mean, Lenly is plunking Moscow right now.
I would say, is it the least architectural guessable country in the world?
Really? Okay.
I mean, yeah. Russia is, there's not a lot. I mean, I've seen some documents where there's like some slight differences in the architecture here and there, but overall, no. Urban Russia tends to be very, very hard because of that reason.
Harrier.
Not a lot of regional architectural clues.
Harrier's looking towards Moscow as well. Whether it just be, I'm just going to put my pin down in this position until I get further, so at least I don't get the country wrong. I'm not sure whether it is qualified capital plunks. We'll see. None of them opting to move out, at least not yet. Lenly has gone east over. We'll see if one of these two is going to be right. Nope, it was further towards the northwest. They were both looking up there at one point or another. But round 2 swings right back in the favor of Harrier as he sets Lenly down to 3,700 health.
Playing it safe there with the Moscow click, rewarding you 2,200 points. That's actually insane.
A ski resort?
Looks like it. I'm not sure. Is it?
It is. Still on the left side, it's a ski lift. Yeah,
there's
there
a ski lift.
One of those annoying ones where if you're a snowboarder, your inner thigh just gets painfully hurt by standing in those all day.
Did you ski here before, Toby?
In this particular country, no. I think I can safely say I've never been here before.
It looks... Again, the landscape is kind of weird. We are like
it's
on kind of a
surprisingly
hill.
Flat for a ski resort, I would say.
Yes,
but,
I was about to say, like, if you look to the other direction, it looks pretty flat.
They only have blue and green slopes. Maybe this is a good beginner resort. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe, and I would assume it's also the only mountain they have anywhere
could be.
there.
You know
because
what? They already have one more mountain in Denmark, so I fully respect it. It's
Where now we're getting ski resorts there.
We do have a ski resort, actually. I think we have 2. We have a fake one we built in Copenhagen. That's on a heating, what do you call it, facility. And then we have one in Jutland, I believe, as well. So they do exist, but I don't think they qualify if you compare them to
they qualify for Danes, but...
Exactly. We get our fix. And that's all we need. As Lenly looks to go towards the east. I mean, it's very similar to where he was in his previous guess, and it's actually going to be even further over.
I guess they will both probably in hindsight think that makes a lot of sense, but thinking about that while playing is kind of difficult.
Definitely. A tricky rush around here as both of them sit over 2,000 kilometers off. This is one of those ones where as much as you were off alongside your opponent, you're like, oh, had I just had that one? That could have made the game turn out completely different.
Definitely.
It's rare that you catch your opponent slipping like that.
And we are in some pretty old coverage, given the camera quality.
Cornfields?
This was the 2nd generation covered by Google Maps after the 1st generation. And it is pretty flat, I would say. I mean, my first thought was that we might be in the northern valley of Italy, but the more I look at it, I don't spot any hill at all.
Harrier is West Coast France, Lenly is Milan. That's some distance in between, of course. Only, I say, 2.5 times multiplier, so could still be survivable for both of them. But Quite a bit of distance in between their two initial hunches here.
Yeah, it didn't strike me as France. It is definitely valid and possible. I was more in Italy with Lanley there, but then again, we don't see any mountains at all. Even if we are in a valley, usually you see them in the distance.
Harrier seems very persistent in this. He doesn't look away from France at all. He's moving his mouth just a little bit, and it's going to be
and
Portugal.
It is Portugal that... Yep.
He had the coastal vibe right, but still...
None of the two makes sense, and I guess Portugal does. And again, in a fashion where Harrier isn't probably too happy about it, to gain points like this, but hey.
2 countries off 2,000 damage done, not something you see too often, especially not in Europe, but hey, oh, look at that, what a good little lad. As we head on in to round number 5.
Again, a location that is not too easy to guess, I would say. I've talked about it earlier. If you're just surrounded by trees, well, yes, you can put them somewhere, but pinpointing without seeing like elevation, no mountains, no nothing, can be quite difficult. It's a long span. And there's also a lot of new coverage in Chile.
Yeah.
Down south. It just got released yesterday. But in this case, it is 2024.
I was going to say, this is older, yeah.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be too far south, but still very hard to guess where you are, especially with 3x. It's a very long stretch. I mean, Chile, very underrated country when it's coming down to distance.
We could easily head over to NMPC with Lendy being down to somewhat low health, but then again, he came back with 200 in the previous game, so it ain't over till it's over. I feel like that's been proven time and time again at this point in GeoGuessr history. Let's see now, where are we? They're going to be close to one another, but it's going to be Lenley closer, 100 kilometers closer to target, 1,300 damage done, and that takes us into round number 6.
Not only surviving, but also bringing him down to half HP almost there.
Yeah.
And we move over to this round. Again, not too much to work with, right?
I feel
Next
like
to us is a building.
It's been a very varied set of locations we've had today. It's been you've never really had a chance to kind of predict what we're headed into. We really are being thrown all over the world in good fashion as we now go hard northeast here, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. We have also a lot of rounds where you actually have to think. I like that because I don't think we had any round where you just default plunked somewhere. Because sometimes you have it and no, okay, it's just this area, it's this small country, it's just this city. I feel like we didn't have that. Very interesting rounds so far. We can be happy about that as the viewers. But I would assume the players are stressing about it.
If you feel like you're in Sweden, but you know you're in Canada, just go east.
Could work.
I feel like when you just overlook this, like all the trees there in the distance with how it's not super mountainous, it's like, yeah, this could be, central northern Sweden.
That is a valid approach.
Yeah.
You see it.
Saint-Pierre is where we're headed. Let's see if they're going to be right in their estimations, and they are indeed a bit further down towards the south than where they up to go. But 500 damage still comes through, pushing Lenley even closer to an NPC.
Ooh, kind of an interesting pavement here. Could be something regional. We have this boxed car, what we call it, mostly found in Western India or in the big cities.
Let's see. They get to work with this spin around of ages. A couple of poles are visible. Do you have region-specific poles in India the same way that you have the language?
Definitely, yeah. There are a couple, especially, I think one of the most known ones is the Punjabi window.
Yeah.
In Punjab, you have this extra, we call it window. I don't even know who came up with the name, but shout out to whoever it was probably in some document called like that. You have like this extension to the top. Usually you can spot it even from a distance, but in this case, I don't see it.
Lendy goes close to lock now. He needs the lock now in order to bring this one home. This might not be enough, and this could definitely be game, and indeed it will be. 2-2 is the score as Harrier pulls through and takes us into NMPC.
I mean, we already knew this is not going to be an easy game for any one of those sitting there. So we could have somewhat assumed it's going all the way down to NMPC. And the way they thought to it was also very interesting. As I said, it was not easy by any means.
Not at all.
They really had to earn their way
It's
to
great
this.
to see. I mean, they haven't been flawless either. They've both been incredibly good in their average guesses. There has been enough mistakes made, though, I feel like, on both sides where the other one could have come in and punished. That's what we saw in the Kratzo Clement matchup, that whenever someone made a mistake, the other guy was instantly there to get the right guess in return. These two guys more even in their matchup. So let's get it going, guys. Let's get rowdy for this NMPC matchup between Harrier and Lenley.
And I'm sending them right into it.
This is all we get. The still frame, the frozen photo of this dirt road. In.
My first thought was Philippines, but at the same time, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Harrier's in Mexico. I didn't see where Lenny is in Colombia. I mean, okay, I don't want to just ride the back of Lenny, but I was getting Colombia vibes on this. Not that my vibe guessing is anywhere near always on point, but I'm liking what Lenny is thinking here.
Yeah, I see the fence now. We have
exactly,
actually,
that's what I was thinking. The wooden fence
I didn't
next
even
to the
realize
house.
we have that.
That's what made me think Colombia.
Yeah, definitely a Latam thing. Or more likely, I should say. Definitely also happens in Asia.
He's looking towards Peru now as well. At least he was kind of hovering his mouse over it, at least.
Maybe it's the gray car.
Could be.
I feel like that's somewhat rare in Colombia, but could still be.
Setting it down north side of Bogota. Harry is a bit further towards the west, towards Medellin, but still, Colombia it is. 300 damage done here in round number 1 as we go into the second one. Again, of course, we are playing best of 5, so the victor of this NMBC will be the victor of this incredibly close matchup.
And once again, I would say it's Bangladesh.
Then he doesn't agree.
Maybe?
Neither does Harrier. They're both in the Philippines.
Yeah, that makes more sense. We have this bell on top. However you want to call it. I saw that. You get it in Bangla as well, but now that I look at it,
our
especially
only
the road.
excuse is that the players' monitors are bigger than ours because they get their whole frame and we get 2 smaller frames. So that's our excuse. Whenever they get it right, we don't. Good thing for them is that they do, both on the right island, but still, it's gonna be Lenley closer. Remaining flawless for Lau. No damage done towards him here, coming in to round number 3.
Toby, I'm not making the same mistake again this time. I'm looking deep into it and I see those yellow lines. Without them, I would have guessed probably South Africa or something. But now I see we have those double yellow lines, which puts us in the Americas.
Couple yellow, white outlines. You're talking dangerous talk here if you want to go South Africa.
Not outlines, but I'm actually not sure if it's Mexico or... I think it's a white line, right?
Yeah, white outline,
you said
yellow.
white line. Oh, that's why it's dangerous. Yep.
Don't go South Africa.
No. I mean, it was your job to spot those.
Yes, you tested
just give it over to me, and
I passed the test.
I make the usage out of it.
Thank you, mentor and coach Gelotris. I appreciate it.
But what are the players thinking we have?
Just north of the border, north of Tucson is where Harry is setting up shop. Let's see if Lenley is going to follow suit. He's further south across the border, and he's actually going to get it too. What a nice vibe guess by Lenley. 2,500 damage done.
That's a lot more damage than I expected, but just looking at it, it doesn't look that far, but...
True.
It is how it is. And...
Don't flick the mouse around. Don't do it,
I would love to look around here.
We don't get that pleasure.
We don't do that.
That's what NMPC does.
We struggle with you guys. We know as little as you do.
We get sworn mitts and instantly the question mark emote is on display. What, oh what do we have here? Is it a swan? Is it a flamingo?
I can't even blame the screen. I'm literally like, I can't get closer than this.
Give me a hunch. I mean, you saw Harry zoom into Philippines. What are you thinking?
You shouldn't have said that because I thought that, but now it seems like I'm just copying it.
Lenley is in Mexico.
Also very valid.
Could easily be game. It's been so close, you might come down to a cross-continent guess here, but that's what NMPC does to you. You have so limited info to work with. It comes down to years and years of experience in playing literally all across the globe and trying to decipher what you got to work with.
I think we have a car in the distance there. I cannot make that. It's a pickup car, then...
Cambodia now as well. Big change-ups here.
I feel like that would be a recognizable road then.
And it is going to be in Kenya!
Once again, Kenya's tricking the players. Wow.
Neither of them ever even considered Africa.
No, not at all.
What a round. You can see Harry going, oh, well, obviously that was there. That's probably Jeff talking to him saying, come on, Harry, you had that one.
Sure.
But nonetheless, a tricky round to play through as we now go into round 5.
Actually, we have Blackwater tanks here. I didn't expect to see that.
We'll see what they end up working with. Lenny still flawless, yet to take any damage, and just pushed Harrier down to under half.
I mean, my first thought was Brazil.
And that's where Harrier is going with as well. So is Lenny. But as you're saying, the Blackwater tank, usually we find them blue in Brazil.
That is correct, and that was what was throwing me off. But
maybe
then again, I would just ignore it. And
maybe it's a hot
on
water tank, and they know that black soaks in the heat more, so we need boiling water.
Maybe
in the
it's
water
imported from Mexico or whatever. But then again, I think it's a bucket, and usually it's like not a bucket in Mexico. They are like way bigger.
Yeah.
So the color, well, the color doesn't fit. The shape does.
Well.
And also this very white orange soil with these fencings.
Brazil is a big country to get things wrong, and in a match this important with 3 times multiplier, now just 5 seconds left to work with. Where are we headed? They're both vibe guesses. They're both going to be off by a bit, but Lenny is going to be closer once again. 1,400 damage done.
Yeah, he's slowly getting there, building it up.
Definitely.
I mean,
but it just takes 1 round. At this point, it just
I mean, at this point,
takes
especially
1 round.
With the type of rounds we are getting, once again,
exactly.
I'm just going to send them right into it. I don't want to think about it. Let them do their job.
That's the danger of continuously winning when the multipliers keep stacking up. Yes, you're going to have won 7 rounds in a row, but with the multipliers racking up, Harrier just needs 1.
I don't know if we are... Could it be east of Andes in Colombia? I don't think so. The fence doesn't look Colombian.
Harrier's in Mexico. Lenny's initially towards Guatemala. Now it goes down towards Colombia.
Yeah, I think
Harrier
he
locks
is
in Colombia. He swapped last second, went down.
Considering to hedge it because he doesn't know whether it's Mexico or Colombia. And it is! And that will be the game for Lenny winning it here. Very, very strong performance, especially on this last NMPC game mode.
I thought for a second that Harrier jumped down on the other side, but not quite to be. 3 Colombia rounds in that NMPC, I think. Very, very difficult for sure, but what a matchup between the two. You can see Lenny there giving credit to his opponent, because that was not an easy game for him to win.
Not easy at all. I mean, we have seen it. It was a long path to this, and as you said, once you get 1 Colombia round and then you get another one, and then you second guess, would we really get another Colombia round? But that's really, you can't use that thought. I mean, it can always be.
You can't count locations the same way you can count cards. There are more than 4 locations of the same country in play here. As we take a look again as these 2 guys on screen. And now back to our faces, because what better place to be? I mean, look at the crowd behind us, the players on stage, GeoGuessr, and the competitive environment these games bring in. It's such a good place to be.
I love it, yeah. And I mean, we had majors where we didn't see a single NMPC game.
True.
And today we had we get them back to back almost. So yeah, I'm happy about the games. I'm happy about how well the venue is going, and yeah, we are getting good games to see here.
Definitely 2 very evenly matched up players in Lenny and Harry. I mean, they said it coming into the game too. There was no way of predicting who was going to come out victorious, and it proved right here. I mean, yes, there were rounds where both of them went off by a bit, but then they were off together. I mean, they both grind so hard in this game that it only makes sense that they're there alongside one another. But now let's head on over to Paula and the boys on desk and hear what Lenny has to say after that victory.
Thank you, Toby and Gelatrus. Guys, forget NMPZ. I think we should start calling it LMPZ, because Lenny does not need to move, pan, or zoom. Congratulations, buddy. What a win.
Thank you very much, Paula. This means so much to me. Like, after the, I don't know, like after like I've grew, I don't know, a fan base, I guess, over the last few years, to actually like go here and be able to have the opportunity to beat Consus tomorrow. So awesome, means a lot to me. Also, big shout out to Harrier. That was a great game, yeah.
That was absolutely a great game. Before we start speaking about what's next going up against Consus tomorrow, just firstly, your general thoughts on how that matchup against Harrier went.
I mean, general thoughts, it was back and forth. He showed his moving prowess. Like, the first moving game that he won, I didn't find a kabupaten on 17 signs, which is, I think, a new record for Indonesia. But yeah, you just showed that with info, he can do basically anything. He's really, really up to his game, and in no move, he was also really strong.
Lenley, you say this, but you won that second moving. An insane comeback in the later rounds. I think it was round 8. How did you turn it around, later in that second moving?
I would assume, honestly, that Harrier will be like kind of kicking himself for that one, because it was like pretty gettable Kizil, I think. Like big city with the dry valley mountains north. I just recognized the city. Actually, funnily enough, last year at the EMEAs, I lost an NPZ game to Kratzu on Kizil, or no move, something like that. So on the same city. So this year, it's different.
GC, over to you.
Well done, Lenley. Great performance. Is there an argument that you're the world's best NMPZ player right now?
No, I don't think so. Like, I would say, like, I am pretty decent at keeping my nerves in check under pressure in a situation like this, which is probably why my NMPZ rate in these competitions is so high. But like outside of competitions, I struggle in NMPZ. Like, I would consider it my worst mode at the moment, outside of competitions. But who cares if I win them inside the competitions, right?
Ziggy?
Yeah, he only has to be the best person in NPZ in the matchup, so
exactly.
It worked in that one. Congratulations, thanks for bringing it home for Germany. Now, I mean, you mentioned your next matchup is Consus. My question would be, will you tease it, win an NMPZ again, or will you just 3-0?
3-0.
All right.
Woo! Woo!
No,
All right, guys, any final questions from you before we wrap the interview up?
Well done, Lenley.
Prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah, enjoy yourself. Get ready.
Lenley, final one for myself. What will be the plan for tonight? How can you prepare as best as possible for tomorrow?
I won't do much preparation. No, I think yeah, I've prepared so much over the last 1.5 months, 2 months. My master thesis is completely down the drain. I haven't really started that one yet. So yeah, GeoGuessr takes priority right now. It's also kind of a career, and then. Yeah, I'm prepared. I am as prepared as I can be. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I win.
Lenley, you are absolutely correct. You're absolutely killing it right now. Also, anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home and here in the arena?
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the watch-alongs. Shout out to my family watching. And this is, yeah, I love the support. It's awesome. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, big round of applause from our audience. Lenley, feel free to head off and get some rest and relaxation. Always a pleasure to hear from our players after a win. Bracket up on screen, everybody. You can see the action that has transpired so far. If we stay on board with what just happened, Lenley has now booked himself a spot in the quarterfinals to play one of the best of the best, the 2023 World Champion Consus. GC, what do you think of that matchup?
That is an amazing matchup. Two of the biggest names in the game. Lenley showing he can deliver. Consus, we know he's one of the best in the world as well. It's going to be great.
And
yeah,
Ziggy,
it's always interesting to see, for me at least, because every single time Consus goes into a tournament, everyone doesn't have him on his radar, even though he has already won a World Cup. Yeah. So it's always interesting. But he's always getting underrated, but I think that's where he thrives, really. He doesn't really care if people think he's good or not. He shows up regardless, and he also prepares. Maybe not, he makes it public, but be rest assured, he is definitely prepared.
The man is a machine. All right, everybody, schedule up on screen now. Yeah, you can see our matches that have played out so far. Kratzo came out on top, Marder, and then, of course, just now, Lenley. But we have one more matchup to go. We've got the hometown hero of Captain going up against Pan. It should be a banger. Guys, enough from us for now. Very shortly, we will head to a short break. Before we do so, let me let you all know about our awesome GeoGuessr Remix Challenge. So, AudioBox, GeoGuessr, and FL Studio have teamed up to launch a global remix challenge like no other. We are inviting producers everywhere to flip the official GeoGuessr World Championship anthem into something legendary. You know the one, where you go. Oh, you can maybe do something like a maybe I'm not the best producer, but you guys out there definitely could be. This isn't just a battle for bragging rights. The winning remix will be officially released on Universal Music. That's huge. A major label drop. If you've been waiting for a moment to put your name on the map, this is it. With that being said, everybody, time to head for a short break, and we will be back after that with the final matchup of the day.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
Every step of the way, I ain't losing this race. I'm ready to go. And making me legendary.
Luna de amor, ¿dónde vas? Que me robas la calma.
All they want is Sheba.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Not sure I understand it, but everything seems brighter now than before.
We're ready to go. The world is waiting for you. We're ready to go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 EMEA Majors. Everybody, we just saw in the break that the unicorn is the national animal of Scotland. And you know, what a unicorn of a day one we are having here at the EMEA Majors. It's been magical, it's been fantastic. And guess what? We have one more matchup to go. Captain versus Pan. It should be a banger. We are still, of course, coming to you live from Glitched in Jönköping, Sweden. I'm still Parla, and I'm still joined on the desk by Geography, Challenges, and Ziggy on the end. One more to go, guys. Are you excited?
I'm very, very excited. It's been an incredible set of games so far. These guys are up-and-comers. I think they'll deliver as well.
Yeah, I think we already saw more NPC games than I expected in the entire tournament, so that's good. But now we see two maybe newcomers to the viewers, really, in the big stage at least, with Captain and Pan, so I think it's going to be great.
Indeed. Let's remind everybody at home about what's happened so far and what is about to happen. Let's bring up that bracket. Yeah, we had Kratzo overcome Clement, Strefan fall to Madder, and then we saw Lenny win out in NMPZ over Harry. And yeah, now it's time for Captain versus Pan. You can see our playoff brackets at the top of the screen. Kratzo going on to play Blinky, Madder going to play on Finbar tomorrow, and then we've got Lenny going on to play Constance. And of course, Debray waiting in that quarterfinal for either Captain or Pan. What a playoff bracket, GC.
It's incredible. I mean, yeah, the chance to play Debray, wow, that'd be a banger. But yeah, these two guys, from what I've seen, both really, really impressive. Pan scraped qualification for this. He had to win 6 games in a row at the end of the World League to do so. So he'll be, you know, using that as fuel to carry on and maybe go ahead to the next stage.
Indeed, Ziggy, is Debray going to be licking his lips, you know, watching this matchup, wondering who his prey is going to be, potential prey in that quarterfinals?
I mean, I will make it known that I predicted Cup 10 to win this, and when I predicted the match against Debray, I gave him a 3-1 win over Cup 10, and you know what he said? He had the audacity to say, oh, you think I'm going to drop a single game against Cup 10? So that's the Debray I know, at least, so it doesn't seem like he's fearing any one of these. So, yeah, that's at least what he said. So, whether that be true or not, we shall see.
That sounds like classic Debray. And, you know, hearing a bit from Debray, why don't we hear from our players themselves, Captain and Pan?
Facing Captain will be pretty tough. He's a very strong opponent, in my opinion. He qualified, I think, the 6th seed in EMEA, so he's obviously very strong. Yeah, I'll have a hard time playing against him, but hopefully I get the better of him.
Well, it's going to be tough because, I mean, Pan is a very, very strong player, but, you know, I think anything can happen. I think both players can win. Maybe I'm a bit stronger at moving and he's a bit stronger at no moving, so I think it will be important for me to win the moving games.
I feel like on the no move, I play a lot better. I feel like that's my strong game mode, so I feel like I have an advantage on no move, but on moving on NMPZ, I feel like I'm more of the underdog against Captain.
Why don't we bounce off some of the things that the gentleman just mentioned? Starting off, you know, general stuff, you know, both of them saying, yeah, I recognize the other player as strong. But interestingly, both saying similar things about the other and themselves. So Captain saying needs to capitalize on move because he sees Pan as better at no move. And Pan saying, yeah, I see myself better at no move. GC, what are your thoughts on their takes on each other?
Well, I think they're both right. I think Captain is maybe the slightly more rounded player with that moving skill set. Captain beat Pan 2-0 in the World League fairly comfortably. But Pan's no move is extraordinary. He's on the up and up and up. So he can use that to get a result for sure.
Ziggy?
Yeah, they had very opposite paths to qualifying. On the one hand, you had Captain, who was in first place at some point just because he played a lot of games at the start of the World League and won them all. So he was sitting there above Blinky, above Constant, and everyone was like, whoa, that's pretty impressive. It has, you know, been a bit downhill for him. On the other hand, you have Captain, Pan, who won every single game just to qualify here, you know, and now he's up against Captain. Not an easy matchup, but I think just with the, you know, series of games he's had so far, I don't think he's going to be feeling as the underdog here, really.
Well, gentlemen, we've heard a bit from the guys, but why don't we check in with them live? Toby down on the sidelines right now with Captain and Pan.
Thank you so much, boys. Yes, I'm stood here with Pan and Captain. And Pan, I want to come to you first. Welcome to Sweden, first of all, and first time on stage in front of an audience for you playing. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited. It's my first time on LAN, so I hope I play well.
Hope you play well as well. Now, last time you and I chatted, Captain, was your first time on land. You said you were nervous. It was a dangerous time. How are you feeling now? Second time.
Still a bit nervous, but maybe less so than the last time.
Less so? Anything in particular that you've done to maybe get the nerves off?
No, I just think the experience of playing on land before helps me very slightly.
For sure, for sure. Now, Pan, I want to come to you because I think you surprised a lot of people and how well you've been playing in the World League this year. Is there anything in particular you've been practicing coming into this EMEA Major, maybe even more so knowing that you were going to go up against Captain?
I've been playing a lot of duels, best of fives against a lot of my friends, and it helps a lot with improving every single game mode, so hopefully it shows.
And of course, to you, Captain, for a while you've known you're going to be going up against Pan. Is there anything in particular that you've tried to practice, maybe get better, that you know Captain could be that Pan could be a threat in?
Well, I've kind of just had a general practice. I've played a lot of no moves because I know that Pan is very good at no moves. So I guess that's, yeah.
Sounds good. Well, guys, shake hands. Let's get this final game of the day going. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you, Toby, Captain, and Pan. Yeah, both competitors ready to go. Very interesting detail gleaned, or perhaps one that people at home know already. So second time on land for Captain, first time, of course, on land for Pan. I wonder if it's enough experience that Captain has already had that it pays off. But you know what, actually, I will say, that little extra bit, I do think it will make a difference, GC.
I think it can. I really think of Captain as such a professional. I think he's so well-rounded. I think he has a very good mindset. He's got that bit of experience. So I think that will count for a lot, definitely.
Ziggy, also another general theme here. We see the flag on the jersey. Captain, the hometown hero, representing Sweden here in Jönköping at Glitch at these EMEA Majors.
Yeah, we shall see if that helps him or, you know, maybe hinders him in some sense. But,
extra pressure, right?
It is extra pressure. I mean, I'm not sure if his family is here, but if there are, maybe extra support. It would be nice to see.
Yeah, talking advantages for Captain, our world rank number 12. We spoke about it a bit before. GC, beyond just having to capitalize on the move, what would you like to see from Captain?
Well, we've seen some interesting Russia locations today, and I know Russia's one of his strengths, so that could come in handy. He says he's been focused on no move as well, so I think if he manages to take one of those games off Pan, he'll set himself up very nicely to go through.
And Ziggy, what do you think, before we move on to Pan, just quickly, what do you think Captain should be doing to give themselves the best chance possible?
Just win.
Okay, just win. Perfect. Moving on to Pan. Let's start with the same type of question. So, Pan seeing themselves as the favourite here in no move. Beyond that, though, what would you like to see from them, GC?
So, in Pan's game against Captain in the league, I think he struggled to keep up a little bit. I think he might have to go for a different strategy. He might have to put a bit of pressure on Captain, maybe some fast guesses, something a bit unorthodox. Let's see.
Talking fast guesses, I think that's one of the lower guess times that we've seen. Are at 31 point something there, Ziggy. Is that also something that you'd like to see, that GC mentioned, some fast guesses, putting that pressure?
I mean, I like to see it. Whether he can do that with the extra pressure on LAN event is something not many people can handle. MK is one of them who can do it, but you have to be very, very confident in yourself, really. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, and I mean, right now we've got a great view of the players, and we've been in some amazing arena spaces at this point in the life of GeoGuessr esports. This isn't necessarily our biggest arena, but we've got a crowd here, a real crowd surrounding them on all sides, sitting in those bleachers. For someone like Pan, who's never experienced anything like that before, it's definitely going to be a factor. And I'm sure, being in Sweden and those aforementioned factors together for Captain that's a lot. There's a lot going on there.
There's a lot going on. They just have to lock into every location as it comes up, try and drown it out, play their game. We'll see what happens.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be close.
GC and Ziggy, final thoughts, because this matchup is ready to go. Final thoughts, prediction, GC, starting with you.
I'm going to give Captain the slight edge as the more rounded player and with the better moving skill set.
All right, GC going with Captain. Ziggy, do you agree or disagree? Who are you going with?
I mean, I want to agree, but at the same time, I don't want the same result. So I'm just going to say also 3-2, because why not? Let's have another NMPZ game, but I will go with Pan instead.
I love it. I would love to see an NMPZ. The show has been a rocket so far, and here we go with our fourth and final matchup of day 1 of 2. Everybody, it's Captain versus Pan. Toby and Gelotris, over to you.
Thank you so, guys, for the desk breakdown there. Once again, Gelotris, the desk is torn on who to go with. So let's let you be the one that pulls in one side or the other. What are you thinking here with this matchup?
Yeah, they have pretty much said everything that has to be said and done. I mean, Pan is a very experienced player. I think he's also playing a little bit longer than Pan, both fairly new to the competitive scene. But yeah, with the experience that the experienced captain has, I would say he has a better lead, and let's give it a 3-1 for him.
3-1, so not going all the way to an embassy. Well, we'll see if you're going to be right or wrong, as the fourth and final match of day number 1 is going to be upon us. Captain, the hometown hero, versus the Greek Pan. We'll see who's going to become victorious as we get into game number 1. It's moving. It's the Classico of GeoGuessr. So let's get it underway right here, right now. Captain versus Pan.
Round 1. Let's take a little look. Let's let the players collect themselves and put them right into the game. Round 1 moving. Captain versus Pan. Also Sweden versus Greece.
Yes, sir. It's gonna be a good time. Out into the tropicals we go.
Yep,
Plenty of info available early on.
In Malaysia. So far, I'm not sure if we are on the mainland. I don't really look at the polls there. Usually, they will tell you whether you are or not by having this little black sticker on the poll, which you see more on the mainland, which you should see only on the mainland on the old coverage. Nowadays, you see it on both Borneo and mainland.
You do have
we have Cebu.
Yeah, you do have him going towards Cebu initially. Well, we have a sign there. That's usually pretty decent tell. We'll see if Pan ends up finding the same thing. He's hovering mainland initially, but now clicking out on the islands too.
He's committing a bit further into it. I think we had Sarawak polls in the beginning.
Captain had the city, but no distance towards it. We'll see who's going to be close. It is going to be Captain close all the way down towards the water there. We didn't get any big tells that we were nearby a big body of water like that, but nonetheless, Captain starts strong in this one. Let's get into round number 2.
Let's jump right into it, and we have these concrete octagonal poles. Also these lamps, these pickup trucks. A lot of good clues.
Yeah.
For the country.
Definitely.
What I want to find in Mexico is probably maybe a highway sign. Those are sorted very well. Usually they also give the abbreviation of the states.
That does help. Does help quite a bit. Let's see. A lot of info available on the lines here for... Oh, a good one, number 2 for Pan, but I don't think that was a highway, was it?
Didn't see it immediately. Usually it says on
it says on there as well.
There's something written on the top.
Screen.
I can't make it out. I don't know if they can make it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Unlucky for them, it's a bit faded out, that one.
Rude semi-truck driver whose side mirror got bashed into the sign and bent it a bit, so we can't make out exactly what it says. But Captain is going to be the first one to log in southwest of Mexico City. We'll see if Pan opts to follow. He's looking to go a bit east towards Hidalgo initially, but no, now going further west as well.
Yep, we have a little bit of white brick there. You can pretty much split the country into more common to have white. What? That is a very strong guess.
Great guess by the Swede. Able to do a pretty decent amount of damage over towards Pan here, considering the fact that it's round 2 and we only now really started with the multipliers. But now, into round number 3 we go towards the eastern echelons of Europe, it would seem.
Yeah, we have a blurry short antenna here. Will we see an instant guess by that? I mean, both players would probably assume that the other player will also know what that means.
Yeah. Which is?
You see it in Russia, in certain areas. I would say like a very big circle around the city of Ufa.
Okay.
And when I say a very big circle, I mean a very big circle. It's still a lot of...
2,000 kilometer circle.
Someone like that. But yeah, we see Captain already going towards that.
Big city Russia. Don't exactly make things any easier.
I think we have an address there on the billboard we just saw on Captain's screen. Don't know if it was a small town or actually gave a bigger town name. But considering that he kept on moving, makes me think that it wasn't too helpful.
Could very well be.
And we see more here. It's very, very small written again. I need your eyes for that.
Oh, that's what you need. Yeah, you know what? I'll put my nose straight to the monitor and see if I can make it out for you. As Kazan is where Captain is hovering, maybe up to go to that city. Pan is right next to him as well, and it's going to be just up on the northeastern side of there. So good guess on both their parts. And finally, Pan able to strike back in this one.
And I don't think we had this country.
Nope.
We had it once. We had it once. At the Danube was the Kratzer game.
True. Let's see if they get it. Maybe out there in the viewers, maybe you're getting it. Maybe you're appreciating that we're not instantly giving the country away. So you get a chance to get the guess, and maybe you just wanted to leak it instantly so you don't have to think for yourself. Sometimes people do appreciate that too. Let us know which way you prefer it done, as these guys. These Pan will first off go to Romania, and a quick guess with them as well. A lot of ticks there for captains.
A lot of ticks. I'm scanning through it, and I assume they both do the same. There's a lot.
Country is
Komuna
given.
is Runku, so I would assume that's...
But where you gonna go? We didn't get the click down in time.
Oh, I don't even...
Oh!
Did he even go on? I didn't see it.
I do not think, with how he reacted, that seemed like I made a mistake. Of course, we will want to confirm, but that did not look like a tech thing to me. That looked like he recognized it right as it didn't register.
I feel like he was just confronted with that sign with so much text, and I think he tunnel visioned into that, not realizing that Pan already had his guess down.
Important thing as well to mention, as far as I remember, correct me if I'm wrong here, Gelotris, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe the players play with music in the ears, with all this noise, you know, to make sure they don't hear what we're saying and not hearing the crowds and all that stuff. They don't play with the in-game sound. So normally when the opponent gets the guess and you get the doom, and then the timer starts literally ticking, you know, here, they have to visually see it when it happens, and then if you're accustomed to reacting to the sound more than seeing the in-game animation that your opponent has made the guess, some should go, oh wait, he guessed, you gotta go quickly, you know, if you're playing off the sound more often than not. So that could have been what happened here too.
I mean, you are talking to the right person. Last year on the EMEA that happened to me against Lenley, where I didn't realize that he guessed. And I'm also used to play on a somewhat smaller screen, and these screens are a bit bigger, and so I didn't see the flash around it at all. Was just moving around, just realizing that he already guessed.
Exactly.
That does happen.
Yep, we do have a sound issue that we're getting fixed. Should be just a minute or two as we get everything set up and running here for this matchup. A very, very close one so far with two. I mean, Wild Captain has played on stage once before, as I was alluding to in the pre-game interview. It was a show match with him playing, with Mackin playing, with Blinky and Kunstz as well. They were playing here in Sweden last year. Very interesting duos tournament. The first official, unofficial, because it was a show match after all, but the first official, unofficial show match that we've had in competitive GeoGuessr. I was see there the crowd, the fans going out, playing some GeoGuessr of their own. Always great to see the younger generation getting ready for the GeoGuessr esports career. Maybe, who knows, GeoGuessr World Championship 20, what should we estimate, 2034? Maybe we'll see some of these guys in the competitive scene.
Hey, you never know. Maybe they will come up with new rules where you can take your parent with you, and if they stand right next to it, you can already play.
Imagine.
You know?
Imagine. I feel like we've seen tournaments in other games where we have a 9-year-old that just wrecks all the boomers. So maybe that's going to be the case down the line. We'll have to see as we do get into this one. It's going to be game number 2. And it's going to be no move. So that one, I think, was as good as can be. And again, whether it be a sound thing or not, and his part in the game there, yet another factor we can add to the list of LAN experience. Now you know we gotta look for it. We can't just wait for the audio cue.
Definitely.
Let's get into it though. Pan up 1-0 off of a slip up from Captain as we get into this no move.
And this is all they're gonna see. They will not be able to move. They can use these poles, this landscape.
And when we say move, you can of course pan, which pan will do. That was not fun, I'm sorry. But you can pan around, you can turn around with your mouse, but you cannot move up and down the streets.
Yep, and
in
we
case
have
there was any confusion.
Ladder electricity pole, which should put us into Brazil, but then again, not the easiest country to region guess, and also not the smallest country to region guess, so having this on round 1,
Brazil is like, getting Brazil down is like saying, okay, so we're in Europe, but what do we do from here?
Yeah, that can also happen.
Exactly. Just the country alone won't necessarily grant you a whole lot.
Nope, definitely not. And we could already see some good points on round 1. You never know.
Definitely. It's happened many times in the past. Pan looking very road specific here. Seems like he's very keen on the region he finds himself in, but looking to see if any of these roads line up with what he wants.
Yeah, either he's looking for the road lineup, or, I mean, we have a slight ridge.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do show up on the map at a certain zoom level.
Ooh,
and I think
okay.
that's maybe what he's looking for here.
Could just have been. Let's see if it's gonna be
And
right. Incredible
that, we
guess
are
by
talking about a no move round, and he's right on it.
Wow.
21 kilometers is insane.
Absolutely incredible beginning of this second game between Pan and Captain. Again, I mean, I think many people have Captain as the favorite. Maybe not by much, but still a little bit of a step up. But here, it's a Pan show so far.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen guesses like that from Pan a lot in the World League, where he just out of nowhere on the most, like, the rounds were really hard.
Yeah.
And I think I remember it was an Indonesia round where he was like right on it without any information at all. So yeah, he's like very uncalculated. Like, you can't calculate him.
Yeah.
It's just, he does strike when he wants to.
Are we looking at river or ocean? We have water on both sides, I believe. One could be river, one could be ocean. I like the fact that Captain is actually studying the fashion of this person here. Maybe he's wearing a shirt that is specific to some area. I'm not quite sure, Pan. As you can see, I'm looking for a river that might meet the ocean on the other side. A parallel river and ocean kind of situation. Can't quite find it, yo. Still 15 seconds to go with none of these players wanting to guess too early.
Probably. I'm not sure about the country here, but it seems like they aren't either, because Pan just switched from Malay to Thailand.
Yeah.
Whereas Captain is on Lombok in Indonesia. That's a very high
Big distance. 1.5 times multiplier only, but still could be big. Of course, not too much when they're both at a far distance from the target, but nonetheless, 1,500 damage done to Pan. Captain able to strike back.
I don't know how to get that. I mean, Pan got tested again this time.
Definitely.
He didn't know, but no blame at all. That was a very hard location, and would you look at the beauty
We're in
of
Bristol. This is beautiful. It said so on the hotel, right? This is Bristol?
Could be. With a lot of imagination. With a lot of imagination.
Don't get baited, chat, just because it says the city name on a building. Doesn't always mean you're there.
But once again, kind of a big city right next to water. We have some land sticking out. We have mountains. I would assume these players go right into the map after they looked at this, soaked in every information they have, and start scanning for it.
A lot of shoreline for you to try and line up this city with. And it's a big enough city that it should stand out at quite the distance too. So they're trying to line up all these mountains you have in the distance in this bay. And we'll see who's gonna get it. You have Pan locked in already. Maybe they're both gonna get it up. Here it is gonna be Pan, and you know what? This is gonna be the first 5K of the EMEA Majors.
Finally, we got it. Thank you, Pan, for that.
2 points off of a 10K as well. Come on, Captain, spend some more time doing that.
Who would have expected that on a no-move game?
Yeah, exactly.
The first 5K in a no-move game?
Exactly. You know what? With this next position, there might be similar. I mean, if they can get the country locked down quickly, which should be doable, there might be enough similar info with the bay and the coastline that you have to work with, the city in the distance too, that maybe we could see a repeat 5K situation. Let's see.
Similar situation again. We have a city, we have a bay, but we are in Japan, which is significantly
there's a bay or two
harder to scan, especially on the last one we had the volcano.
Yeah.
And this time we don't see any remarkable...
Is there anything regionally guessable with what we're seeing? The black rocks in the water, maybe the architecture of the houses. I mean, Captain very quickly jumped up to that north coast. Is that reasonable to you?
Well, in Japan, you usually try to use the poles.
Yeah.
And if you don't have the poles, then it's a lot of room.
Then you
vibe
guess.
There's a lot of room along the whole country because, it is very difficult. In this case, it looks kind of a bit more warm, so I would go more towards the south of the country.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah.
And it's going to be down there. Good hunch by Captain. He went west of Matsu immediately. And for good reason. Very close to the target there once again. Sending Pan down to under half health as we now go into round number 5.
We do. What do we have here, Toby?
Car.
A car.
And a garage. Stop asking me
Some
easy
buildings.
questions, Delotris.
No, I'm just... I'm just checking if you know what to look at.
Work. I do know what to look at. They have a red line on the thingamabob and a stubby antenna.
That is correct. And I think it's Germany. looks like it, unless it's Austria. I don't know if that band is something.
This is where I get scared because it was a red and white band on the pole, which is Austrian colors, but it doesn't always work that way.
No.
Maybe it's a Landkreis or whatever in German, like an area that has a local flag that's red and white as well. Those happen, these sort of things every now and again. So let's see if Captain is in agreement. Now he's going to go a bit further down towards the south, towards Würzburg, and it's going to be even further south than that, actually, west of Munich. And 1500 damage once again comes through. Pan starting to sit with his back against the wall here.
Hey, you had the opportunity to be closer from Austria there.
All you gotta do, my friend, is win-win.
Yeah, you gotta win-win. This is the strat.
First
you
we
gotta run.
First we were in luck, now we're in win-win. I mean, these guys, what are they trying to tell us?
For today, Sparkasse.
Sparkasse? Session.
Which one?
True, there's quite a few. Even in Denmark,
there are only a few.
We had an N on the end, so it's Sparkassen, but even then, there's quite a few Sparkasses.
Interesting. I see an emblem in the distance. I'm not sure if that's helpful.
Let's see. Austria is where Pan is initially hovering.
A good way
Captain
to
is joining him towards
distinguish
Vienna as well.
The font we had on that sign, on that no stopping sign, that will give you the important clue that this is Austria over Germany. In Germany, they use another font type. It's not something you can explain. I think you just need to look at the comparison.
You gotta stare at the two
next-
enough times. You gotta quiz yourself on them enough times to get it scorched into your memory. As we now see Captain first wants to lock in, as we've seen before, it's gonna be right.
Hey, and this time you could have been closer from Germany.
True, right on the border, as I was gonna say, but he stays alive. 169 health for Pan now. He needs to pull off a monstrous comeback, but of course, with us being in round 7, the multipliers doing some work for us, it's still very winnable for Pan despite the big lead for Captain.
I mean, usually you love to see those blue signs because they will give you the road number in South Africa.
44-2, is that something we could use for anything?
Hey, I have no idea what this is for. But I would assume that they both... I mean, they will definitely both know that this is South Africa, but still a lot of room in the country where to make a guess here, I would
What's
say.
the South
It is
African tell?
very-
Is that the blue sign exclusively?
I mean, what do you call it? The reflectors in the guardrail. They have like this a double triangle, or it's three triangle shapes. You don't really get that in other countries.
Like interlocked triangles
you also
sort
get
of
that in Eswatini. You get that in. I don't even know if you get that in Lesotho. Probably. But yeah, with this camera generation, you can rule it down to South Africa.
Roger that. The more we know, Bloomfield is where Pan is initially... That's not all the name. Bloemfontein, sorry, is where Pan is initially looking. And Captain is there with him just on the northern border. But now Pan is looking to go further west. Or maybe really far west. At least he was hovering there initially. Or for a second. But now gone back. Captain locks in. Pan there as well. Could have gone even further east, but it's going to be Captain closer. And it's going to be Captain Victoria as the Swedish fan cheers on as he gets himself into a tied situation now, 1-1.
Yeah, good to see him winning on this one. I mean, I'm sure he's not happy about the incident that happened on the game before. Therefore, this will maybe bring him back a little bit morally and also with the score of tying this game up.
Definitely, and all they can do now is sit and stare at their screens while they're feeling the stage shake of our yapping. Wait for the next game to get going.
When is it starting? When is it starting? What is the next round?
We do know that they were allowed to bring their own Spotify playlists here, so I'm hoping they pick something good, something, whether it be whale sounds and full-on meditational focusing, or if just going like a high-speed heavy metal. I don't care what it is. All I want to see is them playing to the best of their ability, regardless of what music they're listening to. So let's get into it. Let's get into the second moving game here between Captain and Pan.
And we jump right into it. Looks like we are back, driving on the left. I would assume this is South Africa once again. This time it is a very different landscape though. It is very green. Bit more mountainous.
That's where Pan is looking.
Moving, yeah. One is to... Again, we have a split. One's going to the north, one to the south. North was the right decision here from Captain.
A lot of info. We have Durban on there. That's East Coast.
I don't think this is too helpful. It has like all the major
All
cities
the
of South
cities.
Africa are listed on this one.
It's like one of those, Paris is in this direction, New York is in that direction.
Pretty much. I mean, wise decision of him to just ignore it and move on to find better information.
Yeah, you can get
not
stuck on
stick
those
to
things
it.
for a long time. No distances shown, but he is going to go towards Durban. Maybe that was, of all the cities on there, the one he felt the best about.
I mean, Pan is also towards the South Coast, which is, you know, in South Africa, still a long span and possibilities.
Definitely a bit further down towards the south by quite the distance, actually, and it's going to be a bit further inland. Good guessing, though, on the side of Captain, able to start off this game with the lead.
And this is the next one. Again, in a parking lot.
Italy.
Double blue. Yep, if the front plate is
Albania.
short, which is also important, then you are in Italy.
Or
Because
Albania.
France or Albania also have double blues. There are a couple double blues. But yeah, we should be in Italy. They will try once again to move out and find the right information.
You can hear Mara screaming in the background going, "That's my neighborhood."
A couple mountains in the distance. I don't know if they did spot that.
No? There's so much, and that's the issue, right? It's about deciphering. We have so much on the screen. What is the most important thing for me to look at right now? Now the mountains, as Pan moves further out of that parking lot, they do become quite more visible. So you'd have to imagine that he's taken those into consideration already.
Yeah, as a rule of thumb, you always try to get to a somewhat main road as soon as possible. And judging which direction will lead you to a main road is also a skill set. A moving player
for sure
tends to know better.
It's like having just a good understanding of city structure in general, but then there's also the national city structure of the country that you're in. Like, how do they like to put up their roads, given the area headed towards? But they're gonna let this one roll all the way down to the end of Pan, able to get himself a very qualified guess. Finds the city as well, as he somewhat even things out, coming in to round number 3.
Ooh, this
Trash
looks mighty like Madrid or something, or some coastal city.
We haven't had a whole lot of Spain today. Yeah, nice to be back. No Denmark at all, by the way. Just saying. Algorithm.
That's for tomorrow.
Can you
That's
do
for
me
tomorrow.
some? Oh yeah, right. We're saving it for grand finals. That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Round number 10 in NPC, downtown Copenhagen. I'm ready for it. Get an area code. We get a Spanish internet domain as well. They both go there instantly. Almost at 5K. 24 damage done. There was simply too much info available for these top level players to work with.
Yep, definitely a lot of information on that round, which, as you said, sometimes it is handy, sometimes it's not. This could be interesting. I don't know if we will get to information quick on this location.
It looked like a Turkish trash can to me, but I don't feel anything Turkey in this round at all.
We don't really have this exact shape, Toby.
Oh, okay. Sorry, bro. Sorry. Was that like trash can disrespect? I'm not even sure.
It was close. It was close. I will let that one slide, okay?
Don't you talk about our trash cans. They're very special. But yeah, good info. Good info for Captain in this intersection.
We have a very good sign. I mean, again, the two big cities, Prague and Brno, are on the sign, but we have some more, and especially the road numbers are what we are looking for here.
Country obviously only so big, but with 2.5 times multipliers, and well, I mean, Captain is standing in the very center of the country, so you'd have to imagine that the country isn't gonna be brutal, especially not now that Pan is moving closer and closer towards him. 10 kilometers out, Captain once again able to get the victory home, but Pan was able to micro-adjust his way towards him in the end, so not really too much damage in that one.
Yeah, he was lucky the location was actually in the middle of the country.
True.
Reducing a lot of damage there. We have a little bit of language.
Yeah. What was it? Oh.
Well.
Was that the country confirm on your guess?
That was interesting. I can use it, but they can maybe. Yeah, it is India, but I have a tough time. I mean, I read Bengali.
Yeah.
So I can at least know whenever it is West Bengal.
Fair enough.
And I can also rule it out.
Well, Pan is headed in that direction, a bit further towards the west. You'd have to imagine the captain's going to join him. There we know. They're right on top of each other. Out of just plunks. That's pretty incredible now. Captain moves a bit further towards the north, and it's actually going to be all the way up towards Bihar.
That was actually pretty close to West Bengal.
Yeah?
I mean, my strategy would have been just to drive over to West Bengal to read it there, but...
Fair enough.
They didn't need it.
Sticks with his guts, goes forward now. We're headed into round number 6. Captain still with the lead of 1,700 points as we get down here to this train underpass.
Which direction will they go? Will they take the underpass? Will they just move further into the field? I would just at least look around the corner here. And by the looks, I would say it is Germany, yes. Bike lanes as well, or not bike lanes, but signs for bicycle routes.
Pan, first one to get out into the city. Captain is still going down a dirt road now, opting to go the other way, and I think he's going to be better off for it. But you have to imagine that Pan has way better info available around. Captain is still stuck in the open. This is not good.
Huh.
I mean,
it is actually Luxembourg.
He's going to have to resort to region guessing this, but he does have country information, and let's see. He's sitting just on the southern border. No last second changes, and you can see it on his face. They go, come on, man.
You don't want that, but especially on moving, where you just like you have so much in your head. Like, which direction do I go? What information do I use? What's up there? You don't have time to think about the country sometimes.
Exactly. The dirt road maze hit him hard on that one. Couldn't figure his way out of it. And Pan, well, he was able to do just that as we now go into round number 7. 4 times multiplier, scores somewhat even. Captain up by 1,100 points. But this country, I mean, while not the biggest, multipliers alone could turn deadly.
Also,
that's a fast click from Pan.
Yeah.
Skip.
Probably, yeah, he just wants to go over to the next round here, probably. It is not too mountainous, which puts you a bit more towards the east of the country, not far east. But I would, yeah, somewhere between middle or middle east.
Oh, actually further west. Captain was, again, we talk about these micro readjustments. In the end of it, actually got himself further away from the correct location. So, Pan, slow and steady, evening things out here now. Just 400 points behind as we're getting into round number 8. It's getting a little scary here as we get down to the Church of God.
That is correct. We are in Nigeria. We talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
You always get those dates on the signs. However, with this camera quality, the biggest challenge is not to find the right state, but find a readable sign.
True, that does help.
Yeah.
You gotta CSI enhance those images, but not always as easy as Hollywood movies would make it look.
No.
And jumping between coverage here, I think there's definitely better quality in this one here. And now you got the estate info. I can't quite make out what the rest of that sign says, but he has an address down on the bottom of it.
No, it's Oyo State.
Oh, they both have the same sign.
Okay, they will both know the state. And I don't think Oyo is the biggest state, so therefore Pan is scanning for it. He knows it's somewhere there. It's a bit further south. There he has it. I mean, the city's also called up that he immediately went for the border check, which is a good strategy if you don't know the states.
They're both gonna be close. They're both gonna be there. Incredible guesses. A nice find on both their sides. You love the sound as that tie comes through and effectively just helps us rack up those multipliers coming in to round number 9. This is so insanely close. Whoever wins this round here, going in with a lead to round number 10, they're going to be feeling good.
Toby, did you know that license plate in Finland are a bit shorter?
Now I do.
Now you do.
But they're a bit shorter than what?
Than the regular European license plate.
Well, there you go.
Yep.
The more we know. Short license plate equals Finland. That's exactly where Captain is hovering. And you would have to imagine he's going to follow him soon, but you're driving around a forest in Finland. Feels very generic.
Yeah, I would say...
Any regional estimation? You have water, you have pines. I mean this is...
very hilly, which you...
Ask ChatGPT to draw Finland, this is what you get.
I think in the southwest you get a lot of like hilly parts. Whereas it's not that hilly, therefore I don't know, maybe they used the coverage, like the summer coverage, more towards the east. And it was very far east, actually.
All the way towards the Russian border. And this is then going to be Captain with the lead coming into this round as we now head into round number 10 for only the second time today. Now, round 10 is the final round of this setup. We play with a 10-round limit, so for Captain, if he can maintain his lead, doesn't even have to beat Pan all the way down to 0. If he can maintain his lead through round 10, he will win. And for Pan, all he needs is for Captain to be below his 2711 health by the end of this round, and he will be victorious.
And once again, we are in the Philippines. They're probably looking for a province name here.
Philippines, 5.5 times multiplier. Do you send it quickly, Pan, with no info?
Again, that's something you gotta think to yourself while playing. Do I put the pressure on? Do I try something here? Do I wanna like turn this game around by just vibe guessing it? Or do I actually look for the province name?
15 seconds in Philippines is a lot of time to try and get info though, but he does it. He locks in. He's gonna go towards Manila, a little bit north thereof. Captain is further south. This is, I mean, it's gonna be game regardless, but this could be game based on 0-point scores as well. And it's gonna be right in between the two.
Right between.
And is it gonna be enough then to set it down? No, it won't be. And because of the lead, Captain will be our victor of that game. So from being 0-1, now he finds himself with a lead.
Yeah, I mean, he made sure on this one to get his guess down, even though he had 15 seconds.
Yeah.
He didn't make the same mistake again to wait. He just went down to spawn, went back to spawn, looked around, and played it safe.
Gotta keep in mind as well, I mean, Captain only lost that first game because he actually still had 4,000 some health in that matchup. Only lost the first by an effective blunder. Didn't click in time. So who's to say maybe this could have been a 3-0 had he not made a mistake in that one. But now, 2-1 is what we're set with. Match point for Captain should he be able to win this fourth game.
And we go back to no move. So this is all the players can do. They can look around. And they have to make a guess based on that.
Is there anything, I feel like you've told me this before, on the Transformers on the top right. So when they're facing, I thought it was when they're not facing the street, that's when you know where you are.
If
but
they
this one is
face
facing
the
street.
road, I mean, it is specific to Canada.
Yeah.
If you are in Canada and it shows, like the insulator is towards the road, that will put you in Quebec.
That's how it is.
Or Nova Scotia.
Yeah, well,
most likely. Not 100%.
None of the guys this time around are there. So let's not go there, shall we? As they will both go... Okay. They neither of them are actually going to be in the right side. I think we're just exactly in main. But nonetheless, close guesses for both of them. So we go from one somewhat foresty road into the middle of nowhere.
And I would assume it is 21.
Oh, you do have a sign.
Is it 21?
That might be a blessing. That
it is
sign
21. And it should be Russia with that.
Russia, one sign in the distance. What, oh what do you have to work with here?
Oh, we actually have a sign.
Exactly, it's down there, but you
I'm looking in the sky while we have a sign right
Captain
there. I'm
locks
getting
in quickly too, up towards the north. Pan joins him.
Both in that area.
Is this based off the sign?
I'm not sure if they used the sign. They probably
They
do,
literally
considering
are in
that
the
they are
same
exactly
city.
in the same town.
Wow.
I couldn't read it at all.
That's incredible.
Oh yeah, it was readable. I just went back to the location. It was actually readable.
Readable, but very tricky. Thank you, random sign in the middle of nowhere, for helping make that round at least more playable as we go into round 3.
Should maybe look at that instead in the sky, am I right?
That makes sense.
And this is the next one.
Goes to show how many things you can, I mean, effectively look at when it comes down to making up your mind on these games.
I was hoping maybe to find a area code on the box, but there wasn't anything. Or at least I don't think it's an area code. No, it shouldn't be. Well, we should be in the US.
Big, beautiful valley.
With
Got
that
some
given, somewhere in the west. With that given, it's a lot of options.
Got some dark red-ish soil, but could of course be put down for the train tracks, what do I know? But they're in the distance as well. Reddish. Is that anything to go by?
Not necessarily, I don't think so. It will rule out probably some areas, but it is very splattered around the country, so there isn't like... Unless it is very flat and you have red dirt, then it's usually Oklahoma. good clue for Oklahoma is the red soil, but if it's mountains like this, it can happen here and there.
They're both in Montana right now. We'll see if Pan is going to opt to stay there. He zoomed out a bit before, now going a bit further towards the east border of Idaho, and it's going to be down towards Utah, but I feel like whenever we get these games, Idaho, Utah, Montana, oftentimes that's where you see like being the players being wrong with a state or two because they look so similar in these areas. But look at this beautiful location. Yet again, a ski resort. How? Because it is.
Actually, is it?
I know my ski resorts.
Would you say it's the Palandöken?
Since you said it so convincingly, I'm gonna say yes.
We will find out.
I don't know what it is that you just said, but I agree with you.
It is a mountain in South Erzurum in Turkey.
Well, I mean, Captain is going Turkey, but he's going east.
Yeah, we have a big lake down there. And if you see a big lake, you know, you only consider one place, and that's the Van Lake.
Any 10Ks in the chat? Let's see if it's gonna happen. Captain is the first one to lock in. Pan is on the other side of the water. Got to line
he's
up with the
judging the
compass.
size of the water pretty poor, I would say. Like, where he is like a very small body of water.
Great guess, Pan. That is 1,100 damage on. Yeah, Captain. I mean, he saw the big lake up there to go further east, but maybe didn't estimate the size of the lake that he had to work with.
And we do move on. Have this very white blur. Let me actually look at other stuff. Maybe there's a sign. No, we don't see it.
No signs.
And we send them right into it.
Let's get this one going.
Hard round, I would say. There are no pole attachments, which you usually want.
And the
Japan, there's one in the distance, but it doesn't really have an attachment that is useful. But
the one pole you have, there's no text on. Like on the... Or is there? Maybe it's just very hard to make out. Yeah.
But then again, the vegetation to me looks maybe a bit northern.
Is it the ferns or what's
like just leaves on the side? It's like very lush green. I don't know. Actually, it could be so many places. Rural Japan is very hard.
Pat locks in east of Toyama, and it's going to be right in between the two. I mean, a bit close up to Captain, but still close enough to both. But of course, now the multipliers are starting to rag up, so even if they are both in somewhat equal distance to the target, still 1,000 damage comes through as we head into round number 6. This game is incredibly close between the two, as I once again don't think we're in Poland.
Nope, we are not. We should be in New Zealand.
Left side traffic.
This bollard.
Yep.
Again, a country that's very learnable.
Yeah.
But if you don't put any time into it, it's very hard.
As with all other countries.
But in New Zealand, it's an extreme. You get from being very clueless to being on the right road, I feel like. Okay. That's what learning New Zealand does.
Fair enough. We'll see if they have in fact studied New Zealand. You'd have to imagine that they have. Pan's going to go down towards the southern coast. Captain looking for the north, at least to kick things off, but now going down to join him as well.
Yeah, and this country also got a lot of new coverage in the past years, and also a lot of more different cars. So that was usually something you didn't learn for this country, but now you can.
Let's see.
Them both towards the south.
They're almost on top of one another with their micro adjustments. Now as well, Pan is looking to go further west potentially, but not going to go through with it. And good for him for not doing so, because they are both right next to the target. It's going to be Captain closer, but only by a bit.
Round 7 it is. And again, we have some interesting pavement here. Let's look around as well. I am actually not sure. I hope it is. Is it East Java?
You can't look at me when in doubt.
Hey,
unless if it says Denmark on it, then I'm not going to be the one trying to tell if you're right or wrong.
Because there's some hilly parts in Bangladesh that can look like
Is there anything we can read off of what these, like all these specs have to work with? I mean, Captain is instantly going Java, and Pan seems like he's going to join him.
Yeah. What I didn't like is usually you see front plates on bikes in Indonesia, and that's not the case here, which can make it, you know, maybe double yourself, but...
Could you be Bates?
Yeah, but with the looks given, And the pavement as well. I would say East Java is the only reasonable guess.
East Java is where Pan went. We'll see if Captain locks in. He does, and it's going to be Pan close up. Really good guess by him. 2,000 damage done as well to Captain to try and bring this into NMPC. We'll see if it's going to go all the way there, or if Captain has it in him to make this a 3-1 victory.
We look at this, and we already know where they will guess.
You do.
We will know because we will see their guesses.
Oh, well, obviously, yeah. That is a good indicator.
Just need patience, just need 1 minute.
They're looking at everything except the tree that you look at. They're only rotating.
They see it, trust me, they see it.
Okay,
but at the same time, it's not where I thought it is gonna be.
Oh no,
because
good
this
thing
is
you
called,
didn't finish your sentence then.
This is called the Parana pine, we call it.
Yeah.
In the state of Parana, you see it a lot.
Yeah.
But I don't think you get this landscape in Parana.
Maybe it exists elsewhere too.
It should be a bit more northeast of that.
Maybe they were planted just to fool you, Gelotrus. We might never know, as Captain is continuously moving further down south, further away from where Pan positioned.
Yeah, that's also
so
a part
further
where it gets more hilly.
And it's going to be closer to Pan, and that could be enough to bring this one into NMPC. Indeed, it will be. 2-2 is the score. We are going all the way.
Very interesting, having those trees there.
Yeah.
Didn't only trick me, also the players. I mean, no one was really on it, but still a very good guess to go all the way up there.
Definitely, and brave of both of them to doubt your coaching in that round there. So we will go all the way NMPC yet again. Wait, we have had, let me do the math here. We have had more NMPC today than we had in Americas and APAC combined.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. I mean, that will just tell you enough about the competition, how strong these players are, and how head-to-head every single match is that we have here today.
That is actually kind of insane. So we finish off the day like we started the day. It's NMPC time. Guys out there in the chat in Jönköping, let's make some noise for Captain and Pan as we get this final game started. It's NMPC.
And once again, we will leave it like this. We don't look around.
Don't look around. That's
and
cheating.
We make myself look like a fool
and
because
then we
I have
smack
no
our
idea.
faces into our monitors.
I mean, we have some tile roofs, but also some metal roofs.
Okay.
Tile roofs means Java, more likely, if you are in Asia. But then again, could it be maybe Sulawesi with all those palms and this open wide valley?
At least, which is good for NMPC standards, we know not only what continent we're on, but we also have a good hunch at the country. So, you know, that's a great place to start, because oftentimes, and today as well, we have been all over the place. These locations have been incredibly difficult.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, a mixture of tile roofs and metal roofs is something you see, for example, in Lampung.
Yeah.
Which this shouldn't be ever with this landscape. You see it in Lombok. Towards the Nusas, they start like switching up from tile to metal. I think you also see it in Sula. Basi.
Let's see.
Yeah, it was east of Lombok on that island towards the Nusas. A very good guess by Pan there.
1,000 damage done. Pan able to get off to a lead here to kick things off. As we head into round number 2, you got a ruck.
Round
you got
number
a second
2.
ruck.
Hey.
And then you have a road and some trees. Jönköping, where are we?
Pretty much. Is this ever Denmark?
You know what? There was a world where I thought so, but there's a pothole and we don't have those in Denmark. So
well, then we rule it out. Then we go a bit further north. Okay, I don't want to call out any country now because now we are throwing a bad shade on them. If we see that pothole, where would that happen?
The worst thing is, if this is in fact Denmark, I would hate it being this inobvious.
Yeah, but it would also not be the most straightforward Denmark.
That is true. It would probably be the most points anyone has ever gotten in the Denmark round because they'd both be off by quite the margin. But let's see what they're thinking. Captain is in the Baltics. Pan now opening his maps. His mouse was in Iceland. I don't know if that's what he's going to commit to.
I mean,
There's
Northern
more
Europe
trees in this frame than there is in all of Iceland combined. Now he's in Eastern Sweden.
Oh.
Iceland for Pan?
That's an interesting guess.
Bornholm for Captain? Or is he just going into the ocean? No, he's water hedging on this one. What? He's on Iceland! What?
That is the pen I was talking about.
He wins it!
That is insane.
What?
No one sees that one coming. No one. Oh my gosh.
I'm at a loss for words.
He is himself.
Pan is at a loss for words. What just happened?
That was an insane guess. And what a fashion to close out this game and win this match.
You can't even be mad.
Hey.
I mean, if you're captain in this one, you can't. Well, of course you don't like to lose. It hurts for him. But in that fashion.
Unbelievable, eh? We did consider Denmark on Iceland. That's what just happened, but hey, that's GeoGuessr for you.
And that summarizes it perfectly. That is GeoGuessr. As even as this matchup was all the way through, you get the biggest curveball Iceland ever. As I said, there was more trees in that frame than the rest of the country combined.
I mean, usually you don't really get to see those trees. I mean, those had to be planted or...
I mean, now that you know it was Iceland, what was Iceland in that frame?
Probably now the road quality makes sense somewhat.
The one pothole was the island, was the Iceland giveaway?
I'm just assuming it. I don't know what it was. Maybe the big stone rock that was just laying on the road.
But it was just a rock.
Yep. Sometimes it's just those little clues you need.
Pan has been studying Iceland boulders with the mountain himself. I don't know what got into him, but I cannot wait to hear from him. What a game. Back to you, Paula, on the desk. We need to hear everything.
Thank you, Toby and Gelatris. One of the most famous stories of all time playing out again. Peter Pan taking out Captain Hook. Pan, let's just jump straight into the action that transpired at the end. That Iceland round on NMPC, run us through it.
I was not really 100% sure. I had like so many thoughts in my head. I didn't know what to pick, but at the end, I feel like the trees just felt a bit too north, and yeah, I just feel like I've seen some roads like that in Iceland, so I just went for it, and it was correct, and I couldn't believe it. It was amazing.
Incredible guess, incredible performance. Overall, how are you feeling right now? What's going through your head now that you've secured the W?
I'm feeling very relieved to make it to the second day. It's a very amazing experience, and to beat such a great player, it's truly amazing.
But when you were coming into this matchup, did you expect it to go all 5 games and go to NMPZ, or were you surprised that you ended up there?
I was very surprised. I wasn't expecting much against the captain, to be honest, but it went very well. He got quite unlucky on the first game where he didn't have time to guess because I insta-sent the Romania, but he got the next 2 games, and then somehow I won the next 2, and it was a very amazing experience.
It was amazing indeed. GC and Ziggy, over to you.
Pan, well done. You've been on an amazing run to get to this point, from winning the last 6 games of the league and now today. How do you feel about possibly extending it even further tomorrow against Debre?
Debre obviously is a very, very strong opponent. He's very, very good at moving. He's probably one of the best after Blinky. But in no move, I feel like we're kind of 50-50. So if I can capitalize on the no move games and on the NMPZ, hopefully it's kind of random again, maybe I have a shot.
Ziggy?
Yeah, congrats on the win. You mentioned the moving games tomorrow against Debre. How did you feel like your performance in the moving games were today? I mean, the first one, it ended a bit anticlimactic, but I think the second one was even pretty well played. It ended up in the last round, so I think you held up well.
Yeah, on the last round, I saw a sign that said the town name, and I clicked the wrong town name because I thought I've seen it before, but yeah, the vegetation looked a bit off. Yeah, I probably should have gone a bit more south and probably won that game there, but it is what it is. I won the NMP side.
GC, Ziggy, anything else from yourselves?
Not from me. Well done.
Ziggy?
Nah. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely best of luck tomorrow, Pan. Is there anything that you would like to say to our fans watching at home, and of course the fans that were watching you in our amazing arena here at Glitched?
Hello everyone, I hope you enjoyed all the games today, and see you guys tomorrow.
Congratulations once again, and we will indeed see you tomorrow, Pan. Feel free to take off the headset, go find yourself some rest and relaxation. Yeah, what a performance by Pan. Ziggy, help him out with his wire, buddy.
He's stuck.
No one can see this right now. Pan's stuck in his wire. Ziggy finally jumping in. All right, bracket up on screen. You can see what has transpired over the course of today on the bottom half of your screen. But now it's time to focus on day 2. Tomorrow, our playoff brackets. We've got Blinky versus Kratzo, Finbar versus Madder, Consus versus Lenley, and Debre versus Pan. Our bracket is absolutely stacked, GC and Ziggy.
I can't wait. All our winners from today, we get to see them again. They very much deserve to be there. But the people they're coming up against, those 4, Blinky, Finbar, Consus, and Debre, they are just massive, massive players. It's mouth-watering. I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait for more NPC games. I mean, we got blessed by 3 in total today. I mean, in that rate, we will see 6 tomorrow. I don't know if that's realistic, given the matchups, but I hope so.
We willed them into existence today. It works. It works.
Yeah.
We'll try again tomorrow.
Yeah, wait, I predicted that matchup perfectly, actually.
Yeah.
There have been some great predictions, great chats, and we have truly willed into existence another fantastic day of competitive GeoGuessr. We're pretty much ready to close out the show. GC, been a pleasure to work with you for the first time. Looking forward to tomorrow. Anything that you'd like to say, closing thoughts from yourself on day 1?
Nothing more to say other than I love GeoGuessr. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow. It's going to be a big one.
Ziggy, pleasure to see you. Again, anything else from yourself before we go and find some rest and relaxation ourselves?
Nah, I need to drink. I need a drink.
All right, perfect. A classic German response. Thank you to everybody at home for joining us. Tomorrow we have day 2, our playoff bracket. Make sure you join us then. Before we go off, another shout out to 2 of our headline awesome partners. Firstly, Opera GX. Get the gaming browser at opera.com/GX/GeoGuessr. Thousands of custom themes, sounds, and animations to make your browser look and feel exactly how you want it to. And then secondly, a big thank you to Alienware. Join the Alienware arena and experience the excitement of the gaming community. Exclusive tournaments and amazing prizes await you. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us today. What a day it's been, and we'll catch you tomorrow.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
Shiba is committed to responsibly sourced fish and supports coral reef restoration. Shiba, buy now.
Every step of the way, I ain't losing this race. I'm ready to go. And it can be legendary.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.